Hello, everyone. Welcome to Normal America Show. I'm your host, Rob Norm. Great to be here this fine evening. Hope everyone had a fantastic day. I did. Got to hang out with the family. Did a lot of house cleaning. So this is also, well, I'll get to this in a second. But so got a lot of house cleaning done. So I have this issue with my dogs, which are now going to be part of this show because they can't contain themselves in the bedroom. I'm doing great. They've just been bad at night lately, fighting and stuff and waking Hank up. And the older dog, Annabelle, once in a blue moon, just has an accident and pees on the floor in the bedroom. It's something that's kind of been new since this winter. Anyways, the wife has put her foot down, and she's no longer has privileges to sleep in our room. So we have a dog bed set up in the other room. She's not impressed. So, put her in the dog bed. Come up here. Going to start streaming. She's barking like crazy. So, they get to be part of the show until better solutions. Come on. This is Dorothy. Hi, Dorothy. Dorothy's young. She doesn't have house accidents. Dorothy's 3. You know what she has, though? She has puppy acne. We bought, basically, the vet told us to buy, acne wipes for her little chin here. She's a good puppy. Yes, sir. And then let's bring Annabelle up. Now, behave. Leave Annabelle jump up. Come on up, chum. This is old chunky Annabelle. She's 11. Annabelle's 11. Hey, you guys can't be fighting already. We have to wait until the dumb lefties call in to fight. Don't be barking. Don't be barking. Thank you. Dish soap with warm water? Okay. Quit feeding them fast food. They eat... I can't think of the brand they eat, but we try to give them the same brand of food all the time. I will admit that I do little things that my wife gets furious. Like I give them beef jerky. She does not like that. Dorothy she's a mutt, but I believe she is part boxer. That like her dad was a boxer something mixed, and her mom was like a complete mutt. But I think she looks like kind of a boxer, pit bullish. Come on, but this is as big as she'll get. She's not a big dog. She is the most skittish dog I've ever seen. Like, I can't imagine her being mean to anyone. She's just so, like, she doesn't just, like, lay on you. She lays into you. And, like, if she hears a car or something, she just, like, cuddles up. But she's very friendly. Both of them are too friendly. They're, like, neighborhood dogs, They want to go and see all the neighbors when they're out. That's what you guys are about. But they're good girls. Yeah. Annabelle, I don't think my leg's that dirty that I need. Like, the other dog is a Beagle Boston Terrier mix, Annabelle. And we got her basically when we started dating. So she's 11. Yeah, she's definitely a ham. They both are. And, it's weird with dogs. It's weird. So Annabelle we had for 8 years by herself. And then we bring Dorothy in. And then we bring my son Hank in. So Annabelle's like, what the heck? It just used to be me, you, and Mom. Don't be fighting. Don't do it. It's bedtime, I think. You girls lay down. You can jump up in my lap if you want, but no fighting. So, but yeah, the dogs will be joining me. So I periodically might have to say, what are you doing? Stop that. Don't chew that. Am I following the Texas shooting development? Somewhat. We could talk about that again tonight. I'm doing great. I really am. So the other thing worth saying is I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow evening. We'll have to see. So I live in a little town called Shippenville, but right up the road is the town of Freiburg, which is kind of where my in-laws live. And Freiburg has a big parade. The end of May, they call it Mayfest. And so it'll be Saturday. And the in-laws get brisket and turkeys and all that good stuff. And, you know, there might be 30 or 40 people there. So tomorrow evening, we'll be helping them get ready for that Saturday. And then Saturday, they're going to have all kinds of fun stuff. They got the parade, which is cool. And then they got someone who's coming to do balloon animals. They bring in a bunch of like fire trucks and tractor trailers and stuff. It's called Touch a Truck, where all the little kids get to get up in the seat and stuff. So that'll be cool. Then they have a dinosaur exhibit that'll be there. So we're excited to take Hankster up there. That'll be Saturday. But I don't know. We might be staying at the in-laws tomorrow to help them get ready. Now, I do have something I've been trying to test out. I've got a little mobile streaming kit. It's like a little mobile light, and then I could use my cell phone to stream. If I do that, unfortunately, it will be Twitch exclusive, because I'm not sure how to multi-stream using my phone. I don't have an app for that. So if I do stream tomorrow night, it may be with some drunken relatives around a fire. We'll just have to see. Or they also have a little shed with a hot tub in it. And the hot tub, this is crazy. So it's one of those like Coleman inflatable hot tubs that my in-laws have. And Hank is tall enough for his tippy toes to touch the bottom. So he's got this like ridiculous floating thing that goes around his arms and around his chest. He's just in there tiptoeing with just the biggest grin on his face because he could finally like touch the bottom and walk around on this thing. So, I mean, he was just hammering it up. You have to tell him, like, you're not supposed to drink the water. Like, it's the same with the little pond we have with the fish pond. He wants to drink the water. It's like, no. But, excellent. Good work, my buddy, though. Yeah. But, yeah, I'm doing great. You're at work and bored? Yeah, okay. Well, we'll take calls. We'll see what we can do. We'll fish out someone to argue with. Did they ever end up fishing the ballot count in PA? No, they're still counting. My great state of Pennsylvania, with less of an ability to have elections than third world countries. We did it. Even in the GOP. It was funny. I saw someone on Twitter go, oh, they're still counting the ballots. I don't hear the GOP Republicans aren't complaining about that now. I don't know what they're talking about. Everyone I know that's Republican, myself included, is like, what the hell's going on? How can you still not have finished the count? Now, I understand if there's a recount and, you know, because the election's close, but terrible. Mail-in ballots should only be for people that are infirmed, that request or that need an absentee ballot. Everyone else should go and vote in person on one day, and those ballots should be counted that day. That's it. This waiting 2 months to see who won an election, ridiculous. I don't really care either way. I think McCormick and Oz both suck. It's a horse apiece to me. I guess Oz is probably slightly better than McCormick, but I don't know. Having said that, I will have some guests and live stream. I'm going to do my best to both on stream and off stream in person to try to help even these Republicans I don't like win this race, because the two people they're going against, Fetterman and Josh Shapiro, are terrible. So the gubernatorial race and the Senate race is something that I'll be trying to do a lot to just show how terrible those Democrats are. So, well, no, it doesn't bode well for November elections. PA. I knew Trump lost PA in 2020. I told everyone in PA that I knew Trump was not going to win PA when they changed the election laws. That they were like, oh, you could, we'll accept ballots up to 2 weeks after and your signature doesn't have to match. I was like, okay. Good luck with that. So I'm sure things will be on the up and up in Philly. I'm sorry, you can't say that sort of stuff. Only Biden's press secretary and Stacey Abrams are allowed to question elections. My bad. So yeah, what's going on newsworthy today? Well, there's a lot of crazy stuff going with the Texas shooting. Yeah, Fetterman will probably win. We'll see. There's a bunch of stuff going on with that school shooting that's just crazy. World Economic Forum continues to be insane. Well, it's not really insane, I guess. It's just they tell you exactly who they are, and no one wants to believe it. What else do we have? And we had an article we could read that I thought would be worth talking about. Larry Nassar, who was I think his name was Larry, but Nassar, he was the gymnast that molested all of those girls. And then it turned out that FBI agents knew about it and covered it up. Well, guess what? The Department of Justice is investigated, and drum roll, please. They're not going to do anything about it. No, the FBI is off the hook. Black Dynamite, thank you for the super chat. Says, this is what happens when a nation rejects God. I don't disagree. I'm a Christian in the fact that I believe in being Christ-like. I believe Jesus is the Son of God. I do. I also understand that people could come to a sense of morality through different religions and things like that. I understand that most people, when they say reject God, mean of their specific religion. But to me, I think that's true, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the specific religion. It's when we've given up a sense of morality. We've basically made ourselves gods. We forgot humility. We've placed ourselves higher than... It's sad. It's crazy, you know. So we can talk about all that. Also, I thought was interesting, worth talking about. Appears as if there's been Freedom of Information Act request information that has shown that during the Trump administration, the Obama administration had people that they were sending, including John Kerry and others, that they were sending to Iran to undermine Trump. Now, this is a direct violation of the Logan Act. This is something they accused. What's up, Craig? This is something that they accused General Flynn of doing. General Flynn was the incoming national security advisor. You would expect him to be talking to his counterparts. The election was already over. They were just waiting to be sworn in. That's not surprising. I don't have a problem. And let me be clear. I don't have a problem if the Trump administration did this. I don't have a problem if the Biden administration did it. I don't have a problem if the Obama administration did it. I would expect when someone wins an election for presidency and has their team coming in, that in that period between when they win and when they're sworn in, they want to hit the ground running, so their team's probably talking to their counterparts around the world. I don't have a problem with that. Even our adversaries. I truly mean that. So, for example, if Trump's still president and Biden won the election in November, and so before we got to January 20th, if Biden's people were talking to Iran and talking to China and talking to North Korea, I actually have no problem with that. Even if it was for policies that I disagree with. I think that that's understandable. What's up, Mabs? To me, that just makes sense. What's troubling is when a previous administration is undermining the current administration. And to me, that's the spirit of the Logan Act. Now, the Logan Act was basically a law that says U.S. citizens and non-governmental personnel can't be cooperating with foreign adversaries in a way that undermines the administration. That's a very non-legal way to discuss it. It's basically never been prosecuted. But that's the excuse they used to go after General Flynn and to investigate him. Now, when we see an actual violation of the spirit of it, where are all the people that screamed that Flynn needed to be investigated? Where are they now? Anyway, we can start with that. Let's bring up the article. I'll put the link for y'all. I always forget to put the link, so. Oh, we'll take calls. Don't worry. ACLJ obtains new memo in State Department lawsuit unveiling unreported Obama-era officials' secret meeting up with Iran Zarif during Trump administration. The Boston Globe put it this is from May 24th, by the way. The Boston Globe put it this way. Kerry is quietly seeking to salvage Iran deal he helped craft. The ACLJ put it a bit more bluntly. John Kerry tried to undermine President Trump in order to support Iran, putting our national security at risk. Remember those stories from the Obama Secretary of State John Kerry, no longer in office as of January 20, 2017, engaged in shadow diplomacy with Iran, promoting foreign policy contrary to that of American citizen sitting President Trump? As the story continued... Hey, what are you barking at? As the story continued to unfold and more information about the left's counter-diplomacy was revealed even just last year, the ACLJ went to work. We launched a Freedom of Information Act request to the State Department seeking records of State Department awareness of or involvement with Obama-era U.S. officials, a.k.a. Deep State, employing undercover back channels in an effort to undercut Trump's cornerstone foreign policy of withdrawing the United States from the Iran deal. In the Freedom of Information Act lawsuit against the State Department that ensued, the ACLJ obtained a never-before-seen unclassified October 2018 memo entitled Notes from Iran and the U.S., an off-the-record conversation with Foreign Minister Mohammad Javad Zarif. According to this memo, the previously unreported off-the-record meeting took place at the Iranian ambassador's residence in New York City on October 4, 2018, just days after major media coverage of Kerry's admission of the secret efforts. The memo unearthed contains notes on the former U.S. diplomat's conversation with Zarif and his response to questions posed by a group of U.S. former ambassadors and policy analysts. The key here is former, and the date, October 2018, right in the middle of the Trump administration. The newly obtained memo regarding the secret meeting between Zarif and these former U.S. officials included discussions of nuclear weapons, potential prisoner swaps, Afghanistan withdrawal, and negotiations with the Taliban, Houthi rebels, Syria, Soleimani's popularity in Iran, and region in turmoil. Former Secretary of State Pompeo, now ACLJ Senior Counsel of Global Affairs, reviewed this memo and reacted by calling this discovery, quote, a big deal for sure. He continued, this is exactly what we are fighting, the arrogance, the indecency, the hatred of Israel. This is precisely why we sent this Freedom of Information Act request, to uncover actions of then former U.S. diplomats, those who worked for the Obama and Biden administration, but who went to work undermining the President Trump and the core policies he campaigned on and had succeeded. Kerry himself admitted his part in this scheme. And here we obtained the memo showing just that, an off-the-record meeting between Zarif and former U.S. diplomats right in the middle of the Trump administration during the time President Trump was working through the aftermath of withdrawing from the Iran deal. Further, this record was only responsive to our Freedom of Information Act request if it involved former high-level Obama officials, Kerry, Malley, or Ernest Moniz, Obama's Secretary of Energy, in some way. This is, in itself, a key piece of the puzzle. So you get the picture. So a bunch of former diplomats, including John Kerry, were meeting with Iran, undermining Trump's stance of withdrawing from the Iran deal. That's acceptable, though. Now, remember, all the people that I talked to about, who did I talk about? I'm really important. I've talked to PeaceGov. I've talked to all these other people. They were like, well, the investigation in Flynn was legit. He can't be talking to foreign adversaries. Oh, but all these former diplomats, including John Kerry, could be talking to Iran, undermining the policy, the direct shift in policy that Donald Trump had when he was president. It gets old. I know people are tired of it. The people that follow my channel a lot are probably tired of it. At this point, we understand what the Democratic Party is. We understand what the establishment lefties are. We get it. They don't care about anything. How many times have I said, have you heard anyone in the country say it better than me? These double standards show two things. One, they don't care about the thing they claim to care about. And second, they know you do. They didn't care about the Logan Act. They don't care that former diplomats or people that aren't in government are meeting with adversaries. They don't care at all. But they knew that some people might. They knew that some people might say, oh boy, Flynn was talking to an adversary. They don't give a shit. When their people do it, they're like, yeah, it's absolutely fine. Of course we're okay with it. What was it that Flynn did again in those phone calls that was so offensive that violated the Logan Act? He, the incoming national security advisor, thanks, Craig, thanks for the follow. He talked to his counterpart in Russia, Kislyak, and said, hey, tell Putin to keep a cool head. Don't do anything rash to attack the United States or hurt its people. That's it. That's what I would expect our diplomats to be doing. But for that, they were like, oh, that's troubling. That's troubling. That's selling out the country. But Donald Trump pulling out of the Iran deal, and then John Kerry and a bunch of diplomats meeting with those Iranians saying, don't listen to Trump. No problem there. No problem with that. By the way, this was 2018. Remember, Biden's got us back into the Iran deal. Does anyone remember one of the first things Biden did when he was in office? Militaristically? Does anyone remember? If you're watching my show, you heard me complain about it. One of the first things that Biden did, a month or two into office, it involved dropping a bomb. Does anyone know what it was? He bombed Syria. Does anyone remember why he bombed Syria? Did he bomb Syria because Assad's a bad guy? Nope. Did he bomb Syria because ISIS was there? Nope. Did he bomb Syria because... Nope. None of those reasons. He bombed Syria because he claimed that Iranians were in Syria attacking U.S. interests in Iraq. So he bombed one country, Syria, because another country, Iran, had militants in Syria attacking U.S. interests. That's what he claimed. So John Kerry, in 2018, is meeting with people whose country is attacking U.S. soldiers and interests. They attacked during the Trump administration. They attacked as soon as Trump was out during the Biden administration. That's who Kerry was meeting with. Literally an enemy of the United States. So much an enemy that Joe Biden was forced to bomb a third-party country because Iranians were there. That's who John Kerry was meeting with and all these former diplomats. Now, whatever you think of the Iran deal, maybe you liked it, maybe you hated it, it's irrelevant to this question. If the duly elected president of the United States says, we don't like that deal, we're no longer going to be privy to that deal, and withdraws from it, it is a problem for the former administration to be contacting the party that was involved in that deal, in this case Iran, saying, don't listen to the current administration. Don't listen to them. Yeah, I don't disagree, Aircraft Sparky. That's the problem. And you know it's a problem because that's what they tried to claim Flynn was doing. Oh, Obama drew a hard line against Russia, and then Flynn was secretly talking to Russia behind Obama's back while he was still president. Well, that situation's different for several reasons. One, because Flynn was literally the incoming national security advisor. So you would expect those people to be talking to foreign diplomats and counterparts. And second, he wasn't undermining anything Obama did. He was just saying, don't retaliate. So all of the leftists you've heard saying, oh, Flynn, Flynn was guilty of, Flynn, blah, 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 blah. See what they have to say today about John Kerry. See what they have to say about these foreign diplomats. All I'm asking for is an equal standard. If we're going to investigate Flynn because he wasn't quite part of the government at that point and he was talking to a foreign adversary, fine, let's do it to all people that aren't in the current administration that are talking to foreign adversaries. Let's start with the Clintons, shall we? How about Hunter Biden? Right? Let's talk to them. Start the investigation. Oh, that's different. It's different when they do it. I just thought it was an interesting story. Aaron Matei tweets out from the Quincy Institute, the Ukraine aid bill will produce at least $17.3 billion in revenue for U.S. military contractors. And Aaron Matei tweets out, brought to you by Bernie Sanders, Ro Khanna, the Squad, and every other congressional progressive who voted for this. Yep. All of those progressives that complained about the military-industrial complex, every single one of them, every single Democrat, voted to send almost $20 billion to them. Voted to exacerbate a war. Every single one. Don't get me wrong, many of the Republicans did as well. Only a handful of Republicans stood up against it. I've told you, the Democrats, even the progressives, are the party of war. Most Republicans are too that are in office. But the only elected officials you'll find standing up against stuff like this are people like Rand Paul and a handful of others that believe that we should focus on America. Instead of securing borders in Ukraine, we should work about the problems we have here in the United States. What do you want to talk about? Let's do audience choice. I like the troll we have in chat here, Craig. It's good stuff. As always, not intelligent, funny, or original. Let's not stand up for anything. It's dangerous. No one's saying not to stand up for anything. I talk about the things that I stand up for all the time. I assume you're not in touch with your feelings, but that's okay. Aircraft Sparky apparently missed last night's show. We talked about possible policy subscriptions for for 2 of the 4.5 hours. Yeah. Of course, Aircraft. Yeah, I heard you had Sarah on. I'm glad it went well. I heard it went well. She's great. Sarah Kane now. I have had her on my show many times. My friend Sarah Corrier changed her name to Sarah Kane, Cain. So still has a channel. She's fantastic. I think she's one of the best streamers out there. But yeah, she's very good. Wrong Kane. Yeah, Crusader Girl. The Crusader Gal, Sarah. Yep. And she put a video up explaining her name change. So I guess we could talk about some new developments that have occurred in the Uvalde, I think I'm pronouncing that right, shooting. The school shooting there in Texas. It's very difficult. Tough luck, Craig. Someday you'll find a streamer. Oh, there's plenty of reasons to live. You can take solace in the fact that at least we're recognizing your inane comments. Though shortly to dismiss with them. So there was video that was released that showed sort of the first responders, the police that were there first. I don't know exactly what agency they were there. Basically holding people in handcuffs or holding them at taser point that were trying to get into the school. Which is horrific enough. I don't know. I would think that wouldn't stop me. I would think that you would still try to get in. Here's the thing. There are times where you can understand professionals, first responders, preventing people from entering into a dangerous situation. For example, think of a fire department preventing a distraught parent from running into a blazing inferno, saying, please leave us take care of it, because they're professionals. That you understand the parents' logic there. Well, it's not even logic. It's so emotional at that point. They're like, I don't care. I'm not thinking of this like, oh, I have a very small chance of getting out of this alive, or of, right, and that it might create another possible victim, that the professionals now have to split their time trying to save you and your child. But you're not thinking of it like that. So I get it. There are situations where Police would say, we don't want civilians getting involved. I get that. The problem is the police weren't getting involved. There are, so this is like a situation similar to the Ukraine thing. Anytime that something insane like this happens, like you're going to hear a lot of shit and some of it's not going to be true. Like, for example, the story yesterday when I was streaming was, this is what I'd heard for a day and a half, was that this shooter shot his grandma, then was fleeing from police. Police had engaged with him and then wrecked his car outside the school and then sort of barreled into the school and barricaded himself and then started killing people. Now it appears that's not the case. Now the version that I'm hearing today is actually there was no interaction with the police. I do believe he shot his grandma. They're still saying that, though it seems as if she's going to live. At least maybe that's changed. I don't know. But and then he basically was shooting outside the school for 6 to 12 minutes and then calmly walked through an unlocked door and then barricaded himself in. And a police officer or two tried to engage with him and then pulled back. And then they waited 45 minutes to an hour and a half to re-engage. During that re-engagement, apparently the police could not even unlock the door that the gunman had barricaded himself in. So a teacher had to get the key and unlock the door. I guess the first thing to say is this: who knows how this story will change going forward? Who knows? From one day to the next, the story's like 50% changed. So tomorrow it could change significantly again. I don't know. Does that change mean that whatever they change it to is a lie? No, but it could be. Yeah. Great, I'm done listening to you. But seemingly from what the press conference was going today, this was people in charge that are now saying that this is the official story. And they... they were asked, like, how did this happen? Why did it take police get so long? And they were like, we'll circle back. That's what the police said at the press conference today. It's true. So there are significant questions as to exactly what were the police doing. And I saw one police officer that was being interviewed tonight. I don't know if it was a person in charge or what, said, well, we understand wanting to prevent the shooter, stop the shooter as soon as possible, but you have to understand the officers feared for their lives. Yeah, no shit. LM, thanks for the follow, LM. Jay Halen says, yeah, I'm not 100% in any take. I can get why police stop parents from going in. I could also understand parents willing to sacrifice themselves for the kids. It's a very muddy situation. That I agree with. But if the story stays as we're being told now, what I can't agree with is the police not just preventing the parents from going in, but not doing anything themselves. Like, the trauma that you would be going through in the moment if you thought your kids were in an active shooter situation. And then, obviously, to find out that they were, and God forbid that they died. I talked about this last night. I could forgive those people saying or thinking anything. And I mean anything. If one of them would stream right now, like, I blame Rob Noor, fuck him, blah, 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 I'd be like, I don't think I'm to blame, but I could understand the grief. I'm not going to argue with this person. It is a pain that hopefully no one will ever, they will, life sucks and shit like this happens and other terrible things happen. I can't imagine anything more horrific than losing your child in a horrific way like this. I just can't. That's about as bad as life has to offer. It's weird too, because, I didn't have a kid until I was 36. it's maybe a weird way of looking at things, but I feel like I'm at peace with myself, and I have been for a while. There's things I would change about myself, but I love my life. I'm kind of happy with who I am. I could always get better, but I think I'm a decent person. I think that I have a good relationship with myself, with my religion. What's the worst that could happen to you? You know, obviously there are horrific things that could happen, but at the end of the day, you die. Maybe you die tomorrow in a car wreck. Maybe you die in an active shooter. And then don't get me wrong, I don't want to die. I want to live. But I can almost wrap my head around that. Like, okay. But now that I have a kid, it's completely different. The level of what's the worst that could happen now is magnified tenfold. Something can happen to my kid. That's way worse. That's way worse. And so that pain. So I get it, right? There are times you're not thinking rationally. You're not. There are moms and dads, I assume, that would go into an active war zone with, air support coming down and massive artillery. They would run in there to try to save their kid. Right? It's not rational. If you could step back and you could be objective and be like, okay, I don't have a dog in this fight. I understand a parent wanting to save their kid, but the chances of this being successful are 0.0000001% chance, and the chances of this person being killed are 99.9% chance. And not only that, it'll make the situation worse because the people trying to save the kid now have to save the parent, and it could, in this particular situation, a parent running in, maybe the shooter had stopped shooting and a parent charging could cause the shooter to get angry and start shooting more kids. I get it. But that parent's not looking at it objectively. So I understand there are times when police will have to be like, you can't, you have to leave us take care of it. That I totally get. I don't fault the parent for wanting to run in, but I also don't fault for police saying we can't have that happening. If the story is as it's being reported tonight, what I do fault for police is they themselves not going in. If I'm that parent after I'm done grieving, which could be years, and I'm trying to look at it objectively, I would say, okay, because you would always be thinking, what if I would have got in there? Could I have saved my child? What if I would have went in? Horrific. But maybe after some of the emotion wore off, maybe, if it ever does, you would say, I get what the police were trying to do. I probably couldn't have helped. The police were in there. They were doing the best they could. But is that how these parents are going to think? The police were doing the best they could? While they were handcuffing and tasing parents, they weren't doing shit about this active shooter. Apparently. That's what's being reported. On top of all the horror and the pain of these kids dying and their families having to deal with it. Now imagine thinking, I should have punched that cop in the face and ran in myself. What if a timeline of this comes out? And you find out that your kid was shot while you were standing out there for 20 minutes waiting for police to do something. Would you ever forgive yourself? It just adds a level of... Jesus. As horrific as this was, it just makes... It's just that little bit much worse. You go to my Discord, Ace. I'll put a link up. And for some reason, it didn't go up on. I don't know. Someone else have to put the link up. It's not letting me do it. One of the real things we could do, we talked about last night the idea of don't allow 18-year-olds to buy these type of guns, or ban certain guns, or ban all guns, or universal background checks, or magazine limits, or blah, blah, blah. We talked about that. We talked about putting additional security in the schools and things like that. We had an hour-long conversation about gun culture, an hour and a half long. We talked about mental health, funding for mental health. We talked about the importance for families, nuclear families. We talked about all that. Some of these solutions would work. Some I don't think would work. Nothing will ever prevent every incident of this, but we went through our best. And me, who has zero expertise in any of this, gave my honest opinion on what I thought about each of those. But all of those are sort of macro solutions. The micro solution is like, let's say that there's two ways, there's multiple ways to look at problems, right? How do you prevent the problem from occurring? That's what most of those things I was talking about last night is. How do you stop? Well, stop the person from having mental health that gets this bad. Maybe you do that by having more religion in people's lives. Maybe you do it by having more parents in people's lives. Maybe you do it by changing our culture. Maybe you do it by limiting access to people to firearms. Maybe you do it by ensuring that there are armed guards there that prevent people from saying, we're going to go in there because they know it won't be an easy target. But the other level of defense is, okay, what if all that fails and now there's an active shooter, right? And this is where you assume professionals in law enforcement are coming into play. That they're saying like, okay, we saw what happened in Columbine and other active shooters, so we're constantly refining the tactics of how do we approach a situation like this. And this, unless the story drastically changes, is an abysmal failure. Regardless of what side of the aisle, if you're the biggest gun grabber in the world, or if you're like, don't touch our guns, confiscating guns and gun laws won't prevent anything. Whatever side you fall on that. And I'm not shying away from that debate. That's what we talked about so much last night. But I don't see how both sides can agree that this behavior by this law enforcement seems objectively horrific. Hypothetically. Hey, I think that guy's still here, so. All right, Ace, I'll get to you in a second. So, if we're talking about potential things that we could do in the future, one thing that we should all be able to agree on is we need to have sort of the best training and planning for if things get this bad, what do we expect law enforcement to do? And this seems like a failure. And it's ironic to me. All of the lefties that you saw criticize police, Joe Biden's team came out today and was like, we will not be calling for an investigation into the policing. I mean, these are people that, the people in his administration and himself couldn't wait to virtue signal about, thank you, Dusk. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for the sub. They couldn't wait to virtue signal about how terrible police is when it came to George Floyd or Black Lives Matter and things like that. And now all of a sudden, when I think almost everyone can agree, I saw right-wingers on Twitter and elsewhere being like, what the hell were these cops doing? I saw left-wingers like, I thought a good guy with a gun was supposed to stop a bad guy with a gun. Well, here were the cops. What did they do? So it seems like everyone's coming together like, what the fuck is this? How did this happen? The police sat there and let him shoot kids for an hour? And for some reason, Biden's like, oh, no, I'm not getting involved in that level of it. Just ridiculous. All right, apparently we got a caller. Mm-hmm. Let's see if we get some quality ones tonight, huh? Now, my favorite is to argue with lefties. So if you're a lefty, I really do appreciate your call even more. But that's okay. We can take people of all stripes. What's up, Ace? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, what's happening, man?
Hold on, let me mute your stream here.
Okay.
There.
So what do you want to talk about?
Oh, frankly, I just saw that you were taking calls and shaming establishment types, so I was just
Mm.
calling in because it seemed as though you had some topic to talk about specifically.
Well, let's see. Obviously the shootings on people's minds. I don't have much more to say on it other than I did last night. Other than it's an ever-changing situation, but it looks like the police were horrific in this situation. They prioritized their own safety over the safety of children. But that's not really, what I had in mind when I was talking about
Personally,
shaming the
personally,
establishment.
I'm not too educated on the current matters of the current shootings.
Yeah,
Personally,
I mean, I kind of feel the same way. And it's
yeah,
not
it's
even a
just not
bad
something
thing
I've
that you're not educated on that much, because is anyone? Because these things, from day to day, the story's going to change so much. If I do a show on it today and the facts that we see today, and then I do a show next week, it's probably going to be completely different, because they'll be like, oh well, we
I mean,
we
I'm
did a
just not
department
caught up at
review.
all,
Yeah.
frankly.
So how about this? The story that I started off talking about was Jay Sekulow, who was formerly of the Trump administration, filed a Freedom of Information Act request, and they now have evidence that John Kerry and a bunch of former U.S. diplomats under the Obama administration were in active talks with the Zarif from Iran, in attempts to undermine the Trump administration's policies on the Iran deal in 2018. Where this goes with the establishment, because you might say, well, I don't give a
Could
shit.
you? I apologize. I don't want to make you repeat too much, but could you repeat that? I apologize because you cut out at a very important. You were
Oh,
saying
yeah,
something
yeah.
that seemed very important there. I
Right.
really
So
did not want to miss that.
the Freedom of Information Act request has showed that there are documents showing that John Kerry and former U.S. diplomats were meeting with Iranians behind the scenes in 2018, sort of undermining Trump's Iran deal pullout. And the reason that, regardless of what you think about the Iran deal or anything like that, the reason that's important is one of the premises for the start of sort of the establishment's investigation into Trump was allegedly Trump's incoming national security advisor violated the Logan Act by talking to his foreign counterpart, Kislyak. That's what started the investigation into Flynn, which, by the way, Joe Biden himself was the person in the meeting that recommended that. Now, where this comes in with the establishment is they constantly engage in the very things that they criticize for the people they say are the worst. So they'll say Trump was against norms and all of this stuff. Yet they violated the very things that told us that were so important. Because to me, the reality is presidents come and go, but that sort of establishment bureaucracy remains no matter who the president is. And they refuse to accept someone, even if it's a person that you dislike, sort of potentially infringing on their total control of power.
Hmm.
Agreed?
And
Disagree? Or don't know about the situation?
frankly, I don't know enough to talk about it. Like that's the thing I was just trying to say. That's what I was gonna get to here. I felt bad because I'm sitting here like trying to think of how to make a point here without being too educated on the situation, and
How
I
about the
frankly can't.
Sussman? The Sussman trial? Have you been following it?
I mean, personally, like I'm not too caught up on many current event situations. Like,
All
if
right.
you
So
want to talk
you
more
seem to
generally,
agree
I'd be
with
more than
me
happy to.
to like criticizing the establishment. So give me something that you would feel that makes you want to criticize the establishment.
Personally, I like criticizing all establishments, no matter what they are, because that's the way that that's the way that they function best. The only way that the government and groups of human beings work is if they're questioned. Like if you just sit there and like follow along with everything that's said to you, not necessarily looking into it even slightly. I mean, like everything that's said to you necessarily. It's not like saying that you should sit there and disbelieve something that's said to you. And because I'm not saying that like don't listen to like something necessarily. But take something with a grain of salt and understand that you should look at multiple sources of information. You know
Yeah,
what I
I
mean?
mean,
Like
I don't do.
actually,
Okay.
sorry, and like actually like get yourself not fully educated on a topic, but get yourself educated enough that you can at least understand both sides of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Now there's some caveats, but I agree. I think that the idea that I had for the start of this show was that, I wanted to show, so I don't know if you've watched my show before, but here's the background I come from. I come from rural Pennsylvania. Everyone I know is a blue collar worker. Primarily, I feel that people in situations geographically and economically like me and culturally like me, there's no voice out there. You don't see it in our entertainment industry very much. You don't see it in our academia. You don't see it in our politics. We're flyover country. So that was kind of the impetus for me starting a show. But I also am really shitty at all the things that those blue collar people do. And I was actually a debater in college. Debate is as left wing as it gets. And so, and it's sort of socialite, more urban. So I made a lot of friends in that world as well. And I thought that one of the things that I realized was it helped ground me and formulate my ideas, even if I didn't agree with those people that I met, because they were challenging my ideas. And that helped shape who I was. Sometimes I was like, yeah, you're right. I actually see your point. Other times I was like, well, that's a good point. I still think I'm right, but I have to think about it more in order to kind of make the argument as good as possible. So I think that even though I have an ideology that I would consider populist conservative, I would also, if the entire country became populist conservative tomorrow, I would be railing against it. I would be like, no, there needs to be opposition. You can't have everyone sort of be in a bubble. That's why I like left-wing people coming on my show, though sometimes they suck, but sometimes, go ahead.
I really appreciate hearing that from you because, frankly, a lot of people would start thinking about the fact that they want everybody to believe their beliefs, and they don't really think about the implications of that.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I like comedy. So I remember my brother got me this George Carlin book for my 17th or 18th birthday. And George Carlin's got this big foreword at the beginning of it where he's talking about all the problems. He's like, I don't want to associate with humans. And let me tell you why. And he talks about all the problems with humanity. And then his last sentence is like, and even if you fix all these problems, I still don't want to be associated with you. And sort of what he was telling me, he was sort of a contrarian in that he's saying he took the side that he felt needed him. Christopher Hitchens talked about the importance of being a contrarian. Now, I'm not saying I'm fully a contrarian, but I'm in that vein. And for me, the problem that I see right now is certainly you could say people from all walks of life and ideologies and from the political sphere could fall into these sort of bubbles. But the problem I see is the people with power right now are all sort of in the same bubble. And that bubble right now happens to be at least paying lip service to the causes of the left. And so, yes, give me an institution that you think isn't at least paying lip service to the causes of the left. Any institution that you think shapes our culture that isn't at least that's either leftist or paying lip service to the causes of the left. Basically, the Democratic Party. Give me an institution in this country that shapes our culture that you don't think is openly advocating for their positions.
That is openly advocating for whose positions? The left?
Sort of the left, or at least paying lip service to the left. So basically endorsing the Democratic.
So I guess.
Go ahead.
I guess then you would probably say the Catholic Church.
Really?
That's rather.
You think
the
Pope? You don't think the Pope seems quite socialist right now?
Oh no, the current Pope is more right center, if anything. But he does show.
I think that it's certainly a left wing shift. From the Pope, but even if I would give that, it's no doubt. It's no doubt that historically,
obviously, just because politically, Catholic people generally more aligned with Catholicism in and of itself generally more aligns with I don't know if it's necessarily the beliefs do, because I don't see where the beliefs do, but I see that there is definitely a correlation between Catholicism and conservatism, right?
Well, that would be true of almost all religion. I don't disagree with that. But the point is, even those are shifting leftwards, right? So it used to be so if you were around, I actually feel that there was a problem with sort of things in censorship and things like that used to come from the right that I railed about. For example, Lenny Bruce was a comedian in the 50s and the 60s, and the Catholic Church was furious because he was making jokes that were sort of pornographic in nature about the Virgin Mary. And so he would get arrested for obscenity in all of these towns that were heavily Catholic. And I thought that was ridiculous. You should absolutely be able to make fun of religions, even religions that I happen to be. I'm not Catholic, by the way. But Those churches, two things. One, they're shifting leftward, and second, they're losing cultural influence. They're not as powerful as they once were. And like, so even if you could say, well, I think the majority of Catholics are conservative, that could be true, but it's
I don't
shifting
know if it is.
leftwards.
It truly just feels. I'm not. I don't have any like necessarily numbers as though that is the case. It just feels as though, from my personal
Yeah,
experience,
well,
that is the
you would
case.
expect it to be that way, though. I don't know if it is, but you would expect the more religious
No, I'm
someone
just
is, the
saying
more
from personal
conservative
experience
they be.
alone. So that's
Okay, but okay,
just
but
personal
given
experience.
okay, but given that, like, given what I've said then about the direction that it's shifting and its lack or its loss of cultural influence, is that the only institution you could think of that you would say would be a
I mean,
right wing?
it's the first one to come to mind personally, but like
That's the
I
only
don't
one I've
know.
ever
Like
heard people say. I would take any other institution.
I mean, I'm trying to think of
Academia?
one personally.
Let's just go through some. Academia? You think academia is left wing or right wing?
I don't think it's necessarily left or right wing personally, because
Oh,
like the core of academia is like the you could say certain colleges are left or right wing,
no, no,
but
no, no.
academia
You're
itself
absolutely, at
is
least in the
not.
United States, in the West, you're absolutely wrong, and you can
I
prove
mean,
this through
academia
data.
like, but saying that I think you're mixing up like universities and academia, because different universities have different political affiliations, but different like academia in and of itself is just like you know the nature of being educated and becoming
No,
educated.
that's not what it is. Academia is the institution, is
That's the
what we
well
consider the
the
institution
institution
that.
generally.
Right, that's what we consider academia. Academia is not education, right? You're
Well, I guess if you're
defining the
saying
term
that generally,
education.
like do more colleges lean toward the left or the right, I would say
That's
definitely
not
toward
even
the
what
left.
I'm saying. I'm saying that it's almost universal that our education system, even at the K through 12 level, but certainly exacerbating at the secondary education, is overwhelmingly left wing. And you can see this isn't even up for debate. For example, Jonathan Haidt, who happens to be a left winger, voted for Hillary Clinton. He developed something called Heterodox Academy. What he's been doing is marking the radical shift leftwards through academia in the United States. So, for example, it's always been that academia has had professors and administrators that have leaned left wing. But what he saw was since 2018, it's becoming way more people identify that are in professorships or administrative roles at universities as left wing, but not just more identifying as left wing, them identifying as far more left wing. And he identifies as even moderate lefties are now afraid to discuss dissenting opinions because they're afraid that they will be canceled from their schools. You could look at the positions of people like Eric Weinstein, who was at Evergreen University, who was basically his life threatened. The dean of the university was held hostage by radical leftists because they refused to give black or to have days where white students didn't show up for class in solidarity for black students. You could see instance after instance of right-wing points of view and right-wing speakers not being welcomed on campus. The curriculums that we see on campus are becoming overwhelmingly left-wing, and that's just campuses. We can see that same sort of shift that's occurring in K through 12. You can see it through the ways that the professors, the teachers, the administrators identify. It's now over 90% in our education system in the United States identify as Democrat or strong leftist. We now have something, I believe the latest numbers from Heterodox said that like 30% of professors in the universities that they looked at, and they tried to take a broad swath of them, now identified as extreme left, as socialist or communist. Those same professors, many of them say that they feel that it is immoral to discuss capitalist positions or conservative positions. So it is like it's. I don't know if you're just not looking into it, but it is undeniable that academia is extremely left wing, extremely
This is
left
the
wing in
thing
the
that I
United
felt like
States.
I felt like it was worthwhile to do, because that was the thing that I felt like this is the thing I was trying to do at first here that I didn't have the ability to do so because I didn't look it up. But I would feel as though we should really define academia here, because just from the Oxford Dictionary, uh, the environment or community concerned with the pursuit of research, education, or scholarship. I just felt like it was worth actually putting out the actual definition, because like is
Well, I'll tell you what my definition of is what I mean of it. The
okay.
institutions that shape our culture around education in the United States. Fair enough.
apologize. I had someone interrupt me in
Oh, it's
just a
okay.
moment there.
So, did you hear what I said?
No, I did not. I apologize.
The institutions that shape the culture around our education system. That's what I define as academia.
Okay, so that's your personal connotation of the word. I mean,
Okay,
but
well
like,
then when I say, well then, what you give me the words you would use for that, right? You don't think
no, I mean
academia is the
like,
word. Go ahead. You give me the words you would use for that.
no, I
They're
was just like that
overwhelmingly
was
left wing.
no,
Whatever
that
you
was the
say.
thing I was just trying to define originally. Is that
Okay.
you like
Well, so
that? I
I've
was just
defined it
thinking
for
like
you. Yeah.
just felt like it was just no. I mean, I understand that that's your definition, so we don't even need to actually. Never mind. Like we don't need to go back to what I was doing because like you functionally given your definition of it, so it's
Right.
ultimately just not worthwhile.
Okay, but would you agree that based on my definition that it's overwhelmingly left wing?
I mean, I would say so with your definition, but
Well, isn't that would be the definition that matters? Those that are
like yeah,
influencing the
because
culture surrounding it. Like, it doesn't really matter if you could be like, well, Rob Noah's on his back porch going like this. I'm pontificating about
yeah,
education. Therefore, I am part of academia. Doesn't really matter what that guy thinks, but the guy that's the dean in Harvard, and the guy that's the head of the National School Board Association, and the woman that's in charge of the American Teachers Unions, and all of the teachers and professors and administrators, and all of the people in charge of legacy at the Ivy League institutions, all of those sort of people, they seem to have more of an influence on the culture of our education system rather than just the people, are just like, I pontificate about thinking. Therefore, I'm part of academia. So I would argue that the definition you gave, regardless of arguing the semantics of it, I'm talking quite clearly on the
never
people
mind
that
the
shape the
definition. Like,
culture.
I
Right,
was
that's what I'm
getting a
saying.
little bit
Forget
too
about the
focused on the
definition. I'm
definition.
just saying the institution of those who craft our culture around education are overwhelmingly left wing.
Was getting a little bit too focused on the definition there. But the
Sure.
thing that I would like to ask you then is that uh, then how would you feel as though you could possibly fix this problem? Because seemingly like it's not as though there's something that like put those people in place other than them going forth and doing the effort to get to those positions, right? You like them to like artificially say that they need to have someone of both political spectrum, both sides of the political spectrum, in that position. Like,
No,
I
well,
would just
so
like to hear what your
first up,
position, what your position on like
the
how to fix
first
this
thing
kind
you
of
need to
problem.
do to solve a problem is correctly identify the problem, right? So the first thing we need to do is people. Do you identify as a Republican, Democrat, strongly left wing, strongly right wing? How do you identify?
Personally, I guess you, if anything, I would say independent, but I mean, like,
Okay,
I jokingly say anti-centrist, but I mean,
okay,
that's not
sure.
really the truth.
Okay, so you have to take like people in the center and people that are even left or right but are moderate and show them the extent of the problem. That's the first thing. So, for example, when I talk to you and I'm like, there's a problem with all these institutions being overwhelmingly left wing, and you're like, nah, I don't really think so. Do you think so? And I'm like, yeah, sure, let's go through a list. Let's start with academia. And you're like, nah, I don't believe that. The first thing we could do to correct that problem is me to show you the extent of how bad the problem is. We can't correct the
That's actually
problem
true. How
culturally
about we start
until
there
we
then?
identify the problem.
But we start there then. I like,
Okay.
in what way do you see the educational system being run by left-wing people as a bad thing?
Well,
Never mind if it is or not. Why do you see that as a bad thing?
Well, I could tell you, but
I would
you've
just like
already
to hear your
agreed that it is, right? And I can tell you why
no,
you've
from what you
agreed. But
say, from
no,
I don't
let
have
me
the
let me
I don't
explain.
have the
You've
actual
already
numbers in
agreed, right?
front of me
Because
to agree that or to
your
agree fully
entire
or not,
premise.
but
No, 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 no,
I'm
no,
agreeing
no,
with you for the premise of continuing.
no. The entire conversation we're having is you were like, I feel that we need to challenge all establishments because we need to have dissenting voices. Right? Isn't that basically what this whole conversation
I
was
mean,
about?
and I entirely agree. We generally need like no matter the structure that we're talking about, like it's always worthwhile to have some form of uh what was the word that you used before? Goodness gracious, the word it's always worthwhile to have someone who is counter to the norm or someone at least willing to entertain those thoughts.
Sure, right.
You know?
And the reason for that, like we could give a bunch of reasons, but the gist of it is the reason for that is because if you don't have that, you kind of don't get to hear the criticisms of your ideology, of the thoughts that you're having, and you don't end up with the best possible system and the best possible ideologies because you're basically in a bubble. You have a blind spot.
Yeah.
You're not seeing what your weaknesses are, right? Well, then it's self-evident why having dominated our establishment education system being dominated by these left-wing views would be a bad thing? Right? You already answered the question.
I apologize, but I had a little bit of an audio issue there.
I said, then if you believe that, you've already answered the question why it would be a bad thing to have our academia be dominated by these left-wing views.
Yeah, I personally think that I don't necessarily think it could be. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing necessarily. I think that anything, maybe that it's worthwhile to look into if maybe it's a good way to look into. I'm trying to think of the right way to word this. To make like maybe like a committee of some sort to like look at the beliefs being put forth to people through some sort of political lens and see and try to remove as much politicizing of it as much as humanly possible, left or right. Just remove it and give them pure information.
Well, it's impossible, right? It's impossible to do that.
That's not. I don't think it's
sure
impossible.
it is. Your bias will always influence. Like, it's not going to be possible in our current system of education to be able to do that. Like, for example, if you're a professor with tenure, what are you recommending? That someone sit in the back of your room the whole time and go, I don't want you to say anything biased. I don't want you to say anything that could be interpreted as political. It can't happen.
Thinking, if you get enough people from both sides of the spectrum, and you can with a committee of those kinds of people, then you could easily get to the median of their feelings, correct? And, right. And that would be like
even if that's hypothetical
choice that you could go for.
Even if that's hypothetically possible, that only happens if you have good faith people of diverse backgrounds that are on both sides of the ledger, which we don't have. It's incredibly dominated by establishment left-wing voice.
Getting that group of people would be very difficult.
Right. Yes. So, and it's becoming worse and worse. We see that people in administrative, this would basically be administrators you're talking about. They're becoming even further radical left than the professors. The administrators are. And for example, we talk about the rising costs of university and things like that. Administrators, like you look at universities, the amount of, as tuition has increased and more people are going to universities, the amount of professors has been dwindling in sort of vis-a-vis that amount of students compared to the amount of administrators. We have like 10 times more administrators than we did 30 years ago, but only like 1.3 times more professors, right? So the administrative balloon at these universities is growing, and it's becoming increasingly left-wing. And so now it's focused on things like superficial diversity, and it's focused on things like, left-wing indoctrination and ensuring that people are safe and have safe spaces and are comfortable, and that right-wing views aren't being discussed because people find those to be uncomfortable. But here's the rub. That's just one part of the institutions I'm talking about. You could say the same thing about almost every major institution that shapes our culture. We'll move on to the next one. How about the entertainment industry? You think it's overwhelmingly left-wing or right-wing?
Oh, wait. What is overwhelmingly left-wing or right-wing? I apologize.
The entertainment industry.
Again, I would say probably left-wing just because... And I also... I don't know exactly why that is necessarily. I don't like. That's something that I've definitely recognized that myself personally. Like, there's a lot less conservative content on the internet personally. Like, at least on the internet.
It's not just the content. It's the people creating the content as well. But
that's the thing,
what happens is
I think that.
Right,
that's
so
exactly the root of the issue.
So if our kids are going through the education system and they're getting an overwhelmingly left-wing skewed perspective on things, and then let's not kid ourselves, people want to poo-poo it, but entertainment's very important. It helps shape our culture. And if over 90% of the people involved in that are pushing a more and more left-wing perspective, then how about we go to the media?
I'm saying never mind even just like subtly, like I think that you're speaking about. I'm talking about more directly. There is not as much political conservative content as there is political
right. It's not even close. It's not even close.
Even though those voices seem to be louder, it seems as though there are less of them.
It's not even close. So that's academia. That's the entertainment industry. How about the mainstream media?
In the mainstream media, I mean, that's a different. I mean, that depends on what do you define as the mainstream media.
I would call it sort of the legacy media. I would say media places that are owned by large corporations that use sort of the former technology such as radio, television, newspapers, things that we would consider media going into sort of the 21st century. So not tech companies. I'm not talking Facebook or Twitter or
I don't know if I
YouTube.
would say overwhelmingly then, frankly, because like
It's not even close.
no, I wouldn't even say it's frankly overwhelming personally because of the people that like as just a person who doesn't really consume that much news media in that manner. If I was to be asked what are the mainstream media sources using that definition, I would really only think of like three, and it would only be like slightly weighted toward the left. I would just think of like CNN, obviously that's like left leaning. Then you have Fox, that's right leaning, and then I had like C-SPAN, which is usually left leaning.
It's not even good. So first off, even places like Fox, when it came to the 2020 election, they had certainly there were people on Fox that were endorsing Trump and sticking up for Trump, but you certainly had a lot of moderates, and you had people on the left like Chris Wallace that were rabidly rabidly Biden supporters that were against Trump. But even if you accept that, that's a pittance. That's not the only three you would think of. First, you leave off the entire newspaper. Legacy media, which is huge. Let me just show you some clips. We'll show you just how the newspapers want. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
All right. Here's who major newspapers in this country endorsed for president in 2020. Ready? No. Biden, Trump, Biden. Then 6 no's. Biden. Then a no. Biden. And you get the point. You see this list? It's not
Quite
even
a bit
close.
of a delay there. Hang on, just a moment.
Sure. You can take a look.
Yeah, there's a bit of a delay between us and speaking and the actual stream. There,
Right.
So
You could also see
you talking to me.
do I not have it up?
No, I imagine you do have it up. It's just there's a large delay between you and I due to our internet connection.
Okay. Well, I'm just telling you. You can feel free to check that out. I'll put the link. It's just Wikipedia that shows major newspapers and who they endorsed. Right. I could bring up other sources as well, for example, that say when you're talking about non-cable news, you're talking about network news like ABC, CBS, NBC, and I forget who the other one is. 94% of their coverage favored Joe Biden. Then when you get to cable news, yes, Fox, you could say, certainly probably leaned Republican and leaned towards Trump, though not all Republicans. I believe that at the establishment level, the establishment Republicans aren't much different than the Democrats. So there were certainly people at Fox that were establishment Republicans that didn't like Trump. They would have probably rather seen Biden, like Chris Wallace. But nonetheless, even if you take Fox, Breitbart, and Newsmax and OAN, that is a pittance compared to CNN and MSNBC, all of the major, right, like all of the major Disney Corp, like all of the media outlets that they own, right? It's just not close. It's not close at all. And then when you fact, we already talked about the entertainment industry, but sadly, many people get their politics through sort of things like late night comedy, like The Daily Show and places like them. Name one of them that's right wing. There's none. So almost all of our media, almost all, other than a handful, are leaning towards sort of the establishment left. It's just true. The same is true of websites. Okay, you have Breitbart, but for every Breitbart, you have Atlantic, Vox, BuzzFeed, and on and on and on and on. I mean, it's not Yahoo News, Reuters, AP. All of these lean left wing. All of them. And it's evident, all you have to do is look at the major news stories that were being covered by the news media. There were hundreds of examples of them getting stories wrong during the Trump presidency. Every single time it went in the same direction. Anti-Trump, anti-Trump, anti-Trump. Every single time. Whoops, we reported that story and it was factually incorrect. But that was a story that was designed to make Trump look bad. They never did it the other way. I challenge you to find me the story that one of these major media outlets reported that made Trump look good that they later had to retract.
I don't really, and I'm not in any way educated about this. Like, this is something that I know that you seem very educated about, that I am.
Chonko says that I was scrolling fast because not all of these newspapers are major newspapers, right? So if you like Chonko, and I've dealt with this before, what he's trying to say is like, for example, the Oregonian, is that a major newspaper? Right, on itself, it might not be a major newspaper nationally, but when you see that there are literally newspapers from almost every major city here, the major newspapers from almost every major city, and we could see that overwhelmingly they endorsed Joe Biden over Donald Trump, that matters in those specific cities. That was one part that we were talking about. Now, I understand that, people want to be, people that want to be intentionally misled and things like that will say, that's why he was scrolling fast. No, I wasn't trying to mislead. I posted the link. I talked about it. But again, Tronco, you could call in as well and tell me how that's not the case. You can call in and tell me how the mainstream media was more for Donald Trump or even-handed. It's bullshit. Everyone who remotely pays attention knows that it was incredibly skewed one way. If you like, I can bring up other sources. If you,
I mean, I can't really bring up many other sources personally. I mean, I didn't really I've never when I was thinking about this originally, I was considering like legitimately television networks in my head only. I was not considering things like newspapers or anything of that nature.
Well, I would not consider only television networks to be.
It was legitimately
even then. So you have Fox. You have Fox on one hand. So even if we take television networks, okay, on one hand you have Fox. On the other hand, we have ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC.
CBS is right leaning, I believe. Is it not?
You think CBS is right leaning?
TBS.
No, I didn't say TBS. I said TBS.
I thought you said TBS.
No, TBS is owned by, at least used to be owned by Turner, which their politics channel would be CNN, which is overwhelmingly left wing.
Yeah. What? Wait. Oh yes. I apologize. I actually got it mixed up there.
Yeah. CBS with this. So the major networks, ABC, NBC, CBS, overwhelmingly left wing. CNN, overwhelmingly left wing. MSNBC, overwhelmingly left wing. And Fox sucks.
Yeah. I mean, and Fox does suck. I mean,
right.
You're not wrong.
Right. Okay. They weren't pro-Trump. You had like 3 people on there that were pro-Trump. They endorsed the establishment, which is exactly what.
Wished for, frankly.
Well, that's exactly what I'm railing against.
Is people that are out there, both sides of the spectrum, that are willing to sit there and calmly speak about their beliefs. You know?
Yeah,
I mean, it always seems as though once you see people on like Fox News, not always, but it was almost always just not fear mongering per se. It was always just a lot of over exaggeration. And
that's what you're saying about Fox News?
Frankly, that's what they would do a lot. Is that
okay? How about CNN?
Like they would but they do the same thing, don't they?
How about the New York Times?
Their own biases.
How about the New York Times?
That's what I'm saying. Is that everybody exaggerates with their own biases, but it was just like
right. But you said Fox specifically. I find
Fox
that
in particular.
So in the right. So you're saying that it's ridiculous. People just bag on Fox when basically all the media
was just
does it.
Fox was the one that I feel like does so even more so a little bit than most news stations. So it's like become like the thing that they're notable for. You know what I mean?
Right, that's because despite the fact that you say you're for criticizing the establishment, you, whether you know it or not, have accepted the biases of the establishment. I have no love for Fox News, I rail against them all the time, but anyone that can make a statement like that after 4 years of watching Rachel Maddow or Don Lemon or Cuomo on CNN is not living in reality. You are not living in reality if you're like Fox does it worse than CNN or MSNBC. Well, I'm just saying, then you're not, like, you're just accepting the establishment narrative. That's what you're doing, right? You're like, oh, I've heard people say Fox is the worst, so they must be the worst.
It's not
and then when I push you on it, you're like,
the Fox that I have watched has not been worthwhile.
So you've watched Fox but not CNN. You've watched Fox but not CNN. That's what you're saying.
I will watch Fox. I'll bash CNN too. Like they have their own biases that they also lean too much on. But I'm just saying that Fox themselves like exceedingly notable for that.
Again,
like,
but
that's
like
the thing that they were always bashed
about. No. What you're doing is right, like it is evident, like you sort of have one of the major biases that we have in our establishment media is sort of the air of omission, right? And it's so not saying things that should be said, not covering stories that should be covered and things like that. And as someone who says that we need to challenge the establishment, that seems to be something that you would agree with, that an air of omission could be a serious error. What you're doing right now is we're talking about how all of these institutions are overwhelmingly sort of establishment left wing, and you're like, I'm going through it step by step of what I mean by that. And when you're like, well, I'm going to call out one of these institutions, and you're like, I'm going to call Fox News. And you're like, I admit I don't watch much Fox News, and I admit I don't watch much CNN. And yeah, I guess I'm saying they're all bad, but Fox is the worst.
Frankly.
Okay,
I'm
so
just
then
like,
where are you coming to the conclusion that, like, for example, in the last 4 years, that Fox was the worst in what you said was basically having hyperbolic people on?
it's not at all what I said. It was just like you had said that Fox sucks, and I was pointing out the fact, frankly, that that is generally the reason that people would assume, not assume, generally the reason that people would communicate as to why Fox sucks. Like, there is just, it's much more notable for them than most other news stations. Like, to the point where you would see Fox subsidiaries all have to say the exact same script, like just to run their.
I mean,
mandated
you're
story.
literally, your area of omission is that's the exact same truth of NBC, ABC, CBS, CNN,
It's
New York
not,
Times,
though.
Washington Post. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So you're telling me I can't find a video of those sort of anchors all repeating the exact same script? That's what you're telling me?
You can find them. They're generally for Fox, for like that specific Fox News breakdown. That's why I was just. That's
Okay.
like the thing that
Okay.
was
So we'll
notable
see.
for
We'll
me.
bring one up and see if that's okay.
You can find
Again,
them,
you
please.
don't know
I'm
what you're
not gonna-
talking about. You're admitting that you don't have much of
I
a
know. I
knowledge
know
of this.
exactly what
that
we're
you don't-
talking about. Like,
No.
please-
You've
please
admitted that you don't really consume this sort of media. You've admitted I don't really watch CNN.
No,
I don't
yes,
really
please,
watch
no, I do
MSNBC.
not consume
Right. So then,
anywhere
how would you
politically.
know if they're repeating a script or not?
I've legitimately seen this exact behavior and seeing the actual script and then looking back, seeing the actual thing from multiple actual news sources. Not being like going, just seeing like a YouTube video and being like, oh, is that real? And then just like moving on. Seeing a YouTube
Let's just
video
play
and,
one,
like,
click one.
literally
Here's
actually
so I could literally bring up hundreds
Why
of
do you
these. Here's
think
left wingers.
these
The walls
attacks
are closing
becoming
in.
so much
Ready?
more frequent now?
do it for the. They
It's
do it
not
for the men.
surprising
They
Please,
that
let's
Donald
leave it
Trump
go.
is increasing his
You've never
attacks.
heard
The
this, so
walls are
please be
closing
quiet.
in
not
on
at
him.
all against you here.
No,
I don't
please be quiet.
understand.
Please, no. Please be quiet. You've never heard this, so let's listen to some of it. You've never heard it. Now's a chance to hear.
I wanna
Here's
hear it.
Democrats.
Let me turn on the
Okay, there you go.
The walls are
Don't just stand there, try and brace it with something.
Feels like the walls are closing in on the White House. It feels as if the walls are closing in here.
I think the walls of justice are closing in on President Trump.
Increasingly desperate, feeling like the walls are closing in.
The president clearly feels all the walls closing in on him in terms of the Russia investigation.
The walls are closing in.
I think at this point, the walls are spinning. It does feel like the walls are closing in, but I think that the administration at this point can start to see the walls closing in.
He feels the walls closing in on him. Everybody he talks to says the walls are closing in.
This is another potential wall closing in.
This president is feeling the walls are closing in.
The walls, meanwhile, are closing in on the president of the United States.
I think he's feeling the Russia investigation. I think he's feeling the walls closing in on him.
I think he knows that the walls are closing in.
The walls may be closing in higher up at the White House.
The president apparently believes that the walls are closing in on him.
The walls are closing in on the president right now.
That Donald Trump feels the walls closing in.
Feeling like the walls are closing in around him?
Yes.
Does it seem like the walls could be closing in on this president?
Feels like we are finally at a tipping point. The walls are closing in on President Trump.
Feels like the president is sitting in the White House. The walls are closing in around him.
And that's why there's this sense of the walls closing in.
As it appears the walls are closing in terms of the Mueller investigation, the walls are closing in.
The walls are closing in.
I do feel that he feels the walls closing in on him.
Legal walls are closing in on Donald Trump tonight.
From a Democratic perspective, this is the president who feels like the walls are closing in.
As he feels the walls are closing in, any indication that legally speaking, the walls are closing in on the president?
Feel some of the walls closing in on him.
Is that the walls are closing in on President Trump. The walls are closing in on the president.
If you like, we could go through a dozen more of those if you like. It's up to you.
I mean,
Could it be
hold on,
possible that you were...
let me mute the stream here.
Sure. Could it be possible
Yeah, I apologize.
that you were
There's
just
there's
unaware?
yeah.
Yeah, sure. Could it be possible that
No,
you're
I
unaware that
understand
actually
what
it's
you're
just
saying
as
there,
bad?
and frankly, even the thing that I was trying to go re-educate myself on while I was listening to that video there was the fact that the thing that I was referring to was more specifically the Sinclair Broadcasting Group. They own Fox affiliates, ABC affiliates, CBS and NBC affiliates. It's generally applicable to the conversation here, but not as much politically charged as I had believed originally here. I was misremembering, but if you'd like, I'll drop a video in your chat about it.
What you're doing is you're posting a YouTube video just like that showed that Sinclair Broadcasting had many of their Fox affiliates. Right, which is exactly what happens at NBC, which is exactly what happens at the New York Times and the Washington Post and CNN and ABC and CBS. It's exactly the same thing. And NPR. It's the exact same thing, but you don't bring that up. You're just like, well, I have a problem with Sinclair. Do you have a problem with Disney Corp owning so many control of so many media outlets in the country? Do you have a problem with Alphabet owning so many platforms like YouTube, Google, etc., and repeating the same thing? Great, right. So the idea that you've isolated one, well, there's Sinclair, and it seems that they've repeated a lot of talking points, especially when I've said that I already think that Fox News is garbage, right? The fact that you're like, well, that's uniquely the worst. So we're outlining that the establishment, when it comes to this, when it comes to the mainstream media, is overwhelmingly left-wing, and it seems like you serve the focus of your criticism the most on the one right-wing outlet because you're just focusing on television. So instead of focusing on ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC, any of those places, you're like, well, the worst one is the one right-wing one. That one's the worst. And the reason is because I've heard them repeat the same talking points. I could show you dozens of videos of all of these left-wing, not just owned by one outlet like Disney, but left-wing outlet after left-wing outlet, even across ownership, repeating the same talking points that are basically coming out of the Democratic Party. I could show you dozens of those videos.
Okay. First of all, frankly, I would just like to say, I am just trying to say, I really am just like trying to bring up things only that I am certainly not educated on necessarily, but I at least have enough knowledge to speak about. Like, I'm not sitting here and just like, I don't want to sit here and get into too much of this stuff and then get into a place where I'm trying to speak about a political position that I may not have too much of an education about to give you much of an actual like educated position from this position. But it seems as though that you're speaking from a self-educated position. Like, but I don't want to be like, I don't want to like assume. I just want to make sure that that's the case.
Well, that's why I asked you, in the middle of this, I said, could it be possible that you're just unaware that the same sort of shit's happening? Right. That's what I said. You were like, well, I think Fox is worst. That's what I asked you. Do you think it's possible that you just haven't seen this?
Earlier.
Okay. All right. So,
that's why,
okay. So we've gone. So I think that I've
really
proven my
like
case when it comes to.
here.
Go ahead.
That's why I was trying to apologize before for misspeaking about saying that it was just Fox. It's just that I recall it being Fox in the videos that I had seen of them repeating the exact same script, because it is some Fox, but I don't recall 100% if they make it just for Fox that they have to do so, or if it's all Sinclair stations.
Right, and so what I'm telling you is the fact that
had remembered seeing from Fox and felt as though was applicable to the conversation.
And that could be the mere fact that you were unaware, that you only knew about Fox and Sinclair, and you were unaware about the left-wing outlets doing the same thing. Probably goes to show my proof. Please, I let you finish your sentence. Probably shows just the power and the control that these left-wing establishment outlets have. The fact that so you're aware of it now, but you chose not to bring it up. Now that's your defense?
Well, no. What I want to say is I'm aware of the kind of thing that we're talking about. That's why I was trying to bring up an example. Like, I understand the kind of thing that you're trying to bring up here. Although personally, like, a side note here, the one that you had brought up, I almost didn't want to bring this up because I know that you're just going to end up bringing up another example, and I don't want to waste time doing so. But like, the one that you brought up is a pretty obvious joke to make, frankly. The walls are closing in on the man who's trying to set up a wall. Like, it's a pretty obvious.
No, what it is it was them repeatedly repeating the lies coming from the Mueller investigation, the FBI investigation to Trump, which was all bullshit. They continue to repeat those lies and say it's going to be the end of the Trump presidency. They repeated that over and over and over and over and over and over again. It was all lies. It was all incorrect. The walls were not closing in, right? And they repeated, that was just the tagline that they were given scripted to give to the story. And the story was always some legal matter revolving the Russiagate thing is going to be the end of Trump's presidency. It was all a lie. Not only was it not the end of Trump's presidency, the whole Russiagate thing was a lie.
The only thing that I would like to make a point of there is that, like, even though that, like, we can't necessarily say that it was even if I am not educated enough to know if this is, to say if it was necessarily truth or not, but what I'm saying is assuming that it was not the truth. Like, you can't automatically assume that the media was at fault there. They
Sure, I
could
can.
have simply
I
just
can't
been
assume,
taking
and you
the
know how I could
information.
assume. Let me ask you this: like, let's say that you live in a town, right? And it's 1970, and you live in a town in Alabama. Okay, you with me?
I'm listening.
Okay, and so let's say in that town that you live in, 1,000 people were arrested for jaywalking in 1 year. Okay, follow me?
I'm listening.
Okay, 999 of them were black, and 1 was white. Now the population of your town is 10% black.
I mean,
Okay?
Okay, what? I don't know. What are we getting into here?
Would you say that you have enough information to assume that there was some sort of bias that went into that?
I mean, yeah, certainly. I would assume
Okay.
that it's at
Similarly,
least worth looking into. With that
sure. So
information.
similarly, when we could see these media outlets hundreds of times got stories wrong during the Trump administration, and every single time the story made Trump look worse, and you can't come up with one example of these media outlets admitting they got a story wrong that ended up making Trump look better, that they reported something positive about Trump that they had to later apologize and say. So when that occurs, and not only that, again, it's funny that you say this because we could actually see there's a trial going on right now where we could see that media members were actually working with members of the Hillary Clinton campaign to disseminate knowingly false information to damage Donald Trump. The New York Times actually apologized for this in 2018, said that we have to give Trump a fair shake. They've all but admitted it. They admit that they're activists to end Donald Trump and to end those sort of conservative beliefs because they find them so morally unjustified. People like Barry Weiss that left the New York Times has admitted that's what her editors were telling her to do. So yes, I feel totally confident given all of that to say yes, absolutely, because of the evidence we see of the bias of the media and how they got the stories wrong in one direction all the time. And their tone of it was like studies, a Harvard study, I believe, showed that network news, 94% of coverage was negative towards Trump. That's not an accident. It's not, well, we can't blame them. They just, whoopsies, you know. They were just, every time they happened to be wrong, it benefited one side, not the other. They silence the stories they don't cover, like they didn't have anything to say about the Hunter Biden laptop story. They said, oh, we don't see proof that that's true, but they basically called Donald Trump a gang rapist when Brett Kavanaugh a gang rapist when Michael Avenatti brought some woman up to say it. I mean, it's evident to anyone who remotely pays attention to this stuff.
May I make a point about this just for a moment?
Sure.
Because you had specifically asked for stories of them recanting and Trump looking better afterward.
No, the recant makes Trump look better. The recant makes Trump look better. I'm asking the opposite.
Does not get as much publicization.
That's not what I'm saying. That's exactly right. You're making my point. They'll tell a story that's negative of Trump.
I'm trying to agree with your point at least as much. I'm trying to not agree with your point. I'm trying to give you what I agree with your point and not talk too much about it because I don't necessarily have an education about this point. I'm just trying to talk to you about it, and you've been saying quite a lot of things when I've been trying to respond. So it's been a lot.
Well, it's my show, and it's because
it's how it goes. It's how it goes. I know.
Well, that's part of it, and it's also part that you keep admitting I don't. You keep making statements and then saying I don't know about any of that, right? So I'm giving you a bunch of examples to prove that.
Frankly, I never feel too comfortable talking about these things because I'm never coming from an actual educated position on the matter. You know what I mean? I'm just giving you my personal opinion.
All right, so I will give you my personal opinion. I think that I've proven, based on my argumentation versus your argumentation, that when it comes to academia, at least what I define as academia, the institutions that shape our education, the culture around our education system, when it comes to the entertainment industry, when it comes to the majority of the mainstream media, all of those institutions have been overwhelmingly for the Democrats, or at least lip service to the left-wing cause. Let's move on to tech companies. Left-wing, right-wing. Or centrist? What do you think?
I would say probably left wing, yeah.
Overwhelmingly left wing, and that would you also?
I don't know exactly why.
But it doesn't matter if you know why. All that matters is you agree that they're left wing. Do you think that these platforms like Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, do you think that they're important in shaping our culture?
I would say so, certainly, but I also want to say that I don't necessarily think that these things are like tech companies immediately become or left and right wing. Like if we're going to continue with your thought process of academia has formed that if academia in it itself is left-wing and instills left-wing values into people, then it would make more sense that more left-wing people go through that process.
This is irrelevant, right? What you're saying is what I'm saying. So again, it's interesting. You come in, you're like, we should challenge establishments. We shouldn't have bubbles. We should have dissenting views, et cetera, et cetera. I'm like, I agree. I talk about sort of what I see as the establishment. Now you're changing. Now you're changing the conversation to why is there a bubble? Why is there an establishment? Well, I think because education is more left-wing, that would explain why the tech companies are more left-wing. Fine, that's a separate conversation. That's not the conversation we're having. The why is not the conversation we're having. We're having the question of, is this the way things are? And if it is that a problem? You've already agreed it's a problem, that if we have an establishment
I don't think it's a problem, personally.
You don't think, right. So then what you came in saying was erroneous. You don't challenge establishment. What you actually meant was you're a bootlicker for the establishment if it agrees with you. That's what you meant to say. Yeah, that is it. So you don't think it's a problem if all these major institutions are dominated with the same political ideology. You don't think that's a problem?
You seem to think that I think that what would be a problem is letting politics get in the way of technological progression, no matter what they are. I don't think it's a problem necessarily that they're left wing. I just don't think that you should be introducing politics and things where politics don't belong.
Okay. Well, I thank you for the call. It's always interesting to see an anti-establishment person that doesn't think that it's a problem, that every major institution has the exact same ideology and seeks sort of to drown out other voices. So very interesting anti-establishment call here. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
I hope you have a wonderful life.
I will. Thanks. All right, next call. We got Chonko Fat Pants wants to call in. What's up, Chonko? Can you hear me?
Hey, can you hear me?
I do. A little bit of an echo, but.
I'm sorry. I wouldn't begin to know how to fix that.
That's all right. It's tolerable. So what's up?
Well,
what do you want to talk about?
Thank you for having me in here. I actually don't know a lot about your channel. I just found it last night when you were having the debate over gun culture.
Okay.
Not that I wanted to continue that. Am I interrupting a specific topic that you were working on?
No, not specifically. We can talk about whatever you like.
Okay, well, let's. You started with tech and bias in tech, right?
Yes.
So let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Do you think that a large corporation like Twitter is more interested in pushing a cultural ideology, or it's more interested in obtaining profit by being attractive to the largest number of users?
It's an interesting argument. So intuitively, you would say the money. That's what you would intuitively say. But we could see tech companies and other companies shoot themselves in the foot over and over again because there's a currency more important at this point than money for many of these people. And that would be sort of wokeism. How woke can you be? Let me give you an example. DuckDuckGo is a tech company, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you think, if you had to guess, if you know of DuckDuckGo, hopefully you do, what would you guess the average user base for DuckDuckGo would be? What type of people were using DuckDuckGo?
Well, honestly, from what I know of it, I would think it would be overwhelmingly right-wing. It seemed to make the rounds on Parler early on in its inception.
Yes, that's true, but that's not really what I was asking. I wasn't asking their political. I'll just say this and you see if you agree with me.
Oh, okay.
DuckDuckGo was like basically a competitor to Google. It was a search engine. And so basically I would say 95 to 99% of their user base are probably people that were willing to say, I have a distrust of Google for whatever reason, for privacy concerns or because I think they're politically biased. So I'm going to move to an alternative platform. And I agree. Most of those are probably right-wingers because they were fed up with what they saw as their treatment on Google and Google-owned properties. So we basically agree. Overwhelmingly, it would be right-wingers that had a distrust of sort of the I don't want to use the word monopoly. The big guy, Google, right? They had a distrust, and they already showed a willingness to move on. Correct?
No, I think that's really likely. I think as public consciousness comes around to the idea of how you actually pay for services like Google by giving them your data, people are going to draw a line there. And I would also think that conservatives in general are probably more security conscious, right?
Okay.
I don't think that's an unfair characterization.
I don't think it was just security, though. I think that there was also, you hear people that use those services all the time say, I feel that Google's manipulating my search results in a way that prioritizes sort of establishment left-wing causes, right? So if I search Hillary Clinton, I'm going to get a bunch of positive articles from MSNBC, CNN, the New York Times, etc. And if I search Donald Trump, I'm going to get a bunch of negative articles from the first. That's what I heard from a lot. That's why I use DuckDuckGo, because I felt that the manipulation of the search engine had a political slant to it.
So you don't think that slant is based off of choices that you've made, and their algorithm reacting to it, right?
No, not at all.
I mean,
I think that it's evident. It's irrelevant to the conversation, but no, okay. I don't think so at all, right? Because do I think that I was searching for more negative Trump articles than I was negative Hillary articles? No, not at all. Not at all.
So, I mean, I was just trying to establish whether you were contending that there was some kind of concerted effort to put out, like left-wing search results.
Sure, there is. Professor Robert Epstein, for example, talked about how Google itself, Alphabet, the company that owned Google and also owns YouTube, would be able to sway 16 million votes in the 2020 election through their manipulation of the algorithm, which he was able to definitively prove over and over again favored Democrats and Hillary Clinton in 2016 and Joe Biden in 2020. So he testified in front of the Senate and was able to prove that. And it's also just intuitively true.
So would you say he was able to prove that? What proof did he offer at the time? Did he have
for example, he did.
I'm a data scientist, by the way, so
right.
This is keenly.
So I could link if you like. So what he did was, like, for example, they used several different search engines and they used several different terms, and they were able to determine the difference in the prioritization of certain websites, certain news outlets, etc. when it came to those search terms. And you could do a simple test yourself. For example, go to YouTube and you'll find that if you search something political, that you're likely to see mainstream media outlets be prioritized over far bigger and more engaging personalities that stream exclusively to online media such as YouTube. And the reason is because there is a prioritization of Google and other places to prioritize sort of these establishment relationships that they have, and those relationships, the mainstream media that they're prioritizing, overwhelmingly is politically biased for one side. So this is just true, but it's irrelevant to what I'm saying.
I mean, that's a great assertion, but the thing is that as a programmer, knowing how these algorithms are actually written, I can tell you most of the time that is a feedback-based system. You get the most popular click, right?
That's not true. You're factually wrong. If that was the case,
really,
if that was the case,
I got to get my
right. So, for example, let me tell you. Okay, if that's the case, can you let me ask you this: who is the most watched political commentator in the country?
That'd be Tucker Carlson.
Who is the most watched political commentator in the country in the key demographic of 18 to 45-year-old men that lean Democrat?
I honestly don't know. I mean, maybe
Tucker Carlson. That's who it is. It's Tucker Carlson. So why would he and the people at his network be deprioritized versus these other places such as CNN that have almost no viewership?
Yeah, well, the thing is that those algorithms are not based on the fact that they go to those streams. It's based on the monetizable assets that they click on afterwards. If you've got boner pills, I'm sorry, I have a potty mouth. I should have asked.
That's all right. I don't mind at all. I don't mind at all. That's fine.
Yeah, if you have boner pills, which are skewing towards a certain audience, right? Whenever people follow that link, they don't enter into the monetization stream for that particular thing. They don't enter into the monetization stream. Google doesn't want them because Google's there for the dollars.
I just don't feel, I feel that when we see that there are massively popular, at best, you could say this country split 50-50, and to see that being swayed. So then the only way what you're saying would make sense is the only people that click on ads are overwhelmingly left-wing people. Right-wing people don't really click on the ads. It's overwhelmingly left-wing people. And that's why even though we can see that the major shows are overwhelmingly right-wing, like the biggest shows overwhelmingly right-wing, that's going to be deprioritized in the algorithm because none of those people are clicking on boner pill ads afterwards.
Well, no, I'm not saying that, left-wing people don't click on ads. I'm just saying they don't click on those ads. Like, obviously, if you go to Fox News website, I'm going to be see things that are being geared towards a more conservative audience.
Okay, but then that's baked into the cake when we talk about algorithms on Google, right? Okay, sure, maybe right-wingers click on different ads than left-wingers, granted. But both are, unless you present some evidence, I don't see any evidence that left-wingers click on ads more than right-wingers. Are you suggesting that?
Well, I honestly do not know of any scholarly works that I could Google up real quick for you to prove that. I can just say I'm quite familiar with the algorithms because it is my bread and butter. And that's how they work. Whenever you monetize something, you don't.
You're just factually. You're factually. What I'm saying is you're factually wrong. That is how an algorithm could be. That is how an algorithm.
Nothing.
No, it is not based off nothing. It's based on data and research that's been testified in front of Senate. And it's also based off common sense that you can't even defend your position here, right? You're suggesting how you may create an algorithm.
Defending it pretty well, actually.
You're not defending it. This is what you're saying. You're like, I've created algorithms. Okay. Here's how I went about it. Therefore, bias. So you're telling me, I just want, real quick. You're saying bias, please, real quick. So you're telling me it's impossible for someone to create an algorithm that would prioritize their ideology. That's what you're telling me. It would be impossible for that to occur.
Okay. So absolutely they could if they wanted to do that. It would probably be suicide in the economic arena, but you never know. I mean, like, there is obviously space for political propaganda from both sides in the economy, right? Because you have Sam Cedar and you have Tucker Carlson and you have, whatever. But if you're trying to be the number one search engine on the thing, and you repeatedly give people stuff that they're not interested in, you're not going to make a lot of money.
Well, they do.
I understand what you're saying there. I'm just saying.
But, I mean, that's the reality.
The vast majority of people, they're probably like, you and I might be outliers well outside of the temperate middle that people respond to.
I think you're wrong. I think the fact that roughly half the country voted for Donald Trump in 2016 and 2020, I think that fact would show that you would expect the algorithm to be about 50-50, at least close to it, when it's not even close to that. It's not even close. And that's just talking about the search.
Different online usage
But
patterns.
again, that doesn't matter. Those people might have but in whole, it would average out. If all of those people are similarly using Google, then you would expect that Google would be about 50-50 because it wouldn't want to isolate one of those groups and lose 50% of their potential audience, correct?
And I think if you went and you searched for like baseball scores or something like that is non-political, you would get 50-50 results on just about everything. But whenever you start
but no one's
searching for a
that.
political arena, you're going to reinforce that by clicking on the sites that you agree with politically. And
then you would expect someone. Okay, go on.
Well, I'm just saying the algorithm, it learns from not just your own clicks, but a lot of other people's clicks as well. And there's this concept in statistics called descending to the mean. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but
I can intuit what it means.
Yeah. Okay. So what happens is if you're outside of a mean range, then you're not going to be well serviced by whatever you're working with that's based off of a mean range.
But
right?
we've already discussed this.
Right
That would
have far to the left. You're not necessarily going to get served the things you think you should be served.
But again, the problem with that would be the mean range would be about 50% of the country voted for Donald Trump.
Well, yes, if we were searching up votes, right?
But we're not. But again, so you would assume you could intuit what a Trump voter would be like, what they would feel on certain issues, right? And so for those people to be clicking and still see CNN prioritized, New York Times prioritized, Washington Post prioritized, right? That seems counterintuitive to what you're suggesting because you would say, well, certainly an individual like Rob Knorr, his clicks are going to show he didn't prioritize New York Times or Washington Post. And so if those are still the things coming up, it must be because that's what the sort of descent to the mean has been when it comes to people around the country. But if roughly half the country would sort of be similar political in views to me, or at least within a range of political views to me, the places like the New York Times, CNN, etc. would be out of that scope, then you wouldn't expect to see. Maybe you would say, well, ABC would be prioritized, or maybe Reuters or AP. But we don't see that. You continue to see the prioritization of groups that are far more left-wing. And it doesn't, the funny thing is, all of this is tangential. It has nothing to do with, it doesn't matter if it exists or not. All that matters is that I think that it exists. Okay, so it doesn't matter. I just think you're factually wrong about that, but it doesn't matter, and let me explain why.
Well,
it doesn't matter. What's that?
I said you're welcome to your beliefs. That's cool.
Well, it I don't. You're welcome to yours, I guess.
Okay.
The idea that you don't think that bias could play a role or would be political suicide, or it would be suicide for the brand, is nonsense. But anyways, I digress. It doesn't matter what the reality of that is. Anyways, all that matters is there are a lot of people that think that happens. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay,
and there's a
that's
lot of
all that
money to be
matters
gained from those people too.
Sure. So if people think Google is prioritizing a sort of politics that I don't like, I'm going to move to DuckDuckGo or another alternative site. You would agree that a lot of Okay. So then explain to me
it
if
would
it's
become a huge problem for Google if everybody who was experiencing that problem with Google would go to DuckDuckGo, and then Google would have to seriously think about its business model if it wanted to keep all those ducats rolling in.
Great. Gotcha. So then why would the CEO of DuckDuckGo come out and be like, we're going to censor places that we think are pushing pro-Russia propaganda? Why would he do that?
That's a good question. You should probably ask him. See, this is
Right.
actually the greater point that we really should be getting to, which is, I imagine we're building up to Twitter being the public square, right?
Sure, that's part of it.
Okay. So here's the issue, all right? I think that most conservatives would agree that a business, normally speaking, should have rights of association based off of what the business wants and not what the public at large wants, right? If you want to sell your guns to a particular brand of people and not to a particular other brand of people because you don't want your brand associated with that, that should be your choice as a business owner, right?
Sure.
Okay. But there's this contention that somehow Twitter has become a public square and that it needs to just let anything happen, right? Anything legal. But the problem for Twitter is there is already a place like that. It's called 4chan, and it's revolting. If you can go there and hang out for more than 30 minutes, you have a stronger stomach than me. Right?
Okay, so first off, I noticed that you skirted the original issue here.
I'm sorry,
question.
I didn't mean to do
that's all
that.
right. The original issue was, are they prioritizing ideology or money? And so I gave you an example, which you just agreed with, that clearly the CEO of DuckDuckGo said something that would be behooven to his ideology, but certainly anyone, given that he understood that a large base of his users were people that were distrusting of manipulating algorithms to go sort of with this establishment left-wing narrative, that he knew that he would alienate a huge bulk of his users from saying that, and it would cost his company money. He did it anyways.
One has to ask the question, like, what was the calculus going on in his head? Could it be that he was concerned about liabilities that would cost him more than he would gain from the user base that was coming in and searching for those extreme sites?
Could it be that he was more concerned with his ideology and being with the in crowd and saying the right things than he was about his pocketbook?
I think that's kind of a simplistic view of the world. If you
I think your view is very simplistic. I think I think your view right, which is fair. I would expect someone like you with a very simplistic view that thinks that people's bias couldn't influence an algorithm to also have the simplistic view that you think that people's bias wouldn't be able to influence the things that they would say publicly, even if it means it would harm them financially.
You try and write an algorithm that was biased based off of your political views. So you think it's like literally if red team, then go blue team? That's not how that works.
No, it would be simple.
Like,
you would just
determine. Well, you can do keyword prioritization, but you still it would be fiendishly complex for it. And you'd have to be staying on top of it constantly. Somewhere would have to be someone maintaining it.
It would not be difficult for two reasons, right? One, you could have the keyword, which you've already said. Second, you could prioritize places that you knew reliably would put forth the ideology that you had. So, for example, you could prioritize mainstream media outlets over private creators. And if reliably those mainstream outlets are going to reliably share your ideology, then your algorithm would prioritize that ideology by default. You don't even have to do the work at that point. You just say, well, I know the New York Times will do it. I know the Washington Post will do it. I know CNN will do it. I know NPR will do it. I know the Atlantic will do it. I know the AP will do it. I know Reuters will do it. So we'll prioritize them.
Do what exactly? How are they buttering your bread?
They're sharing your ideology and the spin that they put on their politics.
So, okay. So 52% of the nation is already voting with this supposed ideological conspiracy, right?
What are you talking about?
Well, I'm just saying, blue team actually has the popular vote. All right.
So,
and I say this not being part of blue team. Okay. I'm actually quite critical of blue team. I haven't brought it up earlier, but I'm pretty far left of blue team. So,
So you're dark blue team. Great.
I don't even know if we have a color. We're so reviled universally throughout this country.
You're communist.
I am not
right?
a communist. I am a socialist.
Right.
Yeah, though.
Interesting to hear you talk about profit
Martian.
motivation as someone who would put ideology over profit. That's interesting.
No, I mean, well, you know.
You don't think it's possible that there are people that run these companies that have a similar mindset that you that would be willing to lose a few bucks in order to spread their ideology?
I don't think the people who own these companies would ever be willing to lose.
Well,
a few
that's
bucks.
not
No,
what.
I mean,
That's not what.
Like political
that's not
power
what,
in this country comes
right. That's
from
not
money.
That's not what we just saw from plenty of hidden cameras of people that work at Twitter that were talking about how socialist the regime is and how they're.
Veritas, huh?
What's wrong with Veritas again? So you think that those words that were actually said weren't true? Yeah, that's what you're saying.
No, I think that they were presented in an untrue context.
Right. That's what I feel.
A lot of time, chopping up those videos, and every time somebody puts one out, he's like, I always get told, but you can watch the entire unedited thing, and then it takes forever to find it, and when you finally do watch it, it's a nothing burger.
Give me an example.
So I will probably get the timing wrong on this. I want to say it was 20. Oh man, I don't know. Honestly,
you're going to say, well, there was a court case about an abortion decision that they covered. That's what you're going to say.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It was
right.
It was
so there was a court case. No, it turns out
2018 or.
I think it was back to like 2016, 17. Doesn't matter. Right? Yeah, that's the one case people cite. Now, I could point similar things out. I could say the same thing about, I could say, here's one case of the New York Times. For example, the New York Times, just like...
No, absolutely. Hey, you got to remember...
Right. So that's every media outlet. Right. Again, I would prefer, if I had to take... Now, I grant you, I would rather have the full unedited context of things that everyone said. I would guess that a lot of that unedited footage would be a lot of sexual tension type shit and relationship type shit due to the nature of what Veritas is doing, where it's basically people going out on dates and then sort of honeypotting people into talking about their work and things like that. So I don't know how kosher it would be to have someone talking about, you know what I would like to do sexually, or we should go back to my home and do this. But I guess that for the interest of full disclosure, it would be best to have the entire unedited clip. I guess that. But I would still take an edited clip that you could see sort of the context around that's not disputed almost any time over a non-clip whatsoever and just a media's interpretation of the facts that we don't even get to see the clips of. So that sort of bias is built into basically every news story that you would ever see. I have a bias if I work for the New York Times and I say, I forget your handle that you have here. What would you like me to call you? Chaco. If I would say Chaco said X blah blah blah, and I just put one sentence, that's not the full context either. And not only is it not the full context, you don't get to hear as much as you would as if we heard you on video saying that, right? So your criticism of it, well, it's only an edited portion, that could be said of 95% of all media stories that we hear.
Yeah, but I'm like you. If they would release a maybe not the full 2.5 hours or whatever, but at least the 10 minutes leading up to and the 10 minutes leading after, I would probably be a lot more open to it. But what they do release are like obviously spliced together segments that are no more than 45 seconds long each, right? So
I don't know what to think.
Now, and I understand editing's hard.
I do think that you're right, and I do think that you should not take exactly what they say. You should understand: is there a possible context that could have happened? Now, most of the time, what happens is, like, for example, I'll give you an example: the Bernie Sanders person that was working on his campaign that said we're going to have re-education camps, and we're going to put those are designed to put Trump supporters in, right? Mm-hmm. He didn't come out and say, wait a minute, I was telling a joke. They edited out this person goaded me into it and said, tell me your best joke that you've heard people say they're worried about you. And he said, that they're saying we want to put Trump supporters. Like none of that came out. He said what he said. There's no context of why he said that would make that acceptable. Similarly, with this situation with Twitter, these people were blatantly saying things like, yeah, it's a socialist company. They're not concerned about profits whatsoever. They're concerned more about the
That's funny.
Go ahead. No, please go on, socialist. Go on and explain to me why that's funny.
Well, the whole idea behind socialism is that the workers should be getting the full value of their work, and none of it should be going to anybody who uses capital goods to try and produce their daily bread.
Right, I understand what socialism. The state owns the means of production, right, so that they can be corrupt and put people against the wall and shoot them. The workers are usually the first ones that live deplorable conditions. I get it. I get what socialism is.
Okay, so no, you're talking about an authoritarian government. Socialism is an economic system like
Name
capitalism.
me a socialist country that's ever existed. Go ahead.
A socialist country as in a socialist means of production.
Socialism means that the government owns the means of production, correct?
No, it means that the workers own the means of production. There's a very fine, very important difference.
So name me the country that's occurred in.
America.
Really? When?
Have you ever heard of the Associated Press? Have you ever heard of Land O'Lakes Butter?
Sure.
Okay. Those are worker cooperatives. Where
they're governments? That's the government of the United States? Oh, you're talking about a private business that decided to do things.
You asked me what country had a system.
No, I said name me a country that's socialist.
Okay. That was the first thing, and then you changed it. But that's fine.
Okay, so
if you want,
we have it's a socialist. No, I'm with you. Okay, no, I agree.
It's not a means of government. It is a means of production. It's an economic system.
Look, isn't it true that a socialist country has a horrible problem with mass shootings? Isn't that true?
So,
yes or no? Isn't it true that a socialist country has horrible problems with mass shootings?
I don't think you're hearing me. Is my mic?
No. I'm just asking you. Yes or no would be cool.
Okay, let me ask you this.
The United States is socialist, and you know how I know? Land O'Lakes Butter. And so if there's a mass shooting in the United States, we can blame socialism. Land O'Lakes is socialist, right? Okay. That's the government of the country.
So maybe you can tell me the difference.
Ladies and gentlemen, Land O'Lakes Butter. This is great. Of all the not real socialism I've ever gotten, the United States is socialist because Land O'Lakes Butter might be the best example that I've ever had. The AP and Land O'Lakes. No, I asked you to tell me a socialist country, not a country that had a specific company that operated in a way where the people that own, like I could say the same. I could say that about all sorts of places all over the world. For example, I have a friend that owns a farm, him and his brother, and they share the profits of the farm. Yeah, that's socialism.
Yeah. So when you ask what a socialist country is that exists in the world, that's like asking where a misogynist banana could be. Like those two things aren't the same thing.
No,
Whenever
it's
you're
not.
talking about socialism, you're talking about an economic system. You understand?
So I'm asking you for a country that uses that economic system. Right. So I'm asking you for a country that uses that economic system.
So
you define what this real quick. You define what the system is. That is a system where the workers own the means of production. That's what you said, correct?
Absolutely. But
so give me that country. Give me that country.
Okay. Since you don't want any nuance. Right, since that nuance
nothing to do with nuance. Land O'Lakes Butter isn't fucking. That's not nuance.
No, that's fine. So Soviet Russia did indeed have worker-owned production in the state, but
how'd that work?
That was not what that was also in control by a authoritarian government. Those two things are separate.
Can you name just real quick? Just real quick. Okay, real quick. Can you name me?
Like, what if I threw Pinochet in your face every time we talked about capitalism?
Because we could name a bunch of capitalist systems or a bunch of systems that weren't socialist, and we could say there were good and bad ones. But you can't name me one country that operated with socialism and its primary it's workers owning the entire means of production that have ended up well. You could give me Soviet Russia. That's it.
So you think that America is a pure capitalist society?
No. That's exactly we have a mixed economy.
The same thing to you.
Right.
There are probably elements of socialism in a lot of countries, right?
Right, but that's not what you're saying. You're saying you're a socialist. You would embrace a socialist country, not just elements of socialism, correct?
Okay. So whenever one embraces socialism, right, one talks about returning power to the people who actually do the work in this country. And like, for instance, if we decided in a mass, wave to unionize every industry in this country, we would be returning power to the workers and not the people who are just sitting around trying to make more billions off of their existing billions. There's already problems. We could still be a democracy. We could still go ahead and have the same governmental structure, the exact same governmental structure.
How do you force unionization?
You don't force anything.
Okay, so then nothing's preventing us from...
If you have a collective of workers who want to be a capitalist collective, if they want to be subservient to one particular person in the company, fine, let them do that. It's about choice anyway. The problem is that we have a system that actively seeks to discourage workers regaining their power.
How would you change that?
There's only one way to change it.
Okay.
And that is for people to, understand the message as opposed to just immediately thinking that the word socialism means evil, which is what we've indoctrinated into this country after, basically a 50-year campaign, right? And just let them know that they can increase their quality of life if they realize that they have the power to get a more equitable deal, the same deal that their parents and their grandparents got for their labor. That's all I'm endorsing.
Oh, so when our parents were around, that was socialism.
Well, I don't know how old you are. I know how old
37.
I am. 37. Okay, so not too far away.
1970, that was socialism?
No, I would say probably
1950.
1960, 1950, absolutely, yeah.
You think that was socialism?
Absolutely. You don't think that union membership was like much higher in those decades?
Union membership might have been higher, but it certainly wasn't universal, and certainly there were problems with union membership even at the time. Right. So okay. So then you're just saying
who own their
right.
own business. Like if you
so
own
what
your
you're
own business,
saying
you do
is
your own work.
So you have a threshold that says there needs to be so many people in a union before you say, great, now the country's where it's at, right? That now we're at a socialist place, but it won't ever be universal, and even what's that?
The economic system. It's only about an economic system. The
right,
rest
you can
falls
say
into
economic
place
system.
whenever...
That's fine. The status quo solves what you're talking about. People are free to unionize if they want now. That's fine. If people want to collectively come together, that's fine. There's tons of problems. The problem is your system inevitably can't happen because in order for it to happen, you would need some sort of force to force these sort of things from happening. If you're not cheering for the force, then okay, you can keep talking about how socialism's good. People that have lived through it will keep saying, yeah, it's a fucking disaster. And that's that. And you can say, well, what I mean is that you should unionize. Fine, you can talk about it. I can tell you stories. For example, my father worked at a window company. He worked there for years and years and years in the small town of Clarion, Pennsylvania. Didn't make much money, but enjoyed going to work. I think maybe 17, 18 years he worked there. One day he went into work and they decided to unionize. And the union came in and started talking about how it was going to increase their benefits, increase their wages, and all this sort of stuff. So they voted and they brought the union in. And the first thing that my dad saw was the few people that didn't vote for the union, even though they had seniority, were basically put to the bottom of the pack. So there were a couple old gentlemen that had worked there for 30, 40 years that now had to do all the backbreaking labor, and they weren't getting any of the benefits that the union promised because they chose to not vote for it. The rest of the people, they did indeed get a small raise. I think they got a 10-cent raise. They got the raise, and then a bunch of demands were sort of offered. They ended up paying more in their union dues that they made for the raises, and this went on for about 3 to 4 months until he went to work one Tuesday, and the owner said, we're closing up shop, you'll be done Friday. And then he lost his job. That's what the union did for my father. Now, the union executives, they made tons of money. The union executives made tons of money on that deal. Tons of it. Yeah. They made tons of money on that deal. My dad was out of a job. All the 70, 80 people that worked at that factory were out of a job. But the union people made money, and they went into the next factory and probably did something very similarly.
So you don't think that, first of all, you do realize that your father at any point would have had the ability to call a new union contract up. Like they could actually have voted in a different union, one that was less exploitative of them and one that was offering them a better deal. And secondly, you don't think I can't trot out 1,000,001 examples of ununionized workers getting absolutely brutalized by their own companies?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right?
Well,
because your point,
if we're going to poison
if you let me finish, I'll explain why it doesn't matter. Okay. Because you just say more unions guaranteed equal good. That's not true.
I think that more unions give you a better shot at it. It gives you more personal power.
I could cite story after story of non-unionized companies that treated their employees incredibly well, lifted them out of poverty into the middle. Right. Yeah. So again, when you're making this universal statement saying, like in the 50s, that economic system, that was the system. Many populations, depending on people, it depends on the economic measures you're looking at, but in many ways, we're better off. The middle class and the lower class is better off today than it was in the 1950s.
I think you have to use some pretty perverse definitions in order to come up with that. A lot of times people try to pull this bait and switch by saying we've got flat screen TVs, so obviously our lives are better.
You're right. You're right about this point. Yes, you're absolutely right. Technology's increased to the point where our standard of living should have went up, even if things were made the same. So you're actually right about that point. But it's a more complicated picture than just saying the 50s were better than now. It depends. I think one of the reasons the 50s...
you can't say that the 50s were better than now because it wasn't. There was decided segments of the population for whom it was way worse.
I
right?
mean, even for those sections
compare decades, but you can compare.
No, I mean, even
like
for
even
for a worker that wasn't right, like it depends on. It depends on the style of work they were doing. Maybe that work was more difficult, more labor intensive, led to life expectancy being decreased. Like, for example, like maybe you had a badass union job in a coal mine, but maybe you died when you were 53.
Yeah,
you know,
well,
so there's all sorts of factors.
Pay for college with your part-time job, just working for 4 years, and then immediately go and get a house when you got out. Like there are some pretty simple measures you could look at that see that the current generation, and especially the generation coming up, the Zoomers, are going to have to work, if you just talk about raw hours, like literally 3, 4, 5 times the amount of hours for the same consumer good that our parents and our grandparents had to have.
That's
right?
true. And so, in many ways, those metrics are true, right? But most of that, I would say, is because of disastrous big government policies we have by people that claim to be pro-union in the first place.
Okay, connect those dots for me.
Sure. So for example, which party is more of a pro-union party?
Well, you're talking to a socialist guy. Neither one's
right.
for unions. Which
one?
They give
which
a bunch
one
of lip service, but I don't.
Okay,
I think it depends on the sector, right? Like, the Democrats keep trying to court the unions, but they're definitely going to be at least a few union shops that are voting with
most of these big government policies have been disastrous, right? They've put us in the position that we're in. When the government gets involved, things are worse, like it or not. The people that are for more big government tend to be more union, more those things. And the position that you're advocating for anyways is, again, a status quo position. And it's ironic because you would think, because the context of this whole conversation is sort of an establishment that's controlling flow of information for one direction, you would think when your only gripe is, I feel that the control of information has demonized socialism, which is actually a really great thing. And so the only change I'm recommending is we make socialism hip and cool again. You would think that you would be like, absolutely,
so
I do have a problem with these institutions being dominated.
On the perception of socialism in this country.
What's that?
I say you don't think that McCarthyism had any effect whatsoever on the perception of socialism in this country.
Maybe, but wasn't he going after communism? Isn't that completely different?
Well, not whenever you work very hard to conflate those two things. I mean, MacArthur gave anti-union speeches that were based off of his communist propaganda. I was like,
and so a lot of what he was saying about communism.
If we were to poll your chat right now, I can almost guarantee you that they would almost universally say that communism and socialism are the same thing, which by definition they are not.
Right? Okay. I understand.
So I'm just saying that let's not
again. But you're saying things like, but don't you agree humans? Don't you agree humans need to breathe? Don't you agree humans need to breathe? Then you concede my point, right? You said, don't I think? Like you cited a point that has nothing to do with the conversation.
Are you objecting to my syntax now?
No, I'm objecting to the fact that you cited an example that has nothing to do with what our conversation is. I'm talking about our establishment going, including tech companies going in one direction, pushing their ideology and sometimes even over profits. Right. Which my point was, it's ironic to hear someone say that the number one problem in this country is that there is sort of a concerted effort to shape a narrative in such a way by people in power that it would otherwise destroy, that's what's mostly responsible for the poor conditions we have in this country. Because you're not advocating government force, right? You're not advocating anything like that. You're just saying if the people knew unions were cool and socialism was cool, all of this stuff would be much better off. That's what you're saying, right?
I agree that if we were to restore the middle class by giving them a greater percentage of their productivity, that things in this country would be much better.
You changed what I said there. You changed what I said.
That is the nuance that
it has nothing to do with nuance. Okay, then we'll go. Okay, then we'll go. So now you're saying no. Let me. So now we have to go through this painstakingly step by step. So you're saying you're saying that if we gave the workers more of a percentage of the production value that they have, that would be a better thing. Yes or no?
Yes. And the way that they get that is through a union. How about that? Did that fix that?
Second, no, it didn't. So second, you're saying the way they get that union. Third, you're saying the way we get to more unionization is not through government force, correct?
Absolutely. You don't need government force. Government is the problem.
Fourth, you're saying that the reason then what we need to do this is that there are people that are controlling the narrative that have erroneously said that socialism is a bad thing.
Absolutely. You don't think those people
Fifth,
exist?
if we could get back into that conversation and get socialism back in seen as a good light, that would do a lot to achieve the goal you outlined in number 1.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so then we get back to my point.
It's specifically unionization. Can we confine it to unionization?
Sure, we can confine it to unionization. Right. So again,
Mark,
this was exactly the point I made when I said, so you're saying that there is a concerted effort through control of information through our institutions to demonize unions, and that we don't need government force, but instead what we need to do is to stop that control of information and get the information out there that socialism and unions are a good thing.
Stop the control of information. I don't know that I went quite conspiracy theory with it. I was
not
just saying
that's not a conspiracy whatsoever.
Okay. Well, let me clarify my point. I think that there has been a massive propaganda campaign. I don't consider that a control of information. Do you?
Yes.
You do? Really? Like,
yes.
If I start propagandizing something, then it drowns out other people's ability to advocate their own point?
Okay. Not necessarily. So I'll see what you're saying. Like, yeah, propaganda isn't necessarily control of information, but I would argue the only way that your argument makes sense is if that propaganda was tantamount to a control of information.
Okay, well, I think that's kind of a leap, but I mean, I'll
okay,
say this
so
much.
fair enough. I'll say
You
this.
think-
Let me spread some propaganda right now. You ready? The moon is made of cheese, and everyone that doesn't think the moon is made of cheese is a Nazi. Okay, there's some propaganda I spread, right?
Piece. Yeah, no, that's
okay.
That works well. Yeah.
Okay, there's propaganda. Now, surely that will take off, right? And now anyone who thinks like, well, no, the moon's not made of cheese. I instituted propaganda. Now that's a massive problem, right? No, it's not a problem because the propaganda didn't take off because it wasn't the dominant thread in the control of information, right?
Okay, so yeah, the question would be, can you get your propaganda on the nightly news and become part of
no
the
shit.
zeitgeist
You
for
control
like
the
50
flow of
years,
information.
right?
Exactly. That's the point I'm making. Propaganda itself is meaningless if it doesn't have authority behind it. If it isn't propaganda that the majority of people are accepting. And your argument is the majority of people are accepting what you call propaganda about socialism.
I think
i.e. there's a control. They are successfully controlling the narrative.
I don't think there's as much of a concerted effort these days, but yeah, absolutely. I mean, we did get to a point where we're just using the definition that our fathers did, right? Which is, socialism equals evil, and they learned it from McCarthy.
Okay, so after a lot of teeth pulling, what we got to is you are saying that there is a problem that the control of information is propagandizing and spinning things one way, and all we need to do is to stop that control of the flow of information to tell what you would say is the truth about socialism, and that would solve a lot of the ills of this country.
So I apologize. I clearly misunderstood what you were saying, and so that we don't misunderstand each other. I don't believe that we have to change a method of dissemination of information. I don't honestly believe that there is an active anti-socialist organization that is preventing socialists from talking, particularly in the information age. All I'm endorsing is that if we have more people who understand the nature of socialist organization and go out and advocate for that the movement will grow and people will start to unionize their workplaces. And once
we'll see. Nothing's preventing it, according to you. So we'll see.
Absolutely, it's just
okay.
Just
so then we'll see.
Issue.
We'll see. I would contend that everything that I said in the lead up to you calling, particularly about these tech companies and their ideological bent, it's not just about profit margin. For example, if it was just about profit margin, you would see Alex Jones would be platformed on one of these major media outlets. He wouldn't be getting, Donald Trump wouldn't have been banned from Twitter and places like that. He was bringing in huge amounts of clicks. DuckDuckGo.
Saying real quick?
Sure.
Okay. So you were talking actually, and this is about the tail end of what I caught. You were saying earlier about how that there seems to be a liberal bias in higher education, right?
Sure.
So I will grant you that particularly these tech companies, their workers are not the average worker, right? These are all people who have advanced degrees in a STEM field, right?
Sure.
I will concede to you that the corporate culture of these places is plainly, evidently left leaning, and most likely that is a side effect of the fact that they have a higher education workforce, right? Like
it's not just that,
totally
but that's certainly
that,
a big.
so.
It's not just that, but that's certainly a big part of it. Sure.
Yeah,
if you
well,
go
no,
through,
I mean,
if higher ed
I
becomes
just wanted to
increasingly
offer like a concession there.
Yeah.
I don't think your position is completely out there. I don't think that I can look at a company and I can say, oh no, obviously they are equally split 50-50, right? I've worked in these organizations. I've worked in very large organizations before. It is surprising. I think you might disagree, but it is surprising, at least in my experience, how many right-wing people that you get. Once you get a certain salary, people tend to skew that way, right? But
here's the issue that I have. I don't
Sure.
like. Let me ask you this: like, as a socialist, I think I know what your answer will be, right? Do you think that Starbucks really gives a shit about Black Lives Matter?
Oh, absolutely not.
Right? Do you think Nike does?
No, they don't.
Right? They don't.
Damn.
But
they're
that's
just
not what's
chasing a dollar.
Right. That's not what's important. What's important is that's what they're virtue signaling. That's the direction that they're publicly pushing. I don't think I think to a degree, some of these corporations, which is a different issue than these tech companies, I think that most of the people there probably are left-leaning, that are the rank and file workers, even towards the high level, are probably left-leaning. But I do think that they don't necessarily, as a company, believe in the principles that they're espousing. They just know that right now the culture war has been won by the left so much that that's who butters their bread. They know that the right isn't going to say, well, let's cancel Starbucks because they embraced a cause we don't like. But they know the left will. And so
I
they
would argue that
virtue
the
signal.
existence of Donald Trump really kind of speaks against the culture war being won, right? Like,
No. Why? Just because it proves the exact opposite. The fact that Trump was able to win, and yet every one of these cultural institutions speak openly of these left-wing causes, shows that it isn't organic that, 90% of the country believes these sort of ideological things. That's why Starbucks is saying it.
Well,
that's why Nike's saying it. That's why Twitter's saying it.
90% of anybody agree about anything in the United States of America. I think that would be ridiculous, right? I think your assertion that, roughly 50%, I don't think it's exactly 50%. And that margin of error is very big in a nation of 364 million people. But at the same time, ultimately, I can guarantee you they are chasing a dollar. The problem is that calculation of how you get more dollars can be very complex. When you enter an environment that looks like it's going to start doing things like, say, shutting down TikTok for political reasons, those types of things are very scary to the bottom line of these corporations.
That's not that.
Right?
So you're saying because Trump said that forced these corporations to become anti-Trump?
No. I'm saying that probably caused quite a bit of kerfuffle in TikTok's headquarters, right?
Okay, but what's that have to do with that? That's TikTok. What about the rest?
Well, all I'm trying to demonstrate there is that if you anticipate regulatory action on your platform, part of your profit calculation needs to include the best way to avoid that regulation, right?
So then TikTok would become pro-Trump.
Well, if TikTok wanted to completely alter its business model to where they actually gave a damn about their content and had people in there moderating it, that might well have happened. But it would have also destroyed the company because they operate on a profit model that exists completely with the algorithm doing everything.
Right, but what I'm going to say is,
contact.
so we could say one example of Trump said TikTok was owned in part by the Chinese government. And so you're like, well, that could force them. But then it goes in the exact opposite direction of what I thought you were going to say. You're like, well, that would force them to want to avoid that regulation. Okay, then that would force them to. But then we could see. Okay, let me finish my point here. Right. So here's the point. I don't understand what you're trying to say there, anyways. And all of this is the conversation's irrelevant, as I'll get to in a second, anyways. But we see overwhelmingly.
The only thing I'm trying to say is they're chasing profit. There's not a conspiracy.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're chasing profit or it's their ideology or it's a combination of both of it. The end result is the same thing. If someone censors you and the reason they censored you is because they want a buck, or they censored you because they disagree with you ideologically, it doesn't matter to the person being censored. But it's not just about a buck, it's also about ideology. Now, you're right that a buck has part of it, but if it was just about a buck, there were all kinds of things. CNN would have changed their business model because they're hemorrhaging money and they're hemorrhaging viewership. If it was just about a buck and not ideology, they'd have got rid of Don Lemon. They'd have got rid of Cuomo earlier. They'd have got rid of a lot of these people that aren't bringing bringing in viewerships, that the average YouTube streamer that talks about politics is getting more of them. But they don't, because the ideology is important to them as well. Most of these people are inserting the people that are working at like, for example, Jack Dorsey. Jack Dorsey probably just wanted to make a buck and thought he's kind of like a hippie-esque guy, probably thought he was doing something good for this platform that he created, Twitter, right? The problem was the people like Vijay and all these people underneath him, the way they were going about enforcing their standards and things like that were done in a biased way that did not have the profit of the company at the best motivation. If it did, they wouldn't have banned someone like Donald Trump, right? And so it's a confluation of things. Yes, there is a profit margin, and eventually what you'll see is if that profit margin is threatened by the other side, such as Republicans in Florida now going after Disney, that Disney will be like, oh, fuck. And all of a sudden, a lot of these businesses are going to be like, ah, shit. But it is undeniable that the overwhelming majority of the people at these places, like the media outlets and the tech companies, are extremely left-wing, and that ideology plays in, that profit margin isn't the only reason. But even if it is, even if I would concede this whole argument to it, it's literally irrelevant. You don't know this. You just saw me last night. This is one of two debates that I find to be the most boring, worthless debates. There's
well, I apologize. I just jumped in on the topic. I really didn't understand.
No. I don't mean it like that. I'm not saying it like that to you. I just mean
that's fine. Yeah.
But let me explain the two debates. There is is the reason that all of this shit's going in one direction because they care about money or they care about ideology? At the end of the day, who fucking cares? It's a problem. It's the same as, was the reason that the FBI or this institution screwed up because they're incompetent or because they're corrupt? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. And I'm so tired of those debates because it's like somehow, let's say I concede for here on out to everyone. Yep, everything is solely about money at Twitter, solely about money at Facebook, solely about money at Google, solely about money at CNN, solely about money at the New York Times, solely about money. Like, fine, let's say I concede all that. And where does that get us in the problem with all of these institutions being censorious and going with one direction, and all of these cultural institutions sort of at least paying lip service to one direction? Same exact problem. It's just the motivation's different. Cool. Identifying the motivation doesn't help solve the problem, so the problem still exists. It's the same. That's it. I mean, that's the point that I'm trying to get across.
Okay, so that's fine, and I think you have a valid concern there, but the question then becomes, with us just trying to go with Occam's razor first, right? Like, is it that the opinions of the side that you're on are being actively suppressed by a cabal of people with extremely strong ideological beliefs who happen to also be the people who are in charge of all of these great companies? Or is it more likely that culture is evolving and your particular set of values are being left behind?
No, it's not even close to that. It's not, for example...
I mean, that's a great assertion, but like...
It has nothing to do with an assertion.
I can only know mine.
All right, I'll throw this in. Fair enough. I throw the same thing at you.
You can only know your own mind, so unless you have numbers...
I levy the same criticism at you. I levy the same criticism. Yeah. Is it that people don't like socialism because there was a cabal of people that sought to demonize socialism? Or is it that our cultural values have shifted and people realized that unions sucked?
I think that that's a very good conversation to have, and I think given a long enough amount of time and enough, actual charity on both sides of participants, we could probably come at some compelling arguments. My side is not that, but I don't feel
so it's
like
different. It's different. Classic left winger. It's different. When I have those beliefs, it's different. It's different. It's different for me.
I am absolutely willing to entertain the idea.
Okay, so
that I am wrong on your cultural shift hypothesis.
Okay, so let's talk about some things specifically. Let's talk about some things specifically. Then let's give some specific examples.
But before we jump into that, I don't mean to hijack your show, but before we jump into that, can you at least acknowledge that it does seem unlikely that all of the tech companies got together and said, hey, right-wingers bad, right? Let's do everything we can to crush them.
I don't have to do that. That's you're strawmanning my argument, and you
No,
know
no.
it.
I mean,
because-
I just want you to
No,
acknowledge.
no.
Maybe that is a straw man. Maybe that is a
you're
straw man.
strawmanning, and I can. You know that you're strawmanning it because we just had like a 20-minute conversation about exactly what I'm saying, right? For example,
Well, no,
profit
but
margin.
you
You
said
said, please let me finish. You
Okay,
said that this is
absolutely.
all about profit margin. So if it's all about profit margin, it didn't require Jack Dorsey and Zuckerberg and all these other people to be drinking blood from a goblet in shadowy robes, smoking expensive cigars, going, "Good, today we'll kick down the conservative." It didn't. It's just like, geez, they're like, we see that we're going to be heavily regulated by the left, so we're going to start doing what they want. It didn't require them all sitting together in a shadowy room. You know that based on what your interpretation of what's going on is.
Sure, but
so
I
to
don't see
then
how
try
that
to straw man and
establishes
say,
that culture
to
hasn't
try to
moved
straw man
on.
and say, "Oh, I think that you're suggesting that there's this cabal." No, that's not the case. What I'm suggesting is that most of these people, as you've already admitted, that work at these companies do have a heavy ideological bent to one side of the aisle, which happens to be the left. And second, that there's a lot of pressure in our culture going one way. So whether it be because of their ideology or their profit margin, they see a threat that could come from the left that would cause them to lose money if they don't advocate certain positions. They do not see that occurs on the right. And I could prove that based on the data of the things we see. For example, let's take the tech companies specifically. Can you name me one left-wing position that you could get censored on YouTube for discussing? One pro-Biden position.
One pro-Biden position?
Sure. One pro-Democrat position. Yeah.
Oh, good grief. No, I don't believe I can.
Can you name one pro-Trump position?
Well, so are you... I don't think this is making the point you think it's making. But yes,
go ahead.
Absolutely,
you can explain what.
Absolutely,
Okay.
The big lie would definitely get me censored.
Why?
Well, I think it's because these companies realize that if they're seen as a disruptive influence in government, it's going to hit their bottom line.
So, okay. So then they wouldn't endorse Black Lives Matter.
I don't think they did endorse Black Lives Matter. Now,
they would censor.
I know they had content.
That's nonsense. They clearly endorsed them. Almost every major corporation in this country had flyers up about Black Lives Matter and had donation sites to them. Hell, even playing Call of Duty, like on the PlayStation Network, I saw the shit. So the fact that they didn't endorse them, I mean, that's a joke.
I did see commercials for stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't.
Well,
I didn't
it's a
see
joke.
an actual endorsement where like YouTube came out. And
They
said, like,
endorsed
we
them in
endorse
that they
Black Lives
promoted the cause, right? But second, let's for whatever reason say that didn't happen. Great. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about corporations promoting, and I'm quoting you now, the big lie. We're talking about them censoring it because you said that, quote, it's disruptive. Okay, well then they would have censored Black Lives Matter.
Disruptive
Right?
to government. That's a very specific.
So they would have censored Antifa, Black Lives Matter. They would have censored that as well, correct?
I mean, I think if Antifa was like trying to bust in the Capitol, I think they would have censored.
Well, they did. They partitioned off 6 city blocks and held it militaristically for several weeks, including executing at least one young African American boy.
Okay, I'm not going to get into the weeds of that, but you don't.
Why not?
Think that,
you don't think that's disruptive?
You don't think a courthouse in Oregon is slightly different than the U.S. Capitol?
Well, sure, it's different, but what you're doing is you're giving excuses, right? So your initial position was
you are.
What you're doing is you're trying to make it sound like this one unique situation is the only situation that they would ban. I gave you a chance to say why would they ban this type of stuff. You said because it's disruptive towards government. You didn't say because it was uniquely happened on the day of January 6th. It uniquely happened on the Capitol. There was uniquely an effigy of Mike Pence that was there executed. It was unique because AOC was upset. It was unique because it was windy out that day. That's not what you said. You said
really
disruptive to the government.
Man. You really
Thank
should
you.
take that act on
You
the road.
you said it's because it was disruptive to the government. So I gave you a bunch of other examples of things that were disruptive of the government, and you were like, "Well, no, those don't count."
I
Those
said
don't
because
count.
they didn't want to be seen as a part of that disruption to the government. That's the difference. A courthouse in Oregon, right? Not a big disruption for the U.S. government as a whole. But if you take over the Capitol, then
this is the sort of bullshit that I'm talking about, right?
No,
the reason that one scene. No, the reason is. Okay, so it's not that they took over the government. You're saying the fact that they attempted to get into the government and they were using violence to get in, that's the sort of thing that would be censored. The people that shared the beliefs of those people, correct?
I think that if you supported a group of people who were within a few feet of maybe or maybe not committing violence on the people who make the laws, it's a little different.
Define few feet. 100 feet? 2 feet?
I honestly, personally, do not know the Capitol layout. All I know is that
I'm just saying in general. The general
whenever she was shot, she was pretty close.
The general principle is because they were they were on the grounds of the Capitol and they were trying to break in, correct? That's what you're saying.
Well, I mean, some of them did get in. Yeah, right.
Okay,
so,
but that's the point, right? So
well,
if someone
let me put it this way. Does it matter where they were if the politicians themselves believe that they were close enough to be a threat?
Good point. So it doesn't matter where they physically were. It's the interpretation of the people that control our institutions.
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So
I mean, I
you
think
would
that's
say
important for everybody to
So
take
for
into
example,
account,
if the
right?
president, so for example, if the president felt that he was in physical danger because people were trying to come after him in some sort of riot or something like that, that would be a reason for these companies to censor groups that ideologically aligned with that group that was trying to attack the president, correct?
I mean, yeah, I think so.
Okay, May 30th and 31st, 2020, a bunch of radical left-wingers set fire outside St. Jude's Church in Washington, D.C. They then proceeded, unlike the January 6 protesters, they actually had lethal weapons. They proceeded to burn down a guard station outside of the White House with Molotov cocktails. They were shouting things that they were going to remove Donald Trump. They actually had to move Donald Trump into a bunker because the threat was so significant that they were trying to break into the White House with lethal weapons. Now, Secret Service thankfully was able to repel those people, but surely those people in that group, then the ideology that those people shared would be censored off all these media outlets and tech outlets, correct?
Do you think that those two things had the same public impact? Like,
right. See, so and what you do is, and here you go.
No,
you say,
I mean, I'm
but
curious.
it's
I'm
different.
curious.
Why do they have a different impact? Is it because this event, the reason they have a different, I'll tell you why. The reason they have a different impact is because culturally, the institutions that shape our narrative had a vested interest in demonizing one of them and to downplaying the other. That's why.
Okay, that's interesting.
So you explain to me why. Why is it okay? Do you think that if Trump supporters, do you think tomorrow, if Trump supporters would storm the White House and throw Molotov cocktails at the guard station announcing that they were trying to remove Joe Biden from office, do you think that that would be a big deal? That a bunch of companies would say, holy fuck, that the media would say, holy fuck. Do you think they would say that?
Absolutely. Do you think the opposite? If a bunch of BLM had stormed the White House and burned down a bunch of stuff, that those same corporations wouldn't react to that the same way?
They didn't.
When Trump was
that happened. That literally happened. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That literally happened.
Okay, so I am not aware of this event or the scale.
That's right. You're not aware of it. You're not aware of it. That's right. That's right. You're not aware.
I would appreciate it.
That's right.
I would appreciate it if you would send me a link. I won't review it now because I don't want to waste your show's time, but I would love to see that. I would love to evaluate that with my own eyes. This is the difficulty whenever we're having these kinds of conversations, is because there's always the possibility that hyperbole is going to come in and make relatively
right. There
minor
certainly
things,
is. Like, for example, saying the big lie. That's the form of hyperbole, or saying that it was an insurrection.
Sorry. That's the shorthand I know for that. But
that's fine. That's hyperbole. I'll look up a link later. I have a video of I was watching this.
No, I appreciate that.
They literally set a guard station on fire.
Okay. Well, I'm not calling you a liar because I literally don't know about this incident. I thank you for bringing it to
Would
my
you say
attention,
if the
and I'll
answer?
be
Let
happy
me
to
just
look
ask you
into
this.
it.
Let me say this: if I could definitively prove that they attacked the White House and that they used Molotov cocktails and burned down a guard station, would you say that that's something that's troubling?
I think that any attack on like any of the branches of our government, definitely something we should all be troubled by.
Right.
How's that?
And so, do you think that it's problematic that if that occurred, that you didn't hear about it?
If your characterization of it is what it is.
Well, what you're going to say is, you're going to say it wasn't bad. That's what you're going to say. I know.
A lot of weird shit has happened at the White House, right? Like we've had people throw literal bombs over fences before. Like a lot of weird shit happens at the White House. So it's possible that it happened. Just covering my own bases, right? It's possible that it happened and it's not quite what you're characterizing it to be. I don't know because I haven't seen it. I look forward to reviewing it.
All right. Well, here is.
And I will, and
this
I tell
isn't
you
the
what
exact.
I'll do.
This isn't the exact clip. This isn't the exact clip that I watched live, as there were journalists on the ground that night live. Here's just a Fox News article about it, saying that police had to. There were fires that were there. Police were searching for car bombs. 11 officers were injured.
Okay, I will 100% research that, and I tell you what.
So let's say. Okay, so what I'm asking you is, if that's true, right, would you admit that this sort of buttresses my claim that the fact that no, there wasn't any prominent tech company or media company or corporation that was like, we have to now call for the censorship of these people of Black Lives Matter because this happened? Would you say that that proves that your argument that this was purely about disruption of government and that they were doing this not for ideological reasons is garbage?
You know, I would say that it would definitely prove that there is censorship on this particular issue. Absolutely. But you're talking once again to a socialist. Everything comes down to dollars. So
what does it matter? I mean, it doesn't matter. You're belittling. Like, again, it's ironic because your entire position falls in on itself, because what you're criticizing my position to say that there is this, all of these institutions are leaning towards one side. You're like, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. It's a shadowy cabal. But your literal exact argument why socialism, it's the preferable system, everything's better about it. But it's because the shadowy cabal poisoned everyone's mind through propaganda. Like, you literally.
Well, first of all, that was done very much in the public eye. It was on the floor of Congress. And
right. You don't think that it's done on the floor of Congress? You don't think the demonizing of Trump and Trump supporters has happened on the floor of Congress? Joe Biden just said the most extreme political group in the history of this country is Trump supporters. He just said that a week ago.
Absolutely. No, I 100% agree with you on that. That is a political argument. The thing that I'm trying to say is one of the reasons that you don't subscribe to what I'm saying about the corporations chasing a profit is because you don't necessarily believe that a majority of the population is holding a view that you don't personally hold. Ultimately, their bread and butter is going to be around being popular.
We already discussed this. Then how would that explain that roughly 50% of the country voted for the same guy I did?
That 2% that you're calling roughly 50% is a very large number. It's a very large number of consumers.
Yep.
I mean, okay. Corporations.
So what you would do is I gotta let you go here in a minute. Let me just make your point. Let me just budget right. Here's the truth, right? Remember when they asked Michael Jordan if he sold shoes to Republicans, what he said? Or if he said, sure, Republicans buy shoes too, right? The idea is you stay out of the politics as much as possible because you want to maximize it. Less people will probably buy your brand because you say something they politically agree with than you'll lose because you say something politically they disagree with. So most corporations throughout the history of this country and else times have tried to remain apolitical because they're trying to broaden their consumer base. So to alienate 48% of the country because you're like, well, we're going for the 52% of the country seems insane. And it seems that, like, even if that happened, that you would see competitors, like, so for example, if Coca-Cola did that, if Coca-Cola was like, fuck Trump voters, we're not going for their buck, we're going for the Biden voters' buck, then you might expect a company like Pepsi, or maybe not even Pepsi, but a company like RC Cola to be like, well, fuck it, now we see this open market, we'll go for the Trump supporters. So if you're CNN and you see that you're hemorrhaging viewers and companies that do the same thing as you, such as MSNBC, and have the same ideological bet, are outperforming you, you might say, screw it, here's a glut in the market, we could start to be the people that cater more towards these groups of people, but they don't. Almost every single one of them go the same direction. Same with the tech companies, almost every single one. Your Instagram, your Facebook, your YouTube, your Twitch, your Twitter.
Media companies that Disney now owns, it's going to blow your mind because it proves exactly what you're saying. They go after both segments of the vote. They just do them through different channels of profit.
That's not what's happening. Right? That could happen. No, that could happen on a micro level. It could happen on a micro level, but that's not happening at the macro level, particularly in the institutions that I'm talking about. For example, you don't. So you're telling me right now that there are Disney-owned channels. You're telling me right now there are Disney-owned channels that are out there saying, like, shame on Black Lives Matter for these riots. We're not going to allow Black Lives Matter content and things. That's what you're telling me? That there are major corporations or media outlets or tech companies that are doing that?
I tell you what. I'll try and get you specifics whenever I review your stuff.
I would love. I would. You feel free to put it in my Discord. I would love to look at it.
And I'll tell you another thing. If I turn out to agree with your assertion of the events that happened at the White House, I will come into your chat and I will publicly apologize.
All right. I got to let you go, but thanks for the conversation.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Thank you very much for having me. It was engaging.
Don't be a socialist. Get better. All right. We'll see you, man.
Later.
All right. I don't know the order people came on, but I'm probably going to stay up till 1:30 is what I could do. So we'll try, because there are multiple people, we will try to, everyone left except the one guy, but Elwell, what's up? Can you hear me, man?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's happening? What do you want to talk about?
I kind of came in. I'm a former big tech employee, and I just wanted to kind of counter some of the things you were saying, discuss it, if that's something you're interested in.
Sure. Yeah, no problem whatsoever. You don't have to. If you want, you can tell me what company you work for, but you don't have to. I'm not.
Facebook.
Okay, you worked at Facebook. Okay, so you're. What did you want to counter that I was saying?
Well, I mean, I think like your argument just kind of like, I think you said a couple of times that like a lot of these places don't have like moderation or anything like that. It's not true. And like a lot of stuff that kind of comes out and like that does get censored by conservative is generally censored, due to like it can either incite stuff or it's censored under integrity and authenticity stuff. So for
example, let's talk about. So let's talk about Facebook specifically. So Facebook, famously, their board, they censored the Hunter Biden laptop story because they said that they couldn't find it credible, I believe is what they said. They've never explained that decision. That ended up being completely wrong. Can you name me one story critical of Donald Trump that they censored in a similar way?
No, I couldn't, just off the top of my head.
Right.
Because that's not necessarily like the team that I necessarily worked on. I'm just saying,
right.
Like, in terms of like things that they might have censored or might not have censored, in terms of, I think we can both agree that Donald Trump was treated differently than other presidents were by every single news organization out there.
Yep.
You have on the left side with CNN and MSNBC treating him like, he's kind of like the devil or whatever. We can get deep into it. And on the right side, you have like people like Fox News saying like he's the second coming. I think on both sides, you have people not really following journalistic integrity per se, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but overwhelmingly the problem was one direction. Again, there were studies from Harvard and other institutions that showed that like 94% of network news coverage was negative of Donald Trump going into the 2016 and the 2020. With Facebook specifically, there have been whistleblowers in addition to data that's came out that showed that actually the conservative issues were being censored more than issues. And this is really troubling when you look at the amount of disinformation or the idea of claims that could incite violence that occurred, because overwhelmingly those have both been institutionalized more on the left-wing side of the ledger. For example, what side committed more violence from 2016 to 2020? Republican Trump voters or Democrats?
It's clear to say that, like, if we're talking violence, like, like how are we defining violence? Are we defining violence as like the BLM protests? Are we defining violence as,
well, I wouldn't say the
shootings?
BLM protests. I would say the BLM riots, property destruction, death, physical violence.
Well, I mean, I think you can definitely separate though that there were some legitimate protests for George Floyd being straight up murdered.
Okay, so there's the key. Right, but there's the key, right? So the difference is Facebook says we find certain issues legitimate and not legitimate. So it has nothing to do with enticement to violence. It has to do with whether or not they think, because you could say something that's true that would incite violence, correct?
No, totally. And I mean, but here's the other thing though. At what point do we acknowledge that, that all these platforms are protected under the First Amendment? That they can decide what they want to have promoted because they are private businesses.
Well, that's
they aren't owned by the state. They shouldn't be controlled by the state unless you think that they should be nationalized, which is something I think would happen if you're in like Venezuela or one of those weird countries like that. So
I don't think that, but let me respond, right? So first, now you're changing the goalposts. So now it's okay, maybe that did happen, but it's okay because they're a private company. And generally I might agree, except for two facets. One is the idea that so much of our narrative now comes from these tech companies. Like 4 or 5 tech companies control basically about, it depends on what study you look at, but like 90 to 94% of sort of political interactions and things like that most people have. But in addition to that, let's say if we say that doesn't matter, then Facebook doesn't deserve special governmental protections. If they are going to pick and choose which content that they promote based on some sort of ideology, then they're no longer a platform, they're a producer. And so they should lose the protections of Section 230 because they are a producer and should be held to the same standards of a newspaper. If a newspaper decides to promote a story and it's libelous or untrue or inspires violence, they could be sued. Same should be true of Facebook then. They shouldn't receive special protections if they're a private corporation that could produce what they want.
So what do you think would happen if Section 230 was to be repealed? What do you think would happen? What do you think would be like how do you think Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, how do you think they would operate differently? What do you think they would do differently if Section 230
they would probably, my guess is what they would do. Now, the way I would do it is I would say that the repeal of 230 doesn't mean that Facebook's responsible for anything that happens. For example, let's say I have 5 Facebook followers and I go on and I say, people should enact violence against X group, and then violence is enacted against X group. Reasonably, Facebook wasn't able to catch that. That makes sense. But if it's proven that Facebook was made aware of something like that, libelous, slanderous, or a call to violence, and they refuse to act upon it, then they should suffer the same consequences that the New York Times would, or that my local newspaper would. What would be the net effect? I don't know. They would probably censor down on almost all political speech. That's fine. As a perspective of someone on the right who's been on the position of having my beliefs censored over and over and over and over and over again by these platforms and most of our major cultural institutions, then fine. If it's either, well, hey man, you have to allow the left to have this advantage and shut your fucking mouth when you get censored, or everyone will be censored, I'll choose the latter.
I mean, like, I think the thing is, if Section 230 is revoked, I think you're just going to see, like, you want to post like a status on Facebook saying like going to Whataburger, you're going to be censored that's not going to get posted for 3-4 days until a team of moderation can look over it to make sure it's not going to be something that could potentially get them sued. I'm going to give you an example of a country that doesn't have the equivalent of Section 230 and like how it becomes a complete pain in the ass. So Brazil is a country that they can sue social media for just about anything. If they find something offensive, if their account gets banned, if they do something wrong, it doesn't matter. They can still file a lawsuit against social media and litigate against them, wasting everyone's time, including the court's time, the company's time, lawyers' times, and in turn, the courts have to hear it because there's no protections, and these companies can be held responsible for everything. An example of this is someone posted child abuse material on Facebook in Brazil. They were rightfully banned before it got actually posted, and they were reported to law enforcement. This person, it's South America, so like things aren't that great down there in terms of law enforcement, so they didn't get any charges, and then they came back and they sued Facebook, and they were allowed to get their account reinstated through the courts. So I mean, like that is something that could come from this. This is something that could happen. Our courts are not perfect.
I find it very unpersuasive that Facebook may make the argument we need to be corrupt bastards and claim that we're a private corporation and we could publish information we want even if it's untrue, and we could censor information that we want even if it is true because we have an ideological bent, and that's okay because we're a private company, but we need to be handled a special set of rules by the government in order to do that. There's a simple fix to this. Facebook could stop doing this shit. They could stop censoring ideological bents like they do, but your argument is, oh, well, because they choose not to do that, then if we revoke Section 230, then bad shit could happen. I'm unpersuaded by that. I think what would happen would be that if that leads to the downfall of Facebook, because what you're saying would ultimately lead to Facebook being moved on by people to other platforms, because no one's going to wait 4 days for their I'm going to Whataburger post to be used. People will just say, okay, this service is no longer worth it. Then other services that don't seek to be corrupt, ideologically bent, that are trying to influence our culture and send Zuckerbucks to, elections to interfere in our elections to benefit one side. Another company that wants that money and that technology would be willing to rise up and say, we'll try to be as unbiased as possible to ensure these things won't happen. I'm cool with that. And even if that company wouldn't happen, I'm cool with Facebook, Twitter, all these places no longer existing. If the excuse given by the left is you have to allow these platforms to censor conservatives and promote left-wingers because if you don't, it could harm us as well. Great. Then the mutually assured destruction is welcomed.
What would your platform be then in that case? Like, I mean, that's my other thing too, is if you don't like how these private companies are, deciding what to be on their platform, and a lot of stuff that gets censored by the right is clear, blatant misinformation or clear lies.
Give me an
Donald
example.
Trump told more lies than anyone in office.
Says who?
The
fact checkers?
I mean, you can look at the stuff he said and...
Go ahead, give me an example.
Clearly...
Go ahead, give me an example. Give me one of the big lies that Trump told.
All right, let me find one really quick, because I don't...
Oh, you got to Google it? You know he lied so much, but you're Googling it right now?
I just don't let him live rent-free in my head all the time. So, I mean...
If you asked me for a lie Joe Biden told, I could give you 5 off the top of my head.
I'm not saying Joe Biden doesn't lie, but I'm saying that Donald Trump regularly said that there was tons of election fraud with no actual evidence.
Well, there is tons of election fraud. Now, the question... Well, everyone admits that there's tons of...
All the documented cases of election fraud and all the ones where charges were actually filed occurred with people that were either Republicans voting twice or voting for dead relatives, which are clearly indicated. Do you have a list of clear voter fraud that would have overturned the election?
That's a different. There you go. There's the rub. Right now, you put a different condition on it. Yes, election fraud is. There is tons of election fraud
that would have overturned the election.
Please, let me finish.
Because
your original
Donald Trump
claim
regularly says that he won.
If you're just going to filibuster, then I assure you I can talk louder and over you and can mute you if I want anyway. So again, your original question was he said that there was tons of. Because what?
You got a big old pussy.
Do I? Mr. Former Facebook employee. What's your real name? Yeah. Surely you don't want to be a sissy, right? You would tell me your real name. You don't want to hide behind anonymity, right? You're brave. Right? Oh, interesting. Left. Sounds like a very brave gentleman there, right? There you have it. The left. There's your Facebook employee, right? Couldn't bring up one thing off the top of his head, right? Donald Trump told lies. So's Joe Biden. So Barack Obama. So George Bush. Right. Donald Trump told lies. The idea that it was a lie that there was an election fraud, a lie implies that he says something that he knows is not the truth. Now, he could have firmly believed that there was election fraud. Whether or not it was true, there's still evidence that people are looking into. I don't think that it's clear cut that there was enough fraud to steal the election. I think there was a lot of evidence that people in our institutions refused to look at. 2,000 Mules would just be one example. Also, the Arizona thing. There were situations in Wisconsin. I could prove things that happened in Pennsylvania. I can't prove that they switched the election or even that it benefited Biden over Trump, though it most likely did. But nonetheless, there were things that went on. For example, at the last minute, like months before the election, saying that your mail-in ballot, which is now massively expanded in Pennsylvania, the signature on that doesn't have to match your signature on your voter ID or your voter registration. That was something that was unique, that was never done in our state before. And in fact, it's something that Democrats argued against in the past. For example, they successfully kept Ralph Nader off of a ballot in 2006 because they thought it would have split the vote with Democrats. The way they kept him off the ballot was by arguing that the signatures that he had to put him on the ballot were not acceptable because they didn't match the voter registration signatures of those particular voters. So when it benefited the Democrats, they said that the signature matching was very important, but then they massively changed that in 2020. Things like that. They sent out letters that said that people could not, tantamount to saying people couldn't vote in person if they had been in contact with anyone with COVID, that they had to quarantine for 14 days, and if they didn't quarantine, they could be forcibly put into a medical institution. That's tantamount to saying, oh, by the way, and that means if you go vote, we could say that you're not quarantined and you are now going to be forcibly put into a medical institution. So things like this occurred. Nonetheless, even before that, people said Donald Trump lied records of times, but this was from fact checkers that themselves lied. I went through many of these fact checks and they would say things like this. Donald Trump said that his economy grew at the second fastest in any term, and this quarter grew at the second fastest in any term. We rate this mostly false. And then when you would read the fact check, it would say, well, it is true that the economy grew at the second fastest in any quarter. Donald Trump isn't the reason for that. It's because da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Right. So in other words, their interpretation of the reasoning why was different, but technically what Trump said was true. Things like that. That's exactly what happened. So, I mean, and by the Chonko's still here, like you've seen more socialist candidates that have been screwed over by the Democratic apparatus before. And the same's true of Republicans. I mean, there have been situations where there have been elections that benefited the Republicans that later there were trials that were found that the election, there was fraud that occurred in it. This can occur in the primary or the general election. You know, and unfortunately, anti-establishment Democrats suffer the same sort of fate. I forget, there was a guy that ran against Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I remember someone talking about this on Jimmy Dore a couple years ago, and this guy just got hosed by Debbie Wasserman Schultz, like all the shady practices that occurred there. Now, that doesn't mean that when Trump's like, I've seen that the election fraud stole the election. I don't think that he saw that proof. I think that he felt that was true. But the fact that we're like, well, that's the big lie. That's something. I mean, the current press secretary, whatever her name is, Pierre, she said the 2016 election was stolen. She tweeted it out. Stacey Abrams said that the election was stolen from her in 2018. They didn't have proof of this shit. And by the way, there were riots after Trump won in 2016. And 2/3 of Democrats that were polled in a YouGov poll in 2018 thought that Russia literally tampered with the votes to change the election to elect Donald Trump. But no one was censoring information of that accord. Yeah, Facebook did claim that their fact checks were opinion-based in court. Now, this is something that I want to speak on this for a second because Rachel Maddow said that. So is Tucker Carlson. You're going to say that, though. The New York Times has also said that. Of course you're going to say that. Like, it's like one of these things, like, you'll say whatever you can to get out of legal trouble. You're like, oh, yeah, I didn't mean that. Of course you're going to say that. If you think that it helps you. Do they really mean that? Probably. They probably do. But I'm just saying, you got to take it with a little grain of salt. You know, if I get sued, I'm probably going to say, look, I'm a commentator. It's just my opinions. That doesn't mean that I'm saying, like, I don't believe what I'm saying. Oh, what happened? It doesn't say I dropped any frames on my. Now, the Chonko guy might disagree with what he said, but it was basically a reasonable conversation. Of course, I get a little heated, but that's who I am. But I froze hardcore, yeah. But yeah, I didn't think it resorted to just like outright trolling like that. I don't know that there were elderly homes with 100% turnout. There were certainly whistleblowers that spoke to, like, my mom voted and she has dementia and doesn't know where she's at and things like that. Now, this sort of stuff's been... And don't get it twisted. I think a right-winger would do this as well. Yeah, Chonko was fine. I don't even necessarily... I kind of agree with him. If a place wants to unionize, they should have the right. And I think... that in some senses, unions have probably got a worse rap than what they are, but I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all solution. And I think that there are problems with unions just like there could be problems. I don't know that it's for the net benefit that more places unionize. They would have to unionize in the right way, and it's not always going to be the solution because with any sort of group like that, it's going to be clunky and there's going to be regress and things like that. So if you just had an owner that literally cared for his employees even more, it would probably be the best sort of system, but I digress. I don't think that his opinions were despicable or anything like that. I think it's a reasonable discussion to have. Who is worse, Beto or Obama in regards to the response to the shooting? Beto was worse. It might be worse for Obama because he's sort of a bigger name than Beto, obviously, because I think that Obama's sort of still the default figurehead of the Democratic Party. But Beto literally going to an event where they're giving details about the deaths of children and politically grandstanding, that's pretty fucked up. That's right up there with one of the worst things I've seen people do as far as grandstanding. It's really bad. Really bad. Did someone raid me? Yeah, no problem, Chonko. You call back on. I thought it was a great call. I will be a dick and I'll call you stupid and stuff like that, but you could call me that stuff too. I don't mind. It's just my nature. But yeah, I thought it was a fine conversation. But the Obama thing was bad because conflating George... Now, let me say something that's going to piss a lot of my viewers off. I kind of didn't like a lot of the George Floyd commentary that was going around at the time of his death, right? Like, it is irrelevant what he did in the past, whether or not he deserved the treatment he got. That's irrelevant. First off, there's probably almost no chance that the officers knew exactly the bad things George Floyd did in the past. They might have known him to be a local criminal, right? But even if they did, it's irrelevant. right? If I am accused of, God forbid, I would be accused of domestic assault and I spend 2 years in jail and I get out and then all of a sudden like a cop just fucking executes me in some heinous way. I don't find it, but he hit his wife, which I would never hit my wife because one, it's immoral, and second, she could beat the shit out of me. But you see what I'm saying. I don't see how one conflates the other. Now, the sort of celebration of George Floyd like he was this great person, that seems to be ridiculous. He wasn't. He was, by most metrics, a bad dude. But it doesn't mean he deserved what he got. That I don't factor that into the calculus. Like, you could be outraged. Yeah, right. An aircraft says the idealization of him. That's what's the problem. Yeah, Clino has a nice right hook. But I never jumped on that bandwagon. I'm just saying. You can go back and watch all my stuff. You didn't hear me going, oh, he's a pillhead. I might have said his drug use at this moment may have influenced his actions. Well, that I might have said. But I don't think that I ever was like, well, he had it coming. I don't think I ever said that shit. I hope I didn't. Because he didn't have it coming. Crackle, those things are all, that has nothing to do, right? That's a different argument. And I did a debate where I thought, that I argued, even though my gut feeling was, I didn't think they did a great job, the prosecution, in the Chauvin trial. So I argued as best I could why I thought that the prosecution did poorly and that there were extenuating factors such as resisting arrest and things like that. I did do that. But I think something odd just happened. You want to hear me sound like a conspiracy theorist here for a minute? So, anyone who's watching on Twitch, see if you just saw this happen, right? I was debating the left-wing Facebook dude, and then he left, not very brave of him. And he left. And then I froze, and then all of a sudden I went from about 50 people watching me on Twitch to 120 or 100. Did anybody see that? So I doubled my Twitch viewership all of a sudden. No one rated. Maybe it was just on my line it was saying that. But now it's saying that I have 50, 48 or something like that. So I don't know. I've had people bot me before. I don't know if maybe he attempted to bot me or someone attempted to bot me, and that's what caused my stream to freeze up. I don't know. That's odd that you get 50 people to sign on just like that and then go. Yeah, I saw that, Astro. The World Economic Forum shit's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, it shows 48 viewers now, but it did show me at 100, and then it dropped back down to 48. So I don't know. Whatever. I don't know about that shit. But yeah. Whatever. The 48 that are here are clearly the best 48, except for the 2 on D Live and the 21 on YouTube. Clearly the best 76 people. I'm just saying, like, listen, I'm not saying that a sober, like a well-intentioned person could say, look, we should look at, was he ingesting drugs? What was the circumstance surrounding the conflict? Yeah, that's reasonable. That is all reasonable. But I saw a lot of people that were like, fuck it, he had it coming because he did bad shit. I don't agree with that at all. That's all I'm saying. Now, does that mean we should idolize him? No. Y'all still funding Ukraine? Not me. Thank you, Crackle-Fat. I appreciate it. I would love to have 5,000 viewers. Then I could stop doing politics and do my real passion, which is interpretive dance while singing karaoke. I'm just waiting to break that 5,000 mark, and then watch out. Fund Ukraine, trust me. Thanks, Bronze Age Chad. We trust you, man. But I guess the point I'm trying to make with George Floyd is, anytime there's an event with law enforcement or someone that, something troubling happens and people look into the past history, that to me does not influence whether or not the event should have went down the way it did. Now, it might influence, you might say, I think based on the things we know about Trayvon Martin, that he likely was casing a joint. That's one thing. But to just say, well, he did something bad in school one time, so fuck it, I'm glad he got killed. I don't buy that. You know, that's all I'm saying. But yeah, the Obama shit is fucking heinous. Like, to conflate. I mean, I talked about this a lot last night. The idea of people trying to score political points on this issue, I felt the same when you saw right-wing people trying to make it about trans issues. There is no evidence that there's been a rash of mass shooters committed by trans people or drag people. And there's no evidence that I'm aware of that this person actually was trans or drag. And so to try to shoehorn that in there, I found to be disgusting. That's what I found. I found it to be obvious that was someone that was like, I have an issue. And I say that as someone who's argued trans issues quite frequently on here. I just thought it was disgusting. And similarly on the left, the Beto thing, the Obama thing, the gun grabbers, they can't wait. They can't wait to be like, here we go. Take the guns. You know, it's just disgusting. That's my feeling. I didn't even want to talk about this shit. I'll be honest. I didn't even want to talk about this shit. I feel horrible. Like, I am as forceful against the left as I think anyone you'll find. I'll tell them to fuck off right to their face when I think they're arguing in bad faith. I will. I think that the system's corrupt. Corruption's my biggest issue. I'll accept until I reciprocate. If someone treats me like shit, I'll treat them like shit back. I say that we need to go on offense against the left. I say that the corruption's terrible and that's what we need to be fighting, right? But I am able to understand that there are people that disagree with me ideologically that aren't evil people. I know them. I know Democrats, people that massively disagree with my politics, and I understand how you come to this position. There are a few positions I almost can't do that on. I can't understand how a moral person could advocate for allowing abortions up to 9 months. I can't see it. I could see how a moral person would be like, I think that we should allow early trimester abortions. I could see that. I can understand that the issue of pro-choice is an issue that actually, yes, giving people bodily autonomy is an important issue. I can understand the pro-life perspective. I can understand the life begins at conception people. I get it. Yeah, if you think it's a life, then you can't terminate it. I get that. I can't get the people that want the 9-month abortion. I can't get it. I can't, in my head, come to how that person could be a moral person. I just can't. And the sexualization of children is another one of those. I'm sorry. But most other things, I could listen to someone that says something I massively disagree with, like, yeah, we should have boots on the ground in Ukraine. And I'm like, oh, fuck, that's bad. But I don't think that makes them a moral person. I might think they're misguided or think they're wrong, but I don't think that it's immoral. I could see someone that voted for Hillary Clinton, who I thought was despicable, one of the worst possible candidates ever, and say, well, I can understand how you could vote for her. Like, maybe you just thought Trump was worse. Maybe you thought, whatever. So with the gun control debate, I get it. I happen to be someone who values the Second Amendment and understands, particularly given what I talk about quite frequently, the need to have a bulwark against government tyranny, which is the most important purpose of the Second Amendment. But I understand where someone comes from that's like, I can't believe these kids were shot with this weapon. Why does this weapon exist? I think that they're overly emotional and they're not thinking about it clearly in the sense of, well, there are reasons that, these guns should be allowed to be had and things like that. But I get where they're coming from. I don't think that makes them a shitty, immoral person. Now, you could have that position and be shitty and immoral, obviously. You could have that position because secretly you're like Obama and a bunch of other globalists that are like, well, we want to disarm the population so that they're more malleable to our tyranny. Right. But I don't think that, like, my friend that's like, Rob, come on, man. You shouldn't be allowed to buy an AR until you're 21. I don't think that guy's secretly like, good, disarm the population. I think he's misguided on it. Right. So I get it. I could talk on both sides. And so because of that, I just think that the people that can't, and I've talked about this, I'm as guilty as anyone. I'm fucking as guilty as anyone. Be honest with yourself. Like, I'll ask the audience right now. Just type yes if you've ever experienced this. There's some horrible event. There's a mass shooting. There's a bombing, right? There's something like that. And one of the first thoughts you have is, I hope that wasn't someone from my political group. It was probably Antifa. Or it was, if you're on the left, it was probably a Trump supporter. Have you ever had that thought? I have. It's fucking horrible. It is. Like, when you step back and you think about it, you're like, oh my God. Like, I feel gross about it. So I've tried to make a concerted effort when this stuff happens to be like, The story's changed so rapidly that I'm just going to not say much about it because I don't know. I don't know. When I talked about this issue last night, the story, the official story that I thought that I'd heard, and maybe people could tell me I was wrong last night when I was streaming, but what I heard was this guy shot his grandma. He was in a police chase. He basically crashed in front of the school. He ran into the school basically with police chasing him, and then he barricaded himself in and started shooting people. Today it seems that that's not the story. He did shoot his grandma, but that he walked around the school for at least 6 minutes shooting. Then he walked into an unlocked door and didn't have any interaction with police up until that point. That's a completely different story. And so what good is it for me to sit here and pontificate about the specifics of that when I know that it's probably going to change the next day? But on the other hand, it's like I'm a political streamer. This is the sort of stuff that it's on people's minds right now. And it's not the sort of thing where it's like, well, this is a conversation, the media is spinning this to talk about this story that otherwise no, this is kids being killed like this is tragic. It's newsworthy, so that's what people wanted to talk about. So it's like, okay, I'll talk about it. But yeah, I'm puffed. Am I wrong? Did people not hear that story? That he shot his mom and then was like fleeing police? I don't know that the allegation was that they were behind him in cars, but that he was running from police. That's what I heard. But yeah, I mean, the Obama thing, it's fucking crazy. I mean, again, Obama did this. I mean, this isn't even the worst thing that Obama's done. Obama, after a Black Lives Matter supporter murdered 5 police officers in Dallas, Obama went to the funeral and criticized police. I mean, imagine that. You're sitting there, the president's coming to speak at my husband's funeral. He died in the line of duty. Was killed by this guy. And Obama's like, it's a shame, it's tragic that these people died, that a maniac killed these people. This is not what this country stands for. And we need to understand that police need to do a better job of reaching out to people of color, that their attention's because of the act. Imagine fucking sitting there and listening to that being like, are you fucking kidding? My husband's dead. And you're going to lecture the institution that he was part of? That's what you're taking today to do? Well, maybe this wouldn't happen if your husband worked for a better institution. And Obama got away with that shit. To me, I was just like, wow. I mean, imagine that. Imagine that a Trump supporter goes out and kills someone, right? And I'm president. And I'm giving the eulogy, and I'm like, that's terrible that this maniac killed you. But let's be honest, Trump supporters have a right to be upset. Imagine how narcissistic I would have to be to say that. It just, even to just say it out loud, you're like, ugh. And the George Floyd still hitting shit, right? Like, there's a big conversation in the chat about it. Yeah, fentanyl's a menace, but the last police were saying defund the police. Do they have a point? What's interesting, it was one of the things that I found, I'll default to Brett Weinstein, I heard say on his podcast once. Giving the monopoly of power to the government was probably the best things humans did since not shitting where they eat. The ideal system is a system where the government handles disputes like this and uses power, because we don't want people to sort of do it themselves. We don't want vigilante justice. You don't want that, because the mob is fickle and the mob could be wrong. And for me, one of my favorite books is A Tale of Two Cities, right? Which is about the French Revolution. The French Revolution, don't get me wrong, I sympathize with the founders of that revolution, the tyranny that's going on in France. But then you could quickly see how the mob got out of control as well, and in many ways was worse than the tyranny. So But that doesn't mean the police can't be corrupt or the police can't be ineffective or incompetent, you know? So the idea of always defending the police is nonsense to me. There are clearly cases when police act poorly. You know, that doesn't mean we defund the police. That doesn't mean we say the police are racist. But you don't, I think there are people on the other side that just default defend the police every time. Police were doing, not just on an individual level, but police were doing bad shit. Like, what about the cops that were, you know, fucking arresting people because they didn't have their mask on while they were jogging down the beach? I'm going to defend that dude? What about that asshole in Parkland, right, that hid? I'm going to defend that dude? Apparently these people. So, I mean, it's not a zero-sum thing. We still have to appreciate police and that it's a difficult job, and that, but we certainly criticize when it's ineffective and when it's done corruptly or incompetently. Defunding's not the reason. You know, I always thought that was funny, Jay, right? All the talk of systemic racism and stuff in law enforcement, but for some reason the left, with thinking that police could be so corrupt, when it comes to the biggest police organization in our country, the FBI, the ATF, they wholeheartedly believe anything they say. And it was simple because those organizations were anti-Trump. So in their calculus, it was like, oh, they must be good. How about, why don't we make that mom that ran in, why don't we make her a cop? She was willing to put her life on the line to protect children. You know, but I hear you, Aircraft. I don't know about that. But I think it's a competent argument. It's weird because the fact that, let's assume, now, let me give you a caveat here. This story could massively change tomorrow. I could wake up tomorrow's morning and the story could be completely different. Completely. Right? But if it is as it seemed, that the police set up a perimeter and let this guy shoot for like an hour or whatever before going in, if that's the case, it's sort of weird how both sides could use this to find a sort of fit into their narrative, right? Because the left, what I hear them saying is like, oh, so you mean a good guy with a gun didn't stop a bad guy with a gun? That's why we should get rid of the AR. Okay. And the right's going to be like, this is why you need to arm yourself. See? You can't always depend on the police. So it's interesting how both sides could look at that and be like, well, you know, it's up to you guys. I could stick around until 2 a.m. or so if you want. But if I'm going to do that, I have to go to the restroom. I did something today that I shouldn't have. I drank a milkshake. And dairy doesn't always sit well with me. So, it's up to you guys. If enough people are going to stick around, I'll go to the restroom and come back. Yeah, pussy, yeah. That guy came out guns a-blazing, right? Like, all right, I'll put a video up for y'all and then I'll be right back. Let's see what we want to listen to. Maybe. Here's an oldie but a goodie. We'll put it on fast speed too. Try to keep up. So the Inspector General's report has come out on the actions of James Comey and him releasing class. This will be fun. Try to keep up with me in fast speed here. I'll be right back. classified memos to the press and to people connected to him. For those of you who don't know the story, it's really quite simple. After Comey got fired, he kept memos of his conversations with President Trump. These were FBI material, not his personal memos. Despite that, he, by his own admission, released them to a friend with instructions to release the information to the New York Times in order to get a special counsel appointed to try to take Trump down. Just so happened they picked his best friend, Robert Mueller, to be the special counsel, so Comey got everything he wanted. So there's been this investigation by the IG as to whether or not Comey violated FBI policy and broke the law. Spoiler alert, yes, he did violate FBI policy and break the law. But what this video is about is this information was then given from the IG when they found out that he broke the law and violated FBI policy to Barr, who's the Attorney General under Trump, and Barr has declined to prosecute Comey for these crimes. This is outrageous. This outlines specifically 3 crimes that I'll point to that were committed by Comey, and yet still Trump's DOJ refuses to prosecute. If they refuse to prosecute, this shows that we have a 2-tier justice system, that none of the criminals in the intel community will ever be brought to justice. All of the information will be made public like this, and people will just ignore the story because they know the truth. Nothing ever gets done. The intel agencies, which have far more of an ability to sway our elections and determine our course of democracy than Russia or China or any other countries, the most powerful intel agencies in the world that have the power to take away all of your rights, they'll continue to do whatever they want, just like Comey here. They have him dead to rights. In fact, Comey's tweeting today celebrating, haha, told you nothing would be done to all those that said that I would be in jail or that I broke the law. Haha, even though it's in black and white that he broke the law. Just like with the Epstein crap, this will be buried within a week. It is absolutely outrageous. Now, what this report shows is it goes through, and I'll link the report, but it goes through a list of exactly what Comey did. The important thing to know is this. They determined immediately that no, these were not Comey's personal memos because they were done in his tenure as head of the FBI and that he had marked some of the material classified himself. Everybody knew, everyone else in the FBI knew that this was FBI material and knew that that means once you're no longer in the FBI, you're required to give this material back. So I outlined 3 crimes that I'll try to point to that Comey committed that are specifically illustrated here. Now, 1, even without the crimes, whether or not they're actual crimes, they're definitely violations of FBI policy. This means the entire special counsel into Trump started as a result of a violation of FBI policy, of someone in the FBI breaking the rules regarding classified information because he hated Trump and wanted to bring him down. That's it. We know that right out of the gate. The entire special counsel was a result of that decision. That is appalling. But it also goes beyond that because it's actual crimes that were committed. So the first thing I want to point to is page 51 here, which you could read, and it says, when asked whether the FBI's classification markings raised any concerns for Comey about his storage and transmission of the memos, Comey stated the following. Sure, yeah, 2 things ran through my mind. Immediately, it's like, I could be wrong. Could I be wrong? Which is something I'm always trying to ask myself. Could my judgment have been wrong? And if they're classified, what are the implications for that? Because I stored and transmitted, sure. So we know they were classified. Comey admitted he knew there would be consequences. He's trying to claim, I didn't think they were classified, but he knows that's not his decision to make. You have to go through other agencies in the FBI to determine whether or not material is classified. It was determined by those agencies that, yes, some of this was classified material. Comey's admitting right here, I knew if it was classified, there would be consequences, as in legal consequences, because it is against the law to maintain and take away classified information and disseminate it to third parties. So that's the first crime Comey made. He actually took classified information, FBI material that wasn't his, and he gave it to 3 people, 2 of them his lawyers and 1 a lawyer who was his friend. With the 3rd, he instructed specifically to give the details of that classified information to the New York Times or 2 other press outlets in an attempt to spur a special counsel to investigate Trump. Clear-cut violation of the law. Now, they'll try to make the same arguments they made with Hillary Clinton, but what was the intent? His intent was he didn't know it was classified. Ridiculous. We've all heard the stories of people that accidentally took classified material home and were charged for it. Of a sailor who accidentally took a selfie and that had classified material behind him and sent him to his friends just to show how cool it was he was on himself. He was charged with that. It doesn't matter if Comey thought it was classified or not. This whole report outlines, he understood that there was a process to go through to determine whether or not this was classified in his role as the head of the FBI. He chose to forgo that process, and he chose to release this information. He admits that he knew he could have been wrong, that it could have been classified, which it was ruled classified, and that there would be consequences if it was. That's clear cut. End of story. He broke the law. He gave out classified information to 3 people. Now, let me go here to the second thing I want to see. Let's go down to page 53. Or we'll start on page 52 here. Make sure you can read. On June 8, 2017, Comey testified before the SSCI. Comey answered a number of questions from senators concerning the creation, handling, and sharing of the memos and provided the following information in response to questions from Senator Collins and Senator Collins. And finally, did you show copies of your memos to anyone outside the Department of Justice? Comey answers yes. Collins says, and whom did you show copies? Comey says, I asked the president tweeted on Friday, May 12th, after I got fired, that I better hope there's not tapes. I woke up in the middle of the Monday night because it didn't dawn on me originally there might be corroboration for our conversation. There might be a tape. And my judgment was I needed to get that out in the public square. And so I asked a friend of mine to share the content of the memo with the reporter. Didn't do it myself for a variety of reasons, but I asked him to because I thought that it might appoint the process of a special counsel, and so I asked my friend to do it. And was that Mr. Witts, Collins asked. No, says Comey. Collins says, who was that? Comey says, a good friend of mine who's a professor at Columbia Law School. Collins says, thank you. Now Senator Blunt will continue the line of questions. Blunt says, well, you said something earlier I don't want to fail to follow up on. You said after you were dismissed, you gave information to a friend so they could get that information to public media. Correct, says Comey. What kind of info was that? What kind of information did you give to a friend? Comey says, that the Flynn conversation, the president asked me to let Flynn, I'm forgetting my own exact word, but the conversation in the Oval Office. Now, the IG report continues. Comey told the OIG he did not tell Senator Collins about sharing 4 of the memos with his 3 attorneys because Comey was, quote, trying to answer the question that was asked and not reveal confidential communications with my lawyers. That is absurd. Let's see again what Collins' question of. Did you show copies of the memo outside anyone in the Department of Justice? Who? Or he says yes. Who? He says 1 person. That is a lie. She asked, did you share this with other people? He says yes, 1 person. That is a lie. He shared it with at least 3 people. That is lying to Congress. This is the same thing that people like Michael Cohen were charged for, had his house raided, had crimes looked into in decades past, because he lied to Congress, to investigators. The same FBI that charged people with lying to Congress and to the FBI, their former head is now lying to Congress, dead to rights. Dead to rights. He's saying, well, I thought it was appropriate to not tell the whole truth because these were my lawyers I was talking to. He could have told them that. Let's go on to see Comey's excuse. In his view, there's a distinction between communication with his lawyers for the purpose of obtaining legal advice and communication to another person who happened to be one of his lawyers to accomplish a task for him, which was acting in his direction to release something to the media. Comey told the OIG that he referred to Richmond as his friend rather than his attorney in the SSCI testimony because Comey didn't consider what he asked Richmond to do.
Ah, yes. Comey. That wasn't even the video I was trying to play, but if you want to see the rest of that video, which is spot on, and as I said, I was doing that video August 29th, 2019. I did like a 5-hour live stream of all these people at the FBI and other places that should have been locked up and should have been charged with crimes, but they weren't. And then if you watch those live streams, the chat was all QAnon people, and they were saying, trust the plan. Bill Barr is going to get them. That's what they were saying. I just read something when I was on the bathroom there that this is unbelievable. Sorry. I gotta, I didn't read the whole thing. But this is unbelievable. We'll read it together here. So, one of the things I heard people question, this is shit that we live in a society like this. How did this guy get the guns? How did the shooter in Texas get the guns? Right? They seem to be expensive guns. This is a question people have been asking. Does anyone have a theory? What's the implication? What are people suggesting? He had some outside help, right? Well, yeah, at a gun store. But how did he get the money to get the guns? They're expensive. If he was unemployed, living with his grandma. I'd read that the estimated cost was over $5,000. Maybe credit cards. I heard some suggestions. Yeah, Keeley's gets to it. Do you have any connections to the FBI? It's not unheard of for the FBI to put people up to shit. Just ask Whitmer. Right? And I know what you're thinking. That's some crazy conspiratorial shit. Maybe. I haven't seen any proof of it. No, the claim is right now that he purchased the guns on his 18th birthday, so. Sounds like a crazy bullshit conspiracy. What are the chances that this guy was in contact with the FBI right before the mass shooting, right? Let me ask you this. If that was the case, would you think that would be troubling? If this guy, this shooter, was in contact with the FBI right before the shooting, would people find that troubling? I think that would be troubling. What was the shooting before this one that people were focused on? They remember? Seems like a lifetime ago. What was the shooting before this that the media was hyper-focused on, people were talking about? It is an extraordinary claim, Sparrow, I agree. Good, that's the exact answer I was looking for. Remember Buffalo? Remember that mass shooter? Authorities investigating if retired federal agent knew of Buffalo mass shooting plans in advance. Law enforcement officers are investigating whether a retired federal agent had about 30 minutes advance notice of a white supremacist plans to murder black people at a Buffalo supermarket. 2 law enforcement officials told the Buffalo News. Authorities believe the former agent, believed to be from Texas, was one of at least 6 individuals who regularly communicated with the accused gunman, Peyton, whatever, I'm not going to say his name, in an online chat room where racist hatred is discussed. The law enforcement sources with direct knowledge of the investigation stated these individuals were invited to read about his mass shooting plans and target location 30 minutes before he was killed. News could not determine if the retired agent accepted the invitation. These were like-minded people who used this chat to talk about their shared interests in racial hate. What is especially upsetting is these 6 people received advanced knowledge of the shooting. The FBI has verified none of these people called law enforcement. The FBI database shows no advance tips from anyone. Agents from the FBI are in the process of tracking down and interviewing the 6 people, including the retired agent. They couldn't determine what agency he worked for. Like, that's fucking troubling. Is the implication that this guy, this former federal agent, was a white supremacist? That's troubling. Or is the implication he was an informant? That's probably more troubling. But the reason I asked about the school shooting was Sparrow said it would be troubling, but that's an extraordinary claim. Right. I would have said the same thing about Buffalo. If you would have told me, dude, this dude 30 minutes beforehand was talking to a former federal agent, I'd have been like, no way, bullshit. That sounds like a crazy claim. Law enforcement's taking it seriously. I don't know. I just saw that and was like, damn. And you can't help but be conspiratorial given what we just saw with the Whitmer shit. Remember, the Pam Geller situation is one of the most ridiculous situations I've ever seen. And people forget about this. FBI had undercover agent at the scene of the Dra Muhammad shooting in Texas. The indictment of Eric Hendricks for ISIS recruiting revealed that an undercover FBI agent was communicating with him before the 2 men attacked the event. The FBI put him up to this, and then if you read the article, I don't know if this article will say, the FBI agent was in a car behind them and didn't expect them to shoot. They were waiting till the last minute to arrest these people, allegedly. And then once the shooting started, the FBI agent drove away. So I don't know. I see no evidence that the FBI was involved in this shooting, this school shooting. But I'm just saying, you can't help but raise those questions now. And now you see a former agent was like the last person a half hour before. Maybe not FBI, but a former federal agent was the last person to talk to the Buffalo shooter? One of the last people, one of the last 6? What do you mean I'm checking over there? I'm talking to you, Jay. But, yeah, crazy. Ray Liotta died today. What happened to John Burke? John Burke get banned off Twitch? Yeah, Ray Liotta. I love Goodfellas, man. I love Ray Liotta. Yeah, Keeley's. After the Whitmer thing, who could criticize you for suggesting it's a possibility? Well, John Burke got banned. I'll have to reach out to him. That sucks. Terrible. I think John. All right. I got 20 minutes left. Anybody have any specific topic that they want to talk about? Does anyone want to call in and call me a pussy again? That's good stuff. Good stuff. Yoda died in Empire. Did he? I don't remember. Food shortage. Yeah, I mean, fertilizer prices are going through the roof. You see, my father-in-law that drives truck, he drives oversized loads. Diesel prices are out of control. Production's going to start to curtail off. By the way, this is a long-term problem as well. Certainly we could blame the COVID lockdowns, the people that endorsed them, especially the Biden administration, but even the Republicans and Trump that signed off on the massive stimulus and paid lip service to lockdowns and things like that. But it's a long-term problem. Farming and trucking, like farming's being taken over by factory farming, but truck drivers, they can't, dude, everyone I know that works in the truck companies around here, they're all hitting retirement age. There's no young people coming up. None. None doing that shit. What I think Republicans would do differently? Probably nothing at the top level. The Republican Party isn't much different than the Democrat. The Mitch McConnells of the world, what would they have done differently? Theoretically, your Rand Pauls and stuff would have done stuff differently. They would have prioritized opening domestic energy production, prioritized emergency relief to ensure that companies that are dealing in food was getting things that they needed to continue that production. 95% of farms are family owned, but what percentage of the total acreage is family owned? That I would be interested to see. I could just tell you from around here, but what I see around here is every year or two, it seems like another farm sells to a bigger farm. So there are less, where I'm at, my area of the world, it used to be probably had 30, 40 families farming. Now you maybe have 6, 7. Now, some of them just sold to other families that are continuing to farm, but yeah, I agree with you, Achilles. I think that this is intentional. When you understand that it's intentional, they want a globalist system like the World Economic Forum. They want people reliant on the government, and the biggest impediment to that is the West, particularly the United States, the working class population. So they're doing everything they can in a litany of ways to bring them to their knees. I believe that. Absolutely. Yeah, I was mentioning Ray Liotta died. Yeah, it's a bummer. Goodfellas is one of my favorite movies. He was in tremendous movies, though. Great actor. It's a bummer. I didn't see any link, Jay. I love Goodfellas. I still think it's one of my favorite movies. Let's read something here. How can I be critical of Democrats or Biden if you think Republicans put in would do mostly the same thing? Well, easily. Why? That's a self-answering question. How could I be critical of someone's husband for beating them if I think the other guy she would have married would have beat her as well? I was critical of Republicans when Trump was in office and when they were signing these large bills that went from one of the largest transfers of wealth from the poor and working class to the upper class. I was critical of Trump when he endorsed lockdowns. I was critical of Trump when he bombed Syria. I was critical of Trump when he massively blew out our budget. Critical of Republicans for signing off on that shit. And critical of Republicans that signed to send $40 billion to Ukraine. Why does that mean I can't be critical of Democrats as well? Democrats are in charge. Thanks, Gizmo. They have the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Why wouldn't I criticize them? Now, there are Republicans that I think would have done better. I think DeSantis would have done better. I think Rand Paul would have done better. Do I think that Lindsey Graham or Mitch McConnell or Jeb Bush or Mitt Romney would have done better? No, probably not. But I don't think they're really different than the Democrats. So I can't go past two. I really can't. That's just my opinion. Probably, if those Republicans aren't nefarious and they're actually would have just done what it ideologically seemed, maybe they would have opened energy production more, which would have been better. But yeah, I totally agree, Chuckles. Just reading something here. I saw this earlier. Let's see this. I didn't read this, so you'll read it with me. Former Attorney General Bill Barr says Clinton guilty of sedition. Has given a stark warning of nominee Clinton her seditious conspiracy against former President Donald Trump. This is Bill Barr. I thought we were heading into a constitutional crisis. I think whatever you think of Trump, the fact that the whole Russiagate thing was a grave injustice. It appears to be a dirty political trick that was used first to hobble him and then potentially drive him from office. I believe it's seditious, he said, but warned that those charges would be tough to prove in court. It was a gross injustice, and it hurt the United States in many ways, including what we're seeing in Ukraine these days. Distort our foreign policy and so forth, said Bill Barr. Yeah, how about go fuck yourself, Bill Barr? Go fuck you, you sack of shit, you human fucking excrement, worthless piece of fucking garbage. That guy did more damage than Hillary Clinton, the fucking worthless bum. Oh, I think that there was sedition. If only I was in position to do something about it. Fucking loser. Bill Barr is as responsible for the situation we find ourselves in right now as Joe Biden is. Fucking covering up for the deep state, for the coup against Trump. That's what he did. He covered it up. He wouldn't even charge Comey when the inspector general recommended it. Well, it would be tough to prove in court. Great. Maybe we could have did something about it too. Thanks, QAnon. Thanks to them too. Thanks so much. Because when I was arguing to get Bill Barr out of there because he sucked, they were going, oh, Rob, trust the plan. The reason he's not charging Comey is because, you see, Comey drinks the adrenaline glands of children with Hillary Clinton, and Bill Barr's about to bring the hammer down on him for that. So he couldn't possibly charge him, for lying to investigators and taking improper evidence. He couldn't possibly charge him for that because he's going to get him for the eating kids. He's going to get him for that. Trust the plan, Rob. Come on, don't get fired up there, Rob. Trust the plan. Oh, lecture fan's wrong about Barr. He's absolutely wrong. Him and Jeff Sessions were fucking worthless. They were they're worse than worthless. Either they are the most incompetent people ever, or they're the biggest cowards ever, or they were intentionally planted there to make sure that the coup was allowed to continue. And I go with the latter. I don't think Bill Barr is stupid. I don't think Jeff Sessions is stupid. They're probably cowardly, but do I think that the salary of House members should be tied directly with the average income of those they represent? No. I don't think that's necessary. I don't mind paying people a lot. I don't. The financial incentive, though, isn't the $150,000 you get for being a House member. It's the $27 million you get from the stock tips and the kickbacks and shit. That's the real problem. The salary, yeah. I also don't agree with one term. I have to think about this strongly, but my personal preference is 2 terms in the House, 2 terms in the Senate. That's it. Or 3 terms in the House, I think I said before. That's 18 years. Don't you work with tax money? I don't know what you mean. I have not seen the amount they're allowed for leases. That's absolutely right, Achilles. If people supporting Trump would have been like, what are you doing? Get this guy out of here. Then maybe he would have listened. I'm not saying guarantee, but maybe he would have. But instead, so many of those people are like, trust the plan, trust Bill Barr, trust the plan. He's letting this guy walk. He's letting Comey walk. He's letting Clapper walk. He's letting McCabe walk. Trust the plan, trust the plan. Does not my pay come from taxpayer money? Some. So my company is a nonprofit that I work from, and there are government dollars that go into the company. There's also a lot of donations, and then other sources of money. But yeah. Tainted Holy says, hot take, Lauren Southern sucks at debating. Destiny only talks to her because she's easy to roll over. Maybe. I had someone recommending how to grow my channel, someone I trust, and they said, the best way is to get connections to people that I can and then have them speak to bigger people. So like get in with Destiny or get in with Lauren Southern things like that. And they're like, you should have reached out to Lauren Southern. I did. Lauren's producer, Samantha, all but assured me that Lauren was going to have me on her show. She didn't. Samantha still talks to me. I think Samantha's still a producer for the show. I don't know what to do. Like, Aftershock was kind of talking about this last night. What am I supposed to do? Just bug people every day? Hey, when's that going to happen? Hey, am I supposed to email people every day? I put the offer out there. People don't respond. I'm like, okay, I'll do my own thing. Whether that be a debate, an interaction with someone, it is what it is. I'm pretty open to talk to anyone as long as it fits my schedule, which is usually pretty fluid. I put offers out there. I don't get responses. I'll find my community on Rumble. Maybe. I'm considering switching, Odyssey. People told me working through Odyssey that they were going to help me out with some stuff. I contacted them. Haven't heard anything. So, lose weight and shave. Lose weight I should. Shave, no. Let me tell you a story. When I debated, let me see if I can find a picture. I'll show you what I look like. Here's a good likeness of how I debated. That's me. I look pretty haggard. I wore metal shirts all the time. That's how I debated. That was good. I was a good debater. So I started to do well, and then I kind of somewhat hit a wall. And my coach told me, he said, hey man, if you'd shave and you'd wear a suit and a tie, or at least, a button down and look more respectable, you'd win more. And I was like, fuck all that. Debate's about who has the best argument. That's what it's about. It shouldn't matter what I look like. None of that should matter. What should matter is, was my argument better than my opponent's in that round? If so, I win. And he was like, I'm just telling you. And so we talked about it. So finally I was like, fine, I'll give it a chance. He was absolutely right. He was. I trimmed up, didn't completely shave my beard, but made sure it was groomed properly, wore button downs, dress shoes, the whole 9 yards, right? And I did better. And there were other stylistic things, stuff like that. And he was right. And it pissed me. It was a harsh lesson, but it pissed me off. That presentation matters. I don't give a fuck to change my appearance for this channel, though. Winning debate mattered to me in a different way. I was competitive. I wanted to do it. If you were to tell me, Rob, Lauren Southern would have you on your channel if you lost 20 pounds and shaved your beard, I would say, well, fuck all that. That's what I would say. That's what I'd say. I don't give a fuck. No, not dressing for success. Not happening. It's just not happening. I just don't care that much. Nope. That'd be the equivalent. What's the next step then? Rob, just become a little less forceful in your criticism of the FBI, and we think you can get another 30 live stream viewers. Loosen your stance on what you think about this issue, and maybe you get some more. Here's what you do, right? Stop stylistically. Don't get as loud when you talk. Talk with more of a baritone and just talk softer. Maybe if you slow down your speech, don't get emotional. Just don't get emotional. What's what I say to all that? Fuck that. If that's why bigger streamers aren't having me on because I weigh a little too much and because my beard isn't groomed enough, I don't give a fuck. Fuck those people. That's what I think. Well, if there's other channels that happen to look like me, there's nothing I can do about that. reinvent myself and just be woke left. Yeah, go the Hunter Avalon route. Sure. They'd take me with open arms, too. Oh, I know biking can. I'm not offended that people said that. I'm not. You're probably right. Now, I should lose weight because I should be healthier, and that's different. There you go, Chuckles, yeah. I, of course, ask Rob, who's Craig? Craig, he's like my cousin who happens to be a trans-binary racial lover of spirits lefty. Go away, Craig. They don't have me on because they will lose the debate and look bad, or at the very least it's a draw, in which case they look bad in front of their audience. Yeah, that's basically true. But why would a right-winger do that? Why wouldn't Lauren Southern have me on? I'm probably not going to debate her. Maybe it's because it's competition. I don't think that. I think it's just because Lauren Southern probably has better things to do and bigger names. Yeah, I agree, Jay. That's the problem. And I understand that. I don't really care. I don't know how to sell myself. I never have. It's just the truth. If I had $1 million, I'm sure I could hire someone to be my producer and they would get me on channels and stuff, and I'm sure I would grow. But I don't. So I don't. It's that simple. I don't know how to do it. I'm not good at it. I could probably learn. Probably. Let me show you something. I could spend a bunch of time learning to edit and produce and contact people. Or I could hang out with that guy at the zoo here the other day. He was skeptical of the carousel. He scratched his head there a little. So I just don't give a shit. I'm one of the happiest people you'll ever see. I don't care. Yeah, tainted. I tried it. That's kind of what I was trying to do tonight. I try to have people call in. I do. I think I'm pretty open to that, but maybe I advertise it better. I don't know. I honestly, I'm not really concerned about it. I mean, let's be honest. If I could quit my job tomorrow and make $150,000 a year streaming, would I do it? Yeah, absolutely. But is it something that I'm putting all my effort in? No, I'm just not. You know, it's not a guarantee. And at this point as a father, if I need more money, then I'll work overtime or get a second job before I'll put my eggs in I'll make that big streaming. But I mean, what am I going to do? Even if I become a big streamer, YouTube and Twitch will just be like, all right, you're done. We don't like what you're saying. So it's not a solid career decision to put a bunch of time in. So I do this as a hobby. That's it. I enjoy it. Sometimes I get money. I enjoy the money. I'm not going to lie. But that's it. I'm not gonna yeah, we'll get through it, Biking Cat, yeah. Oh, that's cool, Aftershock. Good to see you on here too, yeah. Yeah, the Discord group thing was fun. And I like things like that. I do. But yeah, the panels, I don't know. I do them here and there. It's I don't know. Yeah, people have met me through panels. People have met me through when I debated bigger streamers like Destiny or something. I don't know. I'll do the panels and, for every one person I get like that, is it worth the fucking aggravation? I don't know. I mean, that's why I do them. To reach different people. But Readsters. Oh, you're back in. You want to join Readsters? Sure. Why not, Readsters? We'll leave you join. I did unban you today. Go ahead, Readsters. You want to talk? I'll give you a couple minutes. I have to be out of here by 2:30. No shit. So before you get upset because I'm leaving or something like that, I'm just telling you right now, that's how it is. So have a point. He could try to get me banned. I'm not gonna. I understand what the lefties do. Can you hear me?
Hello.
All right. What do you want to talk about? We gotta get to the point because I gotta go to bed.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
For sure, I way too trolly. Like when I come into your chat.
It's all right.
That was my fault, obviously, for being reactionary today. But
it's okay. Under the bridge, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, I've been hurting a lot from this shooting. Being from Texas originally.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing, yeah.
It does suck. It sucks big time. And like being honest and trying to find common ground anywhere is very quick to get the water muddy. And you know, if there's pragmatic approach to be made about mental health, for instance, it should just be a no-brainer. No matter the side, people should set that aside and try to talk about it, or how it can be implemented on a local level.
It's, you know, mental health. I talked about this a little last night. So I work in the with people with developmental disabilities. There's a lot of mental health that goes into the people. I do home health care. I'm not a doctor. I don't diagnose. I just implement plans that doctors and the people I work for come up with. But the one thing I'll say about, I don't disagree. We need to fund mental health, even aside from these reasons, these shooting reasons, much more. I think it's kind of tragic. We have a throwaway culture when it comes to people maybe with mental health issues or elderly people. We just kind of like put them in a facility and it'll be all right. Someone will look after them. I think we could do better. But having said that, I do think that it's kind of a, like this catch-all that people say, and it makes you feel like you're saying something, but I don't, like, what does that mean? Like, if we'd have funded mental health better, maybe a situation like this wouldn't occur. I think that the best way to gear that money is we need to develop like a profile of what exactly is it, because it's not that all mental health people commit violence or do these sort of shootings.
Right.
It seems to be a unique profile. So, you know, I guess it would be develop this unique profile and then find out where we could put resources to try to lower people that meet that profile, to intervene earlier in life. But I think it's going to be easier said than done, you know?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, it can happen. Like, we live in the U.S., or you live in the U.S. I'm a dual citizen in Canada now.
Okay.
I'm not able to own a firearm up here, which is...
I've talked to you before. I remember you now.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the right way to go about things. I'm gonna, like, medication regimen change. You know, I'm completely okay with that. Even though I have the right technically or whatever, I am like, okay, this makes complete sense right off the bat.
So what makes sense? Like, people that have mental health crisis not being allowed to own a firearm? Is that what you mean?
Or just a strict system which monitors, are they stable on meds?
Well, here's the problem, right? So ask yourself, how could that system be abused, right? Like, so anytime you're giving a government or some authority an ability to take away your rights, you have to assume, what if the worst person got into power? How would they use this, right? So one of the first things that you'd see, and you could already see this playing out with conversations of red flag laws, what would happen would be some of the people that value gun ownership the most would probably be people that volunteer to serve in our military. So imagine that you're a proud gun owner, you like going hunting with your family, you like sports shooting and things like that. You turn 18 or 20, you decide to join the Marines, you fight in Afghanistan, you fight in some country in the Middle East, you see some crazy shit. You come back and you have some PTSD and you're seeking treatment for it. That very reason that you went and fought and now that you have PTSD is used to take away something that you love and value, your right to own a firearm. Like, and you could see that would be used in real time, and that would be tragic.
If there's a strict ethical system in place, then it's not like an issue. Like, I'm sure there's Canadian veterans who deal with that. But they look at it.
I don't know the Canadian system. I don't, right? But again, we could see that that's been the way that they've suggested red flag laws. That's exactly the type of thing. Like, for example, you'd have to imagine, well, what sort of are the criterias that would meet that burden where it's like, okay, now you've met the threshold where you can't own a firearm, right? Contemplation of self-harm. Well, right. That's what I'm saying, though. But they would have to... It can't be fluid. It would have to be some strict standards. Like you have to have, right? So there'd be like a check sheet if you're a psychiatrist that you're filling out. So something might be like contemplation of self-harm. Would you think that would be a reason not to allow ownership of a firearm?
Yeah, if you're having ideation or anything like that.
But that's most people with PTSD.
Then they should get the PTSD addressed in a clinical setting, right? Where they can become stabilized and able to own a firearm.
What will happen will be people then will refuse to go seek treatment for PTSD, right? You'll come back and you'll ignore because you don't want to lose your firearm.
That's what I'm
saying. It would be like telling on yourself. It'd be like
of an issue like that should be in the interest of public safety. Something. It's like,
people aren't going to look like it that way. They're going to say, you know what, I'll just power through it without getting help because if I go, they're going to take away my guns, and guns are a huge part of my life. And
right,
so I'm not going to
that's
go.
Where I don't understand it, and that's where one hang up I have with Americans in general is that we lack civics education on comparing and contrasting things.
I totally I find it to be the exact opposite. I would say that countries like Canada I'll explain. I would say that countries like Canada that don't have a Bill of Rights are the ones that lack a civics education because they're unaware of the tyranny of governments. But do you have free speech? Do you have a First Amendment?
Yes.
Let's see. Maybe I'm thinking
Not
of the UK.
American First Amendment.
Well, let's see.
That's like saying the UN we should apply all of UN human rights to us domestically. But that's like vehemently opposed with a lot of people.
Let's see. Freedom of expression in Canada is protected as a fundamental freedom by Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Charter also permits the government to enforce reasonable limits. Hate speech, obscenity, and defamation are right. So hate speech. I mean, it doesn't sound as clear cut as
N-word in the street and like verbally harass them over that.
Yeah, you should be allowed to
charge for that. So
right,
in America, that's sure, you can hold that opinion. That's okay. But you have to realize too that just because another country doesn't do that doesn't mean it's the ultimate universal good or moral good.
But you're starting that, right? You're making a claim about the United States. You're saying the people of the United States aren't educated aren't civic minded enough. In other words, they're selfish. Is what you're saying. And so I'm just retorting with, I could say the same about Canada, right? So it's not like I'm saying this. I would not have said that about Canada had you not said that about the United States beforehand. So to come back and say, well,
Canada, though, that's okay to say.
Okay.
Like, we're good at making fun of ourselves. Trailer Park Boys is like a perfect example.
Crisco says, who lives in Canada, says, we have a Charter of Rights and Freedoms, but the first thing in that is that the government can take away the rights. We don't have rights in Canada. We have privileges. Would you say that's true?
He's not wrong about parliamentary supremacy. We have the notwithstanding clause, which is.
I have to plead ignorance. I just don't know. I honestly, but that's I've heard people say that.
People at the end of the day is what rules.
I mean,
So
they just
provincial
shut
legislation
down.
can overturn. Sorry.
They just shut down bank accounts of people that gave money to the trucker convoy. That seems pretty authoritarian. But U.S. does shit like that too.
The way
Don't get me
in
wrong.
which they went about that, I mean, I'm not going to get into it.
Right, it's a different topic. I totally.
If they had the proper laws in place to deal with domestic terror organizations, they probably didn't need to go that route.
Nonetheless, it is a different topic, but I'll just say this: like, I think that
it's not,
the Second Amendment exists for a reason. The idea of it is first and foremost to protect against government tyranny is absolutely necessary. We see more and more every day in the United States why that's the case. I mean, we have a government that is literally calling people that voted for the other guy the most extreme political movement in history in the United States. We have people admit that they intentionally made lives difficult of people that didn't take a particular medication. We see all sorts of our rights being violated more and more every day. And yeah, go ahead. So I think that it is reasonable to, I think the Second Amendment's there for a reason. And I don't think that it's
terror laws, for instance. Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, the dude published a fucking manifesto about it, like all over the fucking internet. The Buffalo shooter.
Okay.
And it's like that's extremism. At its
but we already
best.
have, right? But correct me if I'm wrong. There are already laws in the book that would justify an investigation by the FBI and to say that you can't own these arms for basically threatening to use them. Like that in itself is a crime, correct?
They should be that way. I don't see that stopping the El Paso shooter. I don't see that stopping Buffalo.
But that's
so if the laws are there. Then
thanks so much,
updated.
Prime Case. Just rated with 77. Thank you so much, Prime Case viewers. My name's Rob Knorr. I'm a populist conservative. You'll hate my fucking guts, but thanks for being here. Prime, always enjoyed you as a person, even if we have political disagreements. So, I'm talking with a person named Readsters, and we're talking about sort of possible things we could do to stop like a mass shooting. And Readsters, yesterday, what you suggested was sort of expanding terror watch list and things like that. And now in the conversation, yeah. So now in the conversation you're just saying, you were like, well, the things that I was talking about that were on the books wouldn't have stopped Buffalo. But my question is, how would expanding that solved the situation in Texas?
It's a nuanced issue, without a doubt. Texas state terror laws, I don't think are written towards like individual domestic lone
Thanks
wolves.
for the follows, everyone.
Like it's more geared towards religious extremism, which we're really good at catching. But it seems
the problem is most of the the Buffalo shooter, like I was just reading an article, apparently he was on some website where a former federal agent was on 30 minutes before the shooting and announced that he was going to do the shooting. And now there's an investigation into that former federal agent and the other 6 people, why they didn't report it. That's crazy, right? But over and over, what we find out is with these mass shooting and these terrorism, over and over, we find out FBI was made aware of them. FBI or local law enforcement was aware of this guy. And it seems like there are already things on the book that would allow them to have more investigative powers and just possibly intervene before this stuff. And it's never done. Like, it's just like, oh, okay. So I don't know how. Go ahead.
State and local jurisdictions are able to also pass those laws, maybe improved upon in a 21st century 2022 sense, to make it more right or like morally good. Like these systems are put in place before the internet and social media exists. Like they're old.
But again, like, so for example, we have sort of things like you're suggesting with the government suggesting sort of their disinformation board through the Department of Homeland Security. And we see the recommendations that like the Biden administration of Democrats made of the sort of thing that they wouldn't want to see on the internet, what they call disinformation. And we see them say that those are calls to violence. So it would be easy to see if we implemented a system you want that said, if we're going to have a massive bureaucracy that's in charge of looking at people's social media posts, and if they say something troubling, then we take away their right to own arms. And then me to come on and say, like, I think it's ridiculous that we're giving $40 billion to Ukraine. I think that's terrible. I think it's warmongering. And we need to do something about this tyrannical government that doesn't care about us and instead is warmongering over in Ukraine and things like that. It's easy to see that a government agency could be like, oh, well, we find that threatening. That could potentially lead to incitement. So we're going to take away his right to own a firearm. Do you see the potential problems? We already see this with the no-fly list.
I do hear you. You know, one of the things that gets misconstrued is like it can like echoed, not saying you, but echoed in the wrong chambers down the wrong rabbit holes can turn extreme.
Let me, for the left-wing people that just joined me, let me put it in a way that you could understand. You could see during the civil rights movement or going further, you could see someone come out and say, it is terrible what our government's doing in these inner cities. Black people are being screwed over in this country. There is systemic racism. We need to radically change these systems of governance because they're not working out for black people that are in the inner city that our country hasn't served since we've been part of this country. And you could see how a group that could take away your rights would say, oh, we find that black group there to be dangerous. So anyone that's a member of that group shouldn't be allowed to own a firearm. That's not outside the realm of possibility. It certainly could happen. There, oftentimes you see many people sort of demonize the idea of a black group that is proudly brandishing firearms. It's absolutely their legal right to do it. So we have to be careful and think about these things. On one hand, you say, of course, someone... What do you mean it would never? It absolutely... Like, if we expand...
The Second Amendment is taken so seriously by the federal courts here that the Supreme Court, at the end of the day, would rule against it.
Yeah, well, I don't think so. Well, if that's the case, then they would rule against... We're talking about... So your point is then your suggestion would never be deemed constitutional? That's what you're saying?
At that large of a scale, like slippery slope wise.
No, it has nothing to do with slippery slope. We already see that. That sort of stuff's already done.
Like
it's already done.
What's
I don't understand. Like,
in mass, Democrats coming to doors and taking away guns and stuff like that.
Well, it's not just Democrats, right? But again, think of it this way: like what you just said, right? It's like we should expand these systems to be able to take away more people's guns if we think they're saying things that were potentially harmful on social media, right? And then at the same time, you're like, but trust me, they would rule it unconstitutional if it went a step further. Well, no, if there's enough motivation to change that system in the way you're suggesting, you have no reason to believe that that wouldn't be expanded upon in the way that it was enforced. We see that with almost every...
Absolutely do.
No, I think... I see no proof. Show me. So, for example, I wouldn't be able to show you any evidence of people selectively having law enforcement take away their rights more than they should. That's what you're saying. Like, for example, it would be like saying this. Civil forfeiture laws, right? Well, it's designed if some large coke dealer buys a yacht and does this and this, and they're using it to transfer large amounts of cocaine. And so we say, the police are allowed to arrest that person because they're a terrible, horrible drug dealer. We could take away those assets that they used those drugs to buy and give it to them. And that's how this was originally sold. It would be to go after these kingpins. And the way it is applied is they find some dude that's selling an ounce of weed and they take his fucking car that he worked 10 years to pay for. That's how it's done.
Right.
No, you would say
you would have been,
but please, you would have been telling me back in the day if I said, look, if we allow these civilian forfeiture laws, this is going to be abused and they'll go after small people. And you'd have said that would never happen. They would never apply it that way. They would rule that unconstitutional. It would never happen. And yet it did. And it does. And the same would be true if we expand to say people that say dangerous things online aren't allowed to own guns. It is clear to see that they would expand, that nefarious actors that would get in government would expand the definition of that to people that shouldn't be included in that.
Well, I have more trust in our institutions, I guess, than you do, it seems, because I don't see the current jurisprudence of the federal courts upholding.
It has nothing to do with the courts.
Yes, it does.
How would you know? Like, for example, do we have a no-fly list right now?
I believe so.
Are there people on that no-fly list that have no business being on that list?
How do you mean?
For example, there are people that are on that list that have done nothing to liken them to being a terrorist whatsoever.
I'm sure there is.
Why would the courts allow that?
Out of the interest for public safety and security?
Right.
Right.
You've just defeated your own argument. Right. The courts allow it because they're like, well, This list is important because of the safety of the people. It's the same reason that the courts would allow, or the courts wouldn't even get involved if they decide. Like, I could give you an even better example. Is the federal government allowed to wiretap and spy on an American citizen?
I believe they are, yes.
Under what condition? What do they have to do first?
The Patriot Act, right?
Kind of. They have to go to what's called a FISA court, right? Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act court. Okay? So they have to argue that you basically are a foreign spy. That's what they have to argue, right?
Yeah.
So if they wanted to wiretap me, they couldn't do that. Now, there's other surveillance that they have that they could do. But the actual act of like using intelligence assets, wiretapping, they'd have to get a warrant. Okay? Following me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, this FISA warrant to take away my Fourth Amendment rights, would it shock you to know that they approve 99.7% of all these warrants?
No, because these things are very important to national security matters and probably shouldn't be left to like direct democracy type of stuff, at least with how it is set up.
But school shootings aren't.
It's a domestic issue, yeah.
No, see, you're wrong, right? Because the same rationale you're giving, this is such an important issue that of course the courts are going to say, yeah, we're just going to rubber stamp these warrants, right? But they wouldn't do that when it comes to taking away people's guns. I just have no faith that that's the case. History has shown that that's not the case. And it's just common sense that it wouldn't be. Anytime we allow governments to take away rights, it always goes further than it was initially implied. And if you... Like, you even kind of give the game away earlier when you're like, well, of course this happened, but it was racial with civil forfeiture laws. Okay, then why wouldn't it be racial with taking away their guns?
So hopefully it wouldn't be set up behind a system that's like systematically unjust to certain people of color and minorities.
But what? Okay, one, it wouldn't be limited to just that, but that's just it, a hope and a prayer? Well, I hope that wouldn't happen.
No, there's ways to hold that accountable, like within policy.
Do you think with the civil forfeiture laws, do you think that that's racially motivated?
I'd have to see the statistics on that. But I have a question about, like, do you trust our president having the nuclear launch codes, for instance?
Yes, it's inevitable. We need to have people that have those launch codes. I wouldn't want the president to be the only person, but yes, I trust them to have those launch codes. And?
So I trust that as well, but there's no check on this power. The president holds the ultimate power.
The president isn't the only person, and there's you need
at the end of the day, like
I believe you need at least two people to sign off on it. You need the president and someone else. I don't know exactly who that is. Secondly, there are alternatives. So, like, okay, all right, fair enough. I concede your argument. Because the president has the nuclear launch codes, there should be no freedom for anyone in this country. We should literally give the government the right to summarily execute people without trial, right? I mean, we already give the president the launch codes. So what's the difference? No, it's the same argument applies. Oh, you don't. I would trust the government not to execute people that they didn't feel necessary. I trust them. Why don't you trust them?
It's a very fragile system, the way that fucking nuclear power works.
So, okay, well, that has nothing to do with anything. Your argument is if it absolutely no, it doesn't. It does not. Your argument, the argument you're making here is we should not be distrusting of the government, and we should allow the government to take rights away because we already give the president the nuclear arms or the nuclear codes. So because we give them the nuclear codes, well, we're already putting a level of trust in the government. So therefore, we shouldn't be skeptical of the government abusing their authority. That's nonsense. And if that's your argument, well, then we might as well just give the government total authority because we'll say, well, we can trust them to always make the right decision.
Wary of the U.S. military and nuclear threats, right? And especially going on with Russia right now as well.
The point you're making is nonsense. Okay, please. Okay, so let me see if I can steel man your argument. Nuclear threats really big deal, right?
Yeah.
And we give the president the nuclear codes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have to trust him.
Is that not a form of the ultimate trust?
Okay, so that's the ultimate trust. Therefore, we should give the government the right to take away people's Second Amendment rights if they feel so.
On a local level, it should be dealt with as such.
You're making a non sequitur. Your argument makes no sense. If your argument applies, then literally you've given the article, or you've given the argument for total government authoritarianism. Because no matter what heinous action we allow the government to do, we could always say, you already trust them to have nuclear weapons, right? Yeah, I guess I do. Okay, then you have to give them, if the government decides for whatever, they don't need a warrant, they don't need a trial, they could just come in and take your shit and throw you out in the street. They could do whatever they want. Because we trust if they do that, it was for good reason. And you know how we trust that? Because we trust them with the nuclear codes. So therefore, like, that's a nonsense argument. And you know it. You know that it's nonsense. One has nothing to do with the other.
I really don't. Because what I'm trying to show is that, like, the government can be trusted for some things.
Sure.
And this is a thing that threatens children. It's happening over and over and over and over again. Over and over and over again. People don't even fucking shed a tear anymore.
Okay, let me say this. Do you think that that's fair? Do you think that there are more children that are killed with firearms in non-mass shooting events in the United States?
Domestic terrorism is one of the, like, mass shootings is a big threat to public safety. Yeah.
Okay, it's a big threat to public. But we're talking children specifically. Do you think more children die in gun violence of mass shootings, or on just, like, sadly, like, one or two people dead per incident? Which one would you suggest?
I'd assume probably people like in inner city crime.
Oh, inner cities. That's funny. So let's say this. Interesting. You brought up inner city. So let's say I say this. The problem with inner city children being killed in gang violence is unbelievable. So we're going to do stop and frisk, and we're going to, say that black people in the inner city shouldn't be allowed to own firearms.
No, broken windows policing doesn't work.
No. We'll just, not even broken windows policing. We'll just say, if you live in the inner city, no firearm allowed. Right? Fair enough. It's to protect children, right?
Everyone, yeah.
So you're for that. You're for saying if you live in the inner city, the Second Amendment doesn't apply to you. That you're for that.
You can still have your gun to go hunting. You can still have your gun to go.
No,
so here's what drives me nuts about the cop today.
So wait. Wait, what? Like, that's a. So now you're saying that the terror watch list would allow you to continue to own firearms as long as you claimed it was for hunting?
No, you can also be a mass shooter and not be a domestic terrorist, right? So there's the thing. You can separate the issues while still trying to address them, at least somehow.
Okay, so let me try to reiterate what you're saying, because I don't think you're thinking of this logically, right? You've literally just given the reason to strip African Americans that live in the city of firearms, of their right to defend themselves. That's what you've done. And you're like, well, they could still have them to hunt. I mean, that's a pretty heinous position to adopt.
Or a well-regulated militia.
What are you talking? I have no. It doesn't matter what your specific interpretation of the Second Amendment is. You are literally advocating for uniquely taking away guns from black people that live in the inner city. Many people who, by the way, would. That's what you advocated for. You said because there were a lot of black kids that die in the inner city from gun violence, that yes, we should step in and say no guns are allowed
for everybody. Then I'm not going to make it racial. Like.
Okay, so just the areas where black people happen to live, where kids are happening to be killed more, those areas shouldn't be allowed, the people that live there shouldn't be allowed to own guns.
Why is the crime there in the first place? Question.
What does it matter? What does it matter?
Yes, it does. Poverty.
Why does that matter? Why does it matter why the crime's
there? Why does it matter?
Right. So, let me do your counter argument. Oh, I'm sorry, kid. Sorry, kid that just died in gun violence. We can't do anything to help you, because first we have to have a long philosophical conversation as to why you were shot. Right? Your entire argument seems to be, we don't have time. We're running out of time. Kids are dying. So we have to take drastic action. Right? That's what you said. That's why it's so important we have to take drastic action. I said, okay, well, if we're willing to do that, when we're going to expand the terror watch list to anyone that said anything that anyone could deem harmful can no longer have a Second Amendment. Let's look at different demographics or different situations that could lead to children's homicides. So we look specifically at the inner city. You said this. You already said it. You already said that in the inner city, yes, you would say in the inner city, because these kids are dying, that yes, you would be for telling the people that live in those inner cities that you can't have guns. Really quick,
sure. Justice for Darius Tarver. This is a dude I went to fucking high school with. Shot dead by fucking North Texas police because he was having a mental health episode. He attacked the officers with a pan. With a fucking pan.
You're completely... This is a sad story. I do feel terrible for you. It has nothing to do with the conversation we're having.
Right. So... he was probably able to have access to a firearm at that point. Like, that's not without possibility. Like,
Okay.
But instead, the police were called, which they should have handled properly.
Okay. What does that have anything to do
Shot
with
dead.
you saying
Well,
that
you're asking
for
me
the
about
greater
inner city
good?
children
No.
or whatever,
Again, like, why is it that I, for people that watched my show last night tonight, you'll start to see a pattern. This is just a non sequitur. We were talking about specifically. Let's go back through how this conversation happened. You said because children dying in gun violence is such a big deal that we have to sort of take drastic measures. So one of the things we would do is to say expand being able to take away people's Second Amendment rights if by creating an agency or expanding an agency that would say if you say certain things online that are deemed harmful, like self-harm or potentially harming other people.
Automatically deemed harmful. Like it would have to be way more complex than that. And
okay. Anyways, that's the direction that the conversation was going. And I was like, but there's a problem. Like anytime we give the government the ability to take rights away, it could be, used. You want to assume that the person you least want has the authority to do that. Could this be misused? And I think it could. And it could be misused to go after people that say things that are conservative. If there's a left wing, if there's a racist that gets in charge, it could be used to go against people for racial reasons. You said, no, none of that would ever. Please, let me finish. Let me finish to explain to you, right? Let me finish to explain to you how your non sequitur doesn't apply. You said that would never happen. I trust courts wouldn't do that. I showed a litany of times where it seems that courts have gone that extra mile and they have done that things, including civil forfeiture laws, including FISA warrants. And you said, well, with the civil forfeiture, you first said, well, I'd have to see the data. With the FISA, you were like, well, they do that because it's an important reason. That's why they basically rubber stamp, because terrorism is so important. I said, well, they would make the same sort of determination when it came to protecting children. They would say that's also important. So we're also going to do a rubber stamp, which would mean that someone that was not acting in good faith would now be able to take away people's Second Amendments, and there would be no check on the court, just like there's not with the FISA warrants. And you were like, and you said, but the issue of protecting children, it's so terrible, we have to do it. I said, okay, let's look at a different type of situation then. Where do you think more children are being killed in gun violence? In what situation? Mass shootings in schools? And you were like, well, no, probably the inner cities. I was like, okay, so then should we, just to be safe, should we take away all guns from inner cities? You said, yes, we should do that. I said, that's pretty heinous. That's basically the equivalent of targeting black people who happen to live in those communities. People, by the way, who would want the ability to defend themselves probably more than people in my community, and saying they no longer have the right to self-defense because you assume criminality is going to be so rampant there. That seems like a pretty heinous thing to do. To which you responded, my friend had a frying pan and got shot by police. Do you understand how your comment there has nothing to do with what we were talking
running
about?
Everything into the same issue, and so
right, because we're talking about one issue. That's what we're talking about. Right, that's what we're talking. We're talking about the issue that I'm concerned with is you have given the rationale for taking guns away from black people that live in the inner city, and I want you to explain why that's the case.
Hold on. You're jumping from me suggesting that mental health reform take place as one approach that hopefully could be worked upon, to also identifying domestic terrorism and extremism from these lone wolves as an issue. There is no one size fits all fucking fix to this.
I gotta get going. It's kind of late. I'll just say this. I think you are a good example of just the things you've said here as to why we should be very careful before we expand the government's authority to take people's rights away, because it did not take much talking at all to get you to completely suggest taking guns out of the hand of predominantly black people that live in the inner city.
No, that's not at all what the fucking slippery slope was, bro. If there is a time and
you
place
said
in
it.
Utopia, no,
you said that.
Absolutely.
So now
not.
you're saying
Absolutely
you didn't
not.
say that?
No, I'm not. Yeah, I am saying that. Like, you jumped from me suggesting we have mental health reform and proper red flag laws written straight to you're going to take away black people's guns, which is...
No, you said it. It was your words. It wasn't mine.
Like, you can address also why those black people have to live in inner cities.
It has nothing to do with
poverty.
That is a different... That's different. I mean, again, you just keep... You said it. You're the one who said it, and then saying, well, we could also determine why black people are in the inner city. What does that have anything? A small comfort, I guess. So if I'm a black gentleman who lives in the inner city and I'm busting my ass to feed my kids, right, and I want to exercise my Second Amendment right to defend myself with a firearm, and I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I want to do all that, and you come in and you take my gun away and you say, sir, you no longer have the right to your Second Amendment because you live in the inner city and kids get shot with guns here. But take solace in this. We're looking into why you live here. I think I would say, go fuck yourself. I don't need you to look in why I live here. I need you to stop taking my rights away.
Right now, you're making up a person.
What? So you're saying, so there would be no such black person that would be a hardworking person protecting his family who wants to have a firearm? You're saying that person wouldn't exist? Right, you don't think that person exists? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not going to generalize that to what I view like from a race perspective. Like, that's what I'm saying is I don't know. I'm probably missing that jump there.
You said, because the entire issue that I'm trying to prove is in the name of it's the tyranny you could get.
Institutional racism and white privilege. I am a byproduct of that. So
right. So you're advocating
one issue, right? So
right. What you're doing is, and this is another common tactic that you see. So you're probably a white liberal, and this is what you're doing, and you're advocating for a racist position here. And then when it's pointed out how heinous the position you're advocating is for, you start to give your bona fides. But I have black friends. I have white privilege. Like, no, I can't be a bad person because no, you're literally advocating for taking away black people's Second Amendment right. I don't give a shit that you acknowledge that you have white privilege. No. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. That's irrelevant. Like that's like saying, I just don't want black people living next to me because I think they're violent, but I have white privilege. Like, no, I'm sorry. That doesn't, the position you're advocating for is incredibly heinous.
Nope. It started out as recognizing that, okay, maybe I shouldn't own this gun if this happens, right? So that's where I started with that. That in no way, shape, or form has to do with my views on taking away a black person's rights, question mark. Like, and if it goes that way, what the fuck? That's wrong. That shouldn't happen. So
you advocated for it. You advocated for it. You said it.
Taken away.
All I could say is to the people listening, go back in the VOD. He said it. The point I was trying to make if it leads to public safety, then take away the black people's guns. That's what you're saying?
Anyone's guns, and not just black people. Anyone.
But if we're particularly looking at the problem of so many of these kids die in inner cities, then we should take away the guns there where predominantly black people live, right? That's what you said.
Don't they get their guns from like legal states anyway? Question mark.
So what? Even if they get their guns from legal states, it would now be illegal for them to possess them.
Well, Toronto has serious gun violence supplied by U.S. firearms. Directly
and okay, you're saying dude living in Detroit right now. Now I know. Do I have to come up with an actual name of a person actually living in Detroit, or will you say you're making up a person? Will you acknowledge that there's a black man living in Detroit? Can I ask you that? Okay, I'll assume you say yes. There's a black man in Detroit, right? There's a black man living in Detroit, and what you're saying to that man right now is, for public safety, you shouldn't be allowed to own a gun.
No, it's not. So that's such a slippery slope. It's like
what do you mean? Slippery slopes don't exist. That's what you said.
I said not to the point that which you have such mistrust in the system.
So again, let me explain why I made the arguments that I do. It's to prove, right, that once we start allowing the government to take rights under the auspices of, we can't really think about it, we just have to do it because it's to protect the children. These children died, and so to protect the children, we have to do this. I said the problem is
people used to say gay people can't get married because they'll fuck horses next.
Right. So you're just making a bunch of nonsense bullshit that has nothing to do. So I'm trying to prove a point when that happens. I'm like, well, we have to be careful doing that. You can't just say, in the name of protecting the most vulnerable, we could do X. Like the United States itself and countries around the world have a history of all sorts of bad policies. In the name of protecting the children, we had to have the Patriot Act. In the name of protecting the children, we had to bomb Iraq and invade Iraq. So there's a lot of times. Okay, but you're saying the government would never do that. You said the government would never do that shit. But you said the government would never do that. You said the government would never do that.
It's not what I said. I said
you did. You said that's bullshit. When I said governments could exploit this,
judicial review that says you can't just go.
Okay, so then the courts would have surely said that the Iraq War was illegal.
It should be illegal. Yes. But
Did the
also
court say
don't
that?
rule on international justice, so
Well, but they could have ruled that it was unconstitutional for a war to be declared not through Congress, which it basically is. Why didn't the court step up?
Good question. That's a big issue with our jurisprudence.
But wait a minute. You said they would never do something like that. There's judicial protection. The judiciary would not allow something like that to occur. That's your argument.
Obama tried to pass a law that said like people on the terror watch list shouldn't be able to own a gun, and the court struck it down.
Nonetheless, so the point I was trying to make is once you adopt the idea of we can't be concerned about rights and things because it's about protecting children, it's easy to see how out of control that could get. I thought I would cite an example and you'd be like, no, that wouldn't happen. But please let me finish. Right. You could say everything's a slippery slope, but that would just mean that you're totally cool with anything the government ever says because it would never be misapplied, which I've given you an example of how it was misapplied. But it doesn't matter because you agreed to the actual slippery slope that I was saying could occur. I assumed you wouldn't agree to it, but you did, which was shocking. So let me repeat.
The good of the people. Like I was part of the trucker rally. Technically, I didn't get my vaccine recognized here because it was from the U.S. I was okay with that.
All of this has nothing to do with anything.
Yes,
again, you keep talking about non sequiturs.
Nope,
you said
it completely does. It
it has nothing to do.
You said about human rights and shit, and it's like, okay.
I'll leave you finish going on saying nothing, and then I'll go ahead.
I mean, it absolutely is relevant.
Okay, so just to clarify for the audience, so you were technically part of the trucker rally. You had a friend that had a pan.
Okay, I was technically unvaccinated according to the Canadian government.
Cool.
So
okay, let me know when you're finished.
The death and danger that COVID posed to my fellow Canadians, I was totally okay with this policy, even though I was affected by it directly, because I don't view it as infringement on my human rights, because I don't have the human rights to fucking kill somebody else here. And so that's where Americans, I guess, are different. And I do step out of that bubble and recognize that I'm not more important than my neighbor.
Okay, finished? All of that bullshit has nothing to do with the fact that you said in the name of public safety, you're willing to take people's rights away. And when I asked you specifically in the name of public safety of kids being shot in the inner city, are you willing? Please shut up. I sat there and listened to you talk. I sat there and listened to you talk. I said in the name of public safety of kids being shot in inner cities, would you be willing to say that anyone that lives in an inner city couldn't own a gun? You said yes. I said that would be predominantly black people. You said, but it's the name of public safety.
So if there's if it's going to end up racial like that, we should reform how people are living predominantly in one area like that.
So your argument is, yes, we stop guns you're no longer allowed to own a gun in the inner city, but we have some sort of busing or something, force white people to live in the inner city and help black people move out of the inner city. That's your argument?
We could do both, yes. We could also try to
I rest my case to everyone listening. Here's a person who's literally suggesting that we can't trust black people in the inner city to have the right to keep and bear arms. And he tries to get out of it by sounding, yes, that is what you're saying. That is exactly what you're saying. That's exactly what you're saying. It is exactly what you're saying. What this person is doing is they realize how racist the position they've said is, so they're trying to virtue signal that it's okay to be, I love black people. They're great. I just don't want them to live next to me. They could be dangerous, right? That's who this person is. That's who you are, but it's okay because I thought it was okay if I was forced to be vaccinated. That somehow has something to do with this conversation. That's who this person
you're trying to paint a picture about.
I'm not painting a picture. You've admitted in your own words.
Oh my God.
I'll ask you again. Are you suggesting that inner city people should not be allowed to own guns?
What does it have to do with mental health, right? First off.
It doesn't matter if it has to do with mental health.
The answer, yes, it does, because that was my solution.
The question,
right? That was
do
my
you
solution,
think that no, your solution, you gave a solution that had to do with expanding the ability based on the rights of based on the issue of mental health from taking guns away. The deeper the deeper meaning to that was you identified what you thought you saw was a potential cause of children being shot, right? Which would be people with mental health issues that had access to guns, correct?
Sure.
Okay, you said that the reason that we shouldn't look at potential ways that could be used in nefarious ways or used to take people's rights away is we have to protect the children, correct?
We would hopefully do so in the interest of all Americans, but in this instance, Since 19
Right.
children, right? I guess
So
children.
then it
were
would,
the-
right. So that would intuit from that if there are other reasons, other people with access to guns that we could isolate, so maybe not mental health, but other factors that we could look at that also would protect children from being killed, that we should enact policy on that as well, correct?
Just because one thing starts out as a policy doesn't mean it has to equivocate to systematic injustice.
What are you talking about? So you're saying
Because
you're only concerned about kids that are killed by people with mental health issues. That's what you're saying? You're not concerned about stopping kids from being shot from issues that weren't from mental health. That's what you're saying.
I'm also concerned about that. They're not the same
Right.
fucking
And you
issue
would be
all the
for,
time.
similarly, if your rationale is we have to protect the children, there is no reason to say that, oh, well, we're not going to focus on protecting the children if they're shot by people from reasons other than mental health. Correct?
I'm saying if it's you're going down the slippery slope, right? You're saying, well, if we give them this power, then eventually.
Notice
they're
how
gonna
you
take
can't answer
everything.
yes, no. This
Isn't that
is
what
a
you're saying?
telltale
Question
sign of
mark.
someone.
I'm
This is a
asking you a
telltale sign of
question,
someone who
I'm
knows
asking you
that
a
they're
question.
losing the position. You can't
I'm
answer
asking you a
yes or no.
question.
You have to
I'm
constantly
asking you
go
a
off on these
question.
tirades, right? So I'm
No, I'm
asking you,
asking you a
should we,
question.
if you say that we should have policies to stop people with mental health from shooting children, do you think we should also be working on policies? Thank you so much, Pikey Cat. I really appreciate it, man. That's incredibly generous. Thank you for the donation. But it would intuit then, there's no reason that you wouldn't say, yeah, and let's do other things to protect the children, right? There's no reason.
There is complete reason because it's called a slippery slope and it can stop where society wants it to fucking stop.
So you're
like
just to
saying
clarify,
straight
you're
gay
now
people couldn't
your
get
position
married.
is you're not
Anti-sodomy
interested.
laws.
You're not interested in having a discussion or potential policies that stop children from being shot unless it involves mental health. That's your argument.
I think that mental health can be a common ground to help stop some of these issues because the U.S. government doesn't work right now at all. And our system of government is slow.
I tell you what, please, for your sake, please stay out of inner cities. I apologize to all the people that had to hear this racist tirade of this gentleman who wants to take the Second Amendment out of inner cities because he is fearful of them. So I apologize for that. But thanks for calling in and showing your true colors. I do appreciate it. So,
all right, dude.
See it. I don't have to prove that a slippery slope argument can exist when it took me all of 3 minutes to have someone who claims to care about systemic racism stand up and say, yeah, we should take all guns out of the inner city. I didn't need to muddy the waters with questions of voter ID and stuff like that. Some of the staunchest Second Amendment advocates you'll see are people of color. Remember, the first anti-Second Amendment laws were designed to keep people of color from getting guns. But a further issue is, like, it amazes me how many people I don't even know what to say. Is that guy arguing in bad faith? I don't think so. I think that they just don't, they're not used to having their opinions challenged, right? Like, it's something that, thank you so much, Lucifer. Oh, you get me in trouble with my Christian friends here, but thanks so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Excuse me. You know, it's easy to just be like, well, I think the solution is increased funding for mental health. We should make sure that people with mental illnesses don't have access to firearms. That's an easy thing to say. By the way, I'm for increased funding for mental health for reasons other than shootings, though shooting could be part of it, right? Thank you, Biking Cat. I appreciate the donation. I do. Thank you, intro. I'll talk a little bit more about my strategy going into but it's like a cliche. Like, when I ran for Congress, I saw this all the time. I ran as a Republican, and people would say, I'm pro-life. I'm like, well, what does that mean? You're running for federal Congress. So what are you going to do to advance the status of your pro-life position? They'd have no clue. It's like, what do you think about Roe v. Wade? What do you think about the Casey decision? What happens if Roe v. Wade or Casey's overturned? Or they would say things like this. Well, the Democrats, right? The Democrats have massively expanded the government into areas that it shouldn't exist. Government's way too big. Federal government's way too big. And then the next question would be, If elected, remember, this is federal Congress. Would you would you strive to continue to keep marijuana illegal? And they'd be like, absolutely. Yeah, I would pass legislation. And I was like, how's that the role of the federal government? Huh? I was like, doesn't the 10th Amendment say if it's not specifically in the Constitution, then it's up to the states? So if you want to weigh in on marijuana, shouldn't you be running for state office? Huh? They actually called me Mr. 10th Amendment for making that argument to them. Because the point I was making is like, well, when it's an issue that you disagree with big government on, you're like, thank you so much, Elmo, for the gifted sub. You're like, this is ridiculous. Democrats are expanding the size of government. It's ridiculous. But then as soon as it benefited them, they're like, yeah, expand the size of the government. Sure. You know? But it's like these boilerplate statements. Funding for mental health. There we go. Let's keep people with mental health diagnosis from getting guns. Well, there are problems with that. I'm not even saying that it's a worthwhile discussion to have, certainly. But it's easy to see how, like, it could be very problematic. You know, it could mean people that otherwise would seek mental health treatment won't because they're afraid they'll be punished by having their guns taken away. It could mean that people that we already see, for example, we see that people are already trying to ban certain conversations that I don't think are bad. It could be that this would be applied to certain racial groups or certain political groups that aren't really advocating for violence, but now lose their rights just because they're enemies of the people in power at that time. And he's like, well, it's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope. And I'm like, okay. You know, one of the strategies I had, because I know Prime rated me, is like say, oh, well, let's put it in context of a group that you could understand, right? What if they did this racially? What if they decided, what if our systemically racist system decided to be systemically racist and apply these laws in an unfair manner that was systemically racist, targeted specifically towards black people? What if they did that? Or Hispanic people? Now I'm talking to someone who believes that the system's systemically racist. So what are they going to say to that? It wouldn't happen, wouldn't happen, wouldn't happen, wouldn't happen. Thanks, anime. I appreciate it. Anime titties. Not bad. And so you just ask questions, like you get to the bottom of it. It's like, this is just a cliche. It's just a cliche, right? Like, what do you mean? You know, increase funding for mental health. That's why I said, I was like, I agree, but what does that exactly look like? You know? And what's amazing is how you could with ease, how you could push people into very heinous positions who completely feel morally justified. Is anyone else shocked at the speed of which that happened? Very simple. I was like, listen, we got to be careful by restricting people's rights because of mental health. This could be misdiagnosed. And by the way, I work with people that have, like, legitimately, I can tell you, it's something that's near and dear to my heart. I've worked with people that have missed out on opportunities of all sorts of things because of their diagnosis. And it's sad to see. Now, the system's not perfect, and I'm not saying it's intentional, but we have to be careful. That's all I'm suggesting. You have to be careful. And I don't have much trust in our system that they would apply this judiciously, particularly when our president's saying that people that share my political beliefs are amongst the most extreme people group that has ever existed in this country. Homosexuality was at one point considered a mental health issue, right? Right. Lucifer says, I don't like the idea of taking guns away from people with mental issues. I have PTSD, never wanted to hurt someone else. Use my guns to calm my mind and get away from why I enjoy long-range shooting. Absolutely. And unfortunately, people with PTSD would probably be the first people under these sort of laws that would lose their... And again, the tragedy of it is, those are probably people that appreciated their right to defense more than anyone else. They went and fought for our country, saw terrible things, understand the importance, particularly if you're in these other countries where you see terrible things happening, they understand the importance to protect yourself, and now that's taken away. And so now you're in a terrible position. Like if you're like, you know, Lucifer there, where it's like, well, do you go seek treatment for your mental health issue? Because if you do, then you're going to lose this important thing to you. Now you're putting people in this tight position. Those are possibilities of things that happen when we talk about red flag laws or programs to keep people with mental health issues from having firearms. But the ease in which I was able to say, okay, if your rationale is the reason that we can't look at these things is, one, because I trust the government would never do that. That's a joke. The government, including ours, is rife with examples of them abusing their power currently and in the past. And there's no reason to think it wouldn't happen in the future. And then the second reason was, but we have to protect the children. Okay. So we could take people's rights away if it means protect the children. What about the inner city? Aren't a lot of kids killed there? Yep. So does that mean we shouldn't be allowed to own guns in the inner city? Yep. That's how easy it was. That's how easy it was to convince someone who I've talked to before, who I know talks about systemic racism and the system being corrupt and black people being screwed over. That's how quick and easy it was to be like, bam, black communities shouldn't be allowed to have guns. Just like that. Totally feels morally justified. And then when pressed, like, you realize how heinous this is. He's like, but, you know, I knew a black friend, you know? I knew one, and I believe it. Why are the black people living there? I have white privilege, he said. But I have white privilege. Yeah, part of that privilege is you're not worried about the community you live in being told that you can't exercise your constitutional rights that other people are able to because of the location you live in. That's certainly a form of privilege. Unfortunately, you're the one advocating for that. What's up, Jesse? How you doing, man? So, I mean, I stayed on later than I wanted. I shouldn't have. I should have went to bed. But I just want to let people know. And then when he talks about slippery slope, that dude would be all for it. If the Biden administration came out and was like, yeah, we're going to pass this mental health thing. Also, it's now illegal to own a gun in Chicago, inner city Chicago, Detroit, blah, blah, blah. All of these predominantly black communities. He would be going, yes. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you. That's what he would be doing. Meanwhile, the poor people in the black community in these inner cities would be like, what the fuck? You're taking away my constitutional rights? Not because I've said anything or done anything or committed a crime, just because of where I live. By the way, the criminals are still going to have guns. Now I don't have the right to have one? Yeah, he said a bunch of other stuff that was stupid. I got to get to bed. Jesse, are you streaming? I'll raid you, man. NCR versus Legion. Nope. That will take a good 5 hours. So I don't see anyone on the raid, so I'm just going to go to bed instead of sitting here worried about it. Nah, I'm just going to go to bed, Jesse. So I got to get to bed. So I should have been to bed a while ago. I'm going to get, my mom's going to. Are the guys I raided yesterday really Black Bloc Antifa? I have no idea. Someone said raid this person. I didn't know who it was. So, I don't know. But, all right. Well, yeah, thanks everyone for the donations and financial support. I appreciate it. His and Hers Live? Sure, why not? We'll raid them. Is this a joke? Or are you serious? Aftershock. All right, we're raiding His and Her Live. I don't know who that is, so enjoy that. Yeah, I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow evening. I got a lot of stuff going on, a parade and stuff like that, so I don't know if I'll be here. I'll definitely be back Monday night at 11 p.m. Eastern time. I got that interview coming up with Base Homeschooled Mom after she's on Tucker Carlson, so I'll get the first interview after that, and then, yeah, we'll try to take more calls. I enjoy these type of shows, just calls for people. I mean, look, I know what people might say. Oh, it's easy to debate just random people calling in. Maybe, but I don't look at it like that. And I certainly put offers out to debate all sorts of streamers and people like that. So, all right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Stay safe out there. I hope you have a fantastic weekend. I know I will. Can't wait to talk to you all Monday. Thanks so much. And as always, have a good one.